The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Complications arose, ensued, and were overcome at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. If you're waiting for the opportune moment to see the nation's best chess, this is it. Fabiano Caruana is without a doubt one of the best grandmasters you've ever heard of, and he's making noise, clinching his third U.S. title. Carissa Yip took no prisoners, forcing her opponent to walk the plank, pilfering clear first in the process. It's down to two. Who will sail off into the sunset as U.S. Women's champion? The final round of Can't Miss Chess coming up next.
Welcome, chess fans, to the final day, the championship day here at the U.S. Women's Chess Championship and U.S. Open Chess Championship. It's been a fantastic event so far, and the stage is set. Who are going to be our two champions? Let's go to the studio and find out.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, as the St. Louis Chess Club proudly presents the U.S. and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. We have an open champion, but the women are still battling as the final round starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'm Katerina Nemcova and I'm here with Yasser Seirawan and Cristian Chirila.
Kate, this has been wonderful. The whole tournaments, you, Cristian, I've enjoyed every minute. But all good things have to come to an end. It's the last round.
Yeah, a lot of is on stake in the women's section.
Oh, no question about it. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us for our championship round. We have a repeat champion in the Open as Fabiano just played dominant chess and a deserved winner. The fight for silver in the Open is going to be intense, but the fight for the championship in the ladies is going to be nerve-wracking. Kate, do the honors. Tell our audience the standings. Let's start with the ladies.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the women's section. So here we have Carissa Yip leading the competition with half a point after a very smooth win yesterday, while Begim Tokhirjonova did not claim a 3-4 repetition and lost her game. And then there is a two-way tie for the third place. Irina, Krush and Alice Lee with 6.5 points.
Standings in the Open section.
Here we have already the champion, Fabiano Caruana, who clinched his title with 7.5 points out of 10. But there is significant prize difference, so we still fight for the second place with two-way tie Wesley and Leinier Dominguez with 6 points.
With Mishra on the outside looking in, and here's our graphic. Here he is, our 2023 repeat champion.
Big congratulations to Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana.
Absolutely, our congratulations. Just outstanding. And tell us about the format for these two national championships.
We play two 12-player round robins, which means each player plays everybody else in their respective section. We play classical chess, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game. And there is a 30-second increment from move 1. No draw offers allowed here, and traditional scoring system, 1 point for win, half a point for draw, and 0 points for loss.
Real chances of a playoff. Just remind me how a playoff tie works.
So if two players tie for first, there is a 2-game rapid match with 10 minutes and 2-second increment. If still tied, Armageddon. And Armageddon means 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, and black gets the draw odds.
Those are nerve-wracking events, those Armageddon games. And not much left, but tell us the schedule.
Today we have the last round, 11th round, and if necessary, we will have playoff tomorrow on October 18, starting again at 1:20 p.m. Center Time.
Cristian, you have a number of what-if scenarios to tell us about the potential playoff.
Absolutely. Good to see you guys. It's finally here. This is it. The championship day, and all eyes are definitely on the ladies section. Let's take a look at the what-if scenarios as we see this historical race between the two ladies finishing it out. Take a look at this. If Carissa wins today, Carissa wins outright, because as we have seen the standings, she is half a point in the lead. If Carissa draws today and Begim wins, that's an interesting scenario right there, because then we have a playoffs. If Carissa loses and Begim draws, then we're going to have a playoff once again. So a lot of things at stake, a lot of things can happen. Carissa draws and Begim draws, then obviously Carissa wins the championship outright and she will be a two-time national champion. Carissa loses and Begim wins, Begim leapfrogs her in the standings and wins the championship outright. A lot of things can happen in this very important matchups, and let's start with this head-to-head. Tokhirjonova versus Jeffery. And I have to say, this is a difficult one for Tokhirjonova. We've seen how difficult it was yesterday against the 8-time national champion, Irina Krush. She didn't win a single game against her, and unfortunately, yesterday did not change that. And as you can see, 0 wins, 2 losses, and 0 draws in classical chess between these two ladies. A monumental task for Begim Tokhirjonova to win this championship or force a playoff. And let's take a look at what's happening in Carissa's game. Well, this one I have to say, she's the favorite with the white pieces against a player that she faced before, Ruiyang Yan, that is, but she never beat Ruiyang Yan. 0 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. I have to say though, Ruiyang Yan is struggling so far, especially in the second half of the event, right now tied for 7th position. A lot of things still can happen. We still have that fight for 2nd place in the open section. A lot of games, explosive ones, that is, we're just about to call.
Absolutely, but some challenges for our leaders as we see Fabi very relaxed. He's already
the champion.
the champion. What does he have to be
Now he's just
nervous
showing off.
about? And as we get ready for our 11th and final show, Kate, do the honors. Tell our audience who they can expect pairings-wise. Start with the ladies.
Yes, we have a number of really important matches today. So we start with Lee against Ashritha. That is a match for the 3rd place.
Right.
Tokhirjonova, the leader, against defending champion Jeffery. That's going to be decided the gold and silver medal.
Right.
Abrahamyan playing Krush.
Now that would be a match right there that I would have said, hey, that might decide first. Not even close. Not for this event.
Yip, now she really wants to win or make a draw to clinch that title against Yan. Then
Right.
Cervantes playing Zatonsky and Purkashian playing Paikidze.
And tell us about the pairings in the open section.
Leaderboard 1, So against Caruana.
Number 2 versus number 1 in the competition. But number 1 has already been determined.
Yeah, and then Dominguez playing Niemann. That's going to be, for that
great
2nd
match.
place, very important game.
Exactly.
Swiercz playing Robson, Sevian playing Tang, Shankland playing Xiong, and Mishra playing Aronian.
That final game also, that suddenly became an interesting game as Levon wanted to get 50%. Mishra still in the fight for a little bit of that 2nd place, 3rd place monies. And talking about monies, let's start. What's going on in the prize fund for the ladies?
Very generous one, $152,000 with 1st place winning $40,000, 2nd place $30,000, 3rd place $20,000, all the way to the 12th place $4,000.
Exactly. We'll go back to the World Chess Hall of Fame and thank them most profusely for a really wonderful tournament. I think the players, all the feedback we get from the players is that they love the tournament hall, the pieces. They all feel incredibly comfortable playing.
And you see there's a friendly atmosphere.
Right?
Well,
These girls
Ruiyang,
know each other so well from junior championships. They're friends.
Absolutely.
But I have to say, Ruiyang, such a difficult task today. Nevertheless, you know, you're not playing for that much in terms of standings, but you're playing for something. You're playing to spoil somebody's tournament.
Yes.
So you might as well find
Yes.
some motivation in that.
And I had to smile or smirk, Kate, when you said, "Oh, they're so friendly," and thinking about Hans Niemann. No, they're not.
There's no
they're
friends in chess.
competitors. They're tough.
There's no friends in chess.
Coach, what did you say to Begim about today's game? And what
Well, it was
approach should
mostly
we-
about yesterday's game because
Right.
that was a very painful one. So I just told her, to chin up because it's very easy to beat yourself up after.
Absolutely.
It's not about losing. It's about the way she lost, right? She had that draw in her pocket. She knows that. She knows that she could have went into this
couldn't.
round as the co-leader of the event. So definitely that's painful, but you have to move forward and take it one game at a time. And very important not to focus on Carissa's game. Just focus on your game, forget about what Carissa does, and let the pieces of the puzzle fall in their places.
Yeah, for me it was always very easy. If I ever was in a state of where I'm playing for first place in the last round, I was incredibly excited. It was like, forget everything that happened. Never happened. I'm here to win first place.
Wow.
Give me a chance. Let me go. Let me go. And Begim has a chance of winning first place, and that's exactly what she has to do. Is focus solely on her game.
On her game. And-
not worry about Carissa's.
And that matters in her preparation as well, because we've discussed how important preparation is as you go into these critical games. And that's what she has to do. She cannot let herself think about what happened yesterday. Just
Right.
focus on your preparation. Make sure you come at the board with the best weapons that you could possibly have, and then just play your game.
Exactly. As we see Begim taking her seat, and Carissa, our tournament leader, wandered through. You're good to go, Carissa. When I look at these games and I'm looking at the names, I'm seeing Ray Robson, and I'm just thinking, how many points Ray has left on the table, what kind of energy he's going to be bringing to this game, because again, he's not fighting for a podium finish. So many players are not. Sam Shankland as well. It's strange. He could have had so many more points. And you think about, and here we see Hans with the black pieces today, just thinking, what happened to me? I was in the lead. I was doing really, really well. That game with Fabiano, that was cruel.
And that was not the only one.
Oh, no.
Right?
Yeah,
I think
right.
he lost some very painful games before that
Also.
as well. In fact, before he met Fabiano, I think he was half out of 2. So
Right.
with that loss against Fabiano, half out of 3, and then he slowed the bleeding against Wesley so yesterday. But still, such a good start for him, and unfortunate second half for Hans.
Carissa Yip and Ruiyang Yan, open Sicilian. I mean,
Let's
we've
see what-
seen White duck these open Sicilian discussions. It's nice to just finally see just a straightforward, let's go.
Oh yeah, no, that's actually a very interesting choice. I'm curious what Carissa is going to do. I don't think she played knight c3, did she?
I think we have knight c3, knight c6 on the board,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken.
So
Yeah.
this is the game that Carissa played against my student at the World Juniors. That's the line that we prepared with the black pieces, and Carissa got a losing position because she forgot her theory
With the white pieces.
with the
she-
white pieces. Completely losing position, like it was
no.
-4, -5.
Oh, no.
After like 10, 15 moves.
Right.
So maybe that's what Ruiyang is looking for. Now, Carissa has a big choice.
Okay.
Knight to b5
That's one.
and knight takes c6, which is a much more aggressive approach.
That's two. Yeah.
Knight to b5 allows ideas of bishop to b4, things of that nature, which, with very precise and very good play, have shown, at least the practical results, that black is more or less fine.
Yeah. It took me the longest time, by the way. I was disbelieving my own two eyes that when I was a teen and I saw this position for the first time, and I played the move knight d6 check, and they said, Yasser, this was a mistake because after king e7, black is better.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Yep.
but the king has been
I know.
compromised.
No race to castle anymore.
How could black be better? But that is indeed the case. And the actual main move against bishop b4 is
Is
a3.
yes.
But I have always thought of this particular move order by black as an invitation to transpose into a Sveshnikov.
That's right, yes. So if you want to play the Zheshnikov, you play d6. If you want to
Exactly.
play something that has some independent value, then you play bishop to b4.
Gotcha. All right. We'll keep a
I was kind
watchful
of
eye
actually
on this
thinking
one.
whether Carissa is going to go into open Sicilian main variations, or if she's going to play more securely, maybe some G3 fianchetto, saying, I just need to draw for a playoff, and maybe I'll just push over and win in a long game.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Knowing Carissa and knowing the type of player that she is, she wants to win this one. She wants to win it outright because she knows that Begim still, despite the fact that she lost that game yesterday, she's still in tremendous shape.
Right.
And Jennifer Yu is not.
Exactly.
We've seen that in this competition. So definitely, I think Carissa is coming into this one thinking, look, I'm playing a player that has only 4 points. I've been in tremendous shape. I've been winning game after game after game. So I might as well try to push this one and finish the job right now.
And by the way, if I could ask you, Cristian, in the game, once again, between Carissa...
I see Begim was a bit surprised
by the
cameraman.
Snuck up on her there.
Both players, Jennifer Yu and Begim,
wait a minute.
Tokhirjonova are in the kitchen.
Exactly.
I'm just making my tea.
Right.
Go on.
Cut me some slack here. What do they call this variation that goes knight takes c6?
That's the 4 knights,
B
right?
takes...
That's the 4 knights Sicilian.
But no, this very specific line of e5,
Knight d5, knight e4.
e4, queen c7, f4.
I only see it as the 4 knights variation.
It's just called the 4 knights.
Right.
Because that's a whole involved
It's a huge line.
complex,
It's a huge
theory.
line, and white can play in a lot of different ways. Black can also deviate early on. Queen c7 is one of the moves. You can also go bishop to b7 with the idea of c5. This is something that the world champion Magnus Carlsen has played recently, especially in rapid time control. He doesn't play this in classical chess as much because it's a very dangerous decision. But look, it seems like Ruiyang is inviting a fight. And again, it's a difficult decision for Carissa because if she did not expect this, she knows how difficult and how theoretical and concrete the lines are. And she has the experience of being completely lost out of the opening in her last game in this line. So there's some fear, perhaps, some doubt sipping in. She also has the option of going knight db5, which is, I have to say, a much more practical decision in the situation that she is in. I would myself go knight db5.
Exactly. And in that game of Begim and Jennifer Yu, we have a Nimzo Indian. And Kate, this is always an awkward moment when you're up against a player, in this case Jennifer Yu, who's always beat you. I mean, you have these moments of doubt, these fearful thoughts, if you will, like, what am I going to do against a person? And
on
E2,
the other hand,
E3.
you do feel confident because you do have an incredible tournament, while Jennifer Yu is struggling in this tournament. So I think this boost of confidence can help you play this game.
Exactly. E2, E3. And Coach, without trying to reveal too much, the expected position on the board?
Well, let's see. Castle, again, I'm not working with Begim for this tournament. So I don't actually know what she prepared. I only gave her some, technical
Coach's
advice. Technical advice, yes. We have to be here early on at the studio. There's not much time.
Oh, man, I can see you saying, Begim, I'm sorry. You're on your own for this one.
She needs to... and bishop to d2. Okay. Yes.
Bishop to d2?
Yes.
It's become the go-to anti-Nimzo.
Isn't this what she faced against... Who was it against? It wasn't against Irina, or perhaps it was against Irina.
Rook e8, d5, rook e8.
Or d5, knight f3, rook e8, and then a6. That idea with a6.
Yes, that was what she played yesterday against Irina.
There you go. She takes a page out of Irina's playbook.
Right, wait a minute. I felt I was on the back foot.
By the way, guys, what if we turn our attention to the open section?
Right.
The champion, Fabiano Caruana, they have a very complicated position.
Oh, this is
I mean, they're blitzing it out. But
this is all theory.
It's complicated.
Yes.
It looks exciting, and but it's all engine-generated theory.
I was thinking, I'm not familiar with this line, but I see the clock. Wesley saw 1 hour 34 minutes, Fabiano 1 hour 31 minutes. So they know exactly what they are doing here.
Yeah, and I think Wesley has probably practiced this opening just about as well as any of the top grandmasters. And it always stunned me when I had to comment and I saw this position on the board and go, wow, the players are really throwing the patties. And my co-commentators would say, Yasser, I'm sorry to inform you, but this is all well known Very. We talk about the fight for second as we see knight takes c3, by the way, on the board.
Knight takes c3. Okay. All right. Bishop takes c3 and g takes f4 are the main moves. Knight takes c3 is also playable.
G takes f4, bishop takes c3. How many times is knight? Because that one is actually a little bit off the beaten track for
Only
me.
13 games with this move, knight to c3. This seems to be one of those typical situations in which you've known this position, you've analyzed it, but hey, let's take a look with the new engines and see what they say. And then they realized like a year ago that you can also take with the knight on c3.
Really?
Yes, yes. Like the previous engines probably were giving white some sort of an advantage, and then they started looking a bit deeper and understood that knight takes c3 is also an option.
Help me out here as far as like a conventional engine versus a cloud engine. So if I put this this position in a conventional and
I'll give you the example. There you go.
Right.
This is a conventional engine that we have right here. Not very powerful, but still very, very good.
That's
Can beat absolutely anybody in the world very easily. But this is saying 0.6. That's a decent advantage, decent opening advantage
for white.
For white. But again, if you put it on a cloud engine with 128 cores or you know things of monstrous like that, then you know if you let it think for a while, if you help the engine with a few moves, as you go deeper and deeper, you understand that in fact it's 0, 0, 0.
Which brings up my next question is, okay, so now I've got this marvelous monstrosity, this cloud engine, and it analyzes how many ply deep. We're talking about a ply being a half a move. So I make a move and my opponent makes a move, that's 2 ply.
Yes.
So using a cloud engine, will it analyze 20 moves?
Sometimes
40 ply?
More than that.
More than 40
They usually
ply.
go up to 40 very quickly. Like in a few seconds, they go up to 40. Yes.
In a few seconds.
Yes, yes.
So they could go as deep as an ending or
That's right.
even further.
That's right. And then if you let it think for a little bit longer, then it becomes a bit more precise, because sometimes in those slides they miss certain things and you have to help it as you make the moves on the board, right? And then it becomes aware of other options along the way. But if you let it think, yes, you can get quite a deep picture of what's happening in the position.
Simply extraordinary. And in the case of both these two, well, world-class grandmasters.
They analyze with the strongest engines.
They're as deep as you possibly can get.
But it looks like Wesley is thinking he already lost 3 minutes.
Right. Well, he had 134, right? Oh.
He's remembering his lines.
Well, if you got to remember it, 60 ply deep. I mean, hello.
C6.
Is this the conventional?
G takes f4. Yes, this has been played. Now we're up to 23 games in this position. E takes d7 should probably be the move.
So it's a little bit transposing.
Perhaps some transpositions. Yeah, like G takes f4 instead of knight takes c3, D takes c6, and then knight takes c3. Stuff of that nature.
Okay.
Right now we have bishop takes d7. I'm sort of curious what he's going to choose.
And I see you've got a game of Fabi right in front of you.
Also f takes g3. Yes, yes.
So
yes.
Fabi has played this exact position.
Not with f takes g3, but with bishop to d7. And now we see the change. He takes on g3 first. So in the previous game, the one that you were mentioning, that you see against Anish Giri, bishop takes d7 was the move, bishop takes c3, and then the player still made a draw. The thing is about this position, you have draws in a lot of variations, in fact. And that's why knight takes c3 works, bishop takes c3 works in that particular position. At this point, you can also take on f4. So you have 3 moves. Take on c3 with both pieces, or take on f4. Those are the main lines. We got all the way to this position. We're expecting rook ac8, and we're expecting it quickly, so let's keep an eye on...
Rook ac8 on the board. By the way, this shows us how intensely players work before the tournament, right? How much theory they analyze, so they're well prepared.
Absolutely. Bishop f5. Also, all standard stuff.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Bishop takes c3. We're expecting... By the way, isn't this the game of Wesley versus Hikaru from the American Cup?
Could very well be bishop takes c3.
I'm trying to remember, and I'm remembering a very similar ending. Queen to d1. We're going to see now. Queen takes d1.
Bishop takes d7, in fact, is what Wesley's
He played bishop takes d7. Okay, okay. Bishop takes d7, bishop takes a1. Okay, I think the players are actually
going through the motions, maybe.
blitzing out some drawish line. Bishop takes a1.
And from Wesley's point of view, a draw, Kate, gives him 6.5, but it does open up a possibility for Leinier to take clear second. Leinier would have to overcome Hans Niemann, right?
And maybe if Mishra wins, then Mishra ties with Wesley for the third place.
Exactly.
Okay.
By the way, they are still blitzing.
There's
like
never been a different result than draws in this
position.
Yes. Bishop takes b7, we expect queen takes e5.
By the way, first real threat. Queen takes g3 check.
Right, right.
Yeah, with queen takes e5. Bishops of opposite color. Well, I mean, I'm with you on this one, Cristian. You could almost call the game drawing at this point because it's such an equal position. Let's go to the game of Leinier and see what's happening as a Leinier crosses swords with Hans Niemann. This is a yes. These days, it's kind of hard to tell if it came out of a Joko piano with bishop c4 or Ruy Lopez, because oftentimes the bishop ends up on b3. Usually the telltale sign is the pawn on b5 as far as the Berlin or not. An anti-martial, and the players are still well within theoretical bounds.
Maybe we can jump back just for a second to the game of Carissa Yip.
Of course.
And Ruiyang Yan, because she did take her castling rights away, and she has this really cool line. I played it for white once. I actually lost this game. I have some bad feeling about it.
Yeah.
But I analyzed it deeply. It's not that easy really to play for white. So with this bishop f4.
So first of all, it was knight b5, and it wasn't bishop b4, right? It was bishop c5. Now this is a wrinkle for me, because I'm so used to bishop b4 or d6. Bishop? Wait a minute. Hold on. And now I'm confusing myself.
No, bishop c5 is a bit strange.
Right?
Yes, it's a sideline. It is a sideline. It's considered to be better for white. But
because I can actually play the move bishop e3 here, force you more or less to take e3. Now after check, king e7, it's not that easy to evict this knight. Like, I'm going to go queen d2 and castle's long.
Yeah, but I think the idea is that you go king f8.
Oh,
and then knight e8, like quickly.
So so king f8 takes, and now knight e8. Wow. Okay, so bishop c5, a wrinkle for me. Knight check, king e7.
Now bishop f4, simply defending that knight, kind of forcing Black to play e5 to give me that d5 square.
As well as, in this case,
first I have to do intermediate
the
check.
f5 square. Right.
I get check.
King went back to f8.
Bishop g8, bishop g5.
d6. Okay, who's blitzing out their moves now?
Ruiyang.
It's like, this is all part of her.
Yes.
And what do they call this opening?
Also the four knights variation. Again, I'm sure I can see more, but I don't want to press that button.
You know what? Okay.
You know what's going to happen with my board. So
right?
we're going to leave it at four knights variation. Apparently, our director is saying the Cobra variation.
I don't
I'm
believe
not sure
him.
if I believe him, but let's assume it's the Cobra
This is Tom.
variation.
This is Tom. We're talking about Cobra. What's happening in this line?
Well, now you have to address the idea of bishop takes f5, because I don't think you want to allow that. You can do so with knight to e3. That's one of the ways, and to my eyes at least is very logical, right? Because you want to go towards d5.
Okay.
Set up this pin already, so you might as well try to take advantage of it. And now the question is, okay, h6. My question is, what about bishop to h4? And this, the engine really doesn't like after g5, bishop to g3 and bishop to e6, saying that black has a very good position, very stable position.
Wow.
Despite of the fact that all these h6, g5 ideas, h4 doesn't seem to come with a lot of power in the position, because I just simply defend that rook with king to g7. So this is something that Ruiyang definitely analyzed at home. At the same time, if you have to go h6, bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, now you're going to play for the d5 square. And yes, it makes a lot of sense that white still preserves her opening advantage due to the fact that you have such a stable control over d5 square, and you can reinforce that with the move bishop to c4. This is part of the mainline theory, bishop to e6. Again, this is something more of a gamble from Ruiyang in this one. I'm saying, okay, I know that with best play, I'm probably going to get a worse position out of the opening. But at the same time, psychologically, I understand what I have to do. I understand what's at stake, right?
Right.
And what's at stake for you specifically, for Carissa. There's going to be a lot of nerves. So she's trying to play against Carissa's nerves in this one, play spoilers roll.
Carissa looks very calm at the board.
She always does.
I must say.
She's looking at her opponent like, what are you trying to trick me with?
It's a gamble.
Exactly.
It's a slight gamble.
We've been seeing in the ladies section, especially thanks to the efforts of Carissa, a number of King's Indian defenses. I've just turned my attention to the game of Alice Lee versus Ashritha, and I'm seeing one of my pet lines against the King's Indian as well, knight e2 and
Really,
knight g3.
knight e2, knight g3.
I also liked, you know, the same-ish as well as h3. The idea was to get in the move g4. So, for example, if I could just put a move on the board and you would play conventionally, let's just say e5.
a5.
And the whole idea of the setup was, I know that you're aspiring as black to play the move f5, and so I would like meet you ahead of the race. I meet you at the finish line, and I'd be setting up my pieces in such a way as to make the move f5
Yeah, the knight on
awkward.
g3 looks very nice, because sometimes on g1 it's unclear what the knight is doing. For example, in Samish,
Exactly.
I'm always like, okay, how do I get that guy out?
Exactly. In this particular case, Alice had a different approach in mind, and that approach, I think, was based on the idea of h4, h5. Ashritha kind of nipped it in the bud with her own h5. And
Playing very quickly, both of the players.
as if all of this is standard, and maybe it is. Very different approach, but in any case, the knight on g3 is making it very awkward for black to play the move f5. Let's say, for argument's sake, I just castle, and the desirable f5 is going to, unfortunately, leave a pawn on h5 hanging. Again, the desirable recapture being g6 takes f5, but at the cost of the pawn on h5. Intriguing. Your immediate...
I feel like we have a slightly similar position. I mean, the structure is almost the same in the game that Tatev Abrahamyan played with Carissa Yip. So there was like this bishop d7, c6, or we were talking about maybe some b5 ideas to kind of break in on that queen side.
Exactly. All right, we'll keep an eye on this one. And Cristian, what has caught your attention is we're in the championship rounds, baby.
Well, let's, yes, yes we are. Yes, we are. We already have one champion. Let's not forget about that.
Right.
It's all about the ladies, and I'm looking always at this line, at these ladies, Tokhirjonova and Carissa. Carissa, we've seen what happened. She hasn't played since. But take a look at this.
Knight e5.
We left it somewhere around here, and we remember rook to e8 followed by a6. That was Begim's choice in yesterday's game against Irina. Jennifer plays b6, which is the main line. C takes d5, take d, and now knight to e5, bishop to d3, by far the main line, rook to c1 as well. But knight to e5, okay, it's already asking a very serious question, and you have to address it immediately. If you do go bishop to b7, which, by the way, it's the most obvious move in the position,
it looks very conventional.
then I go bishop to d3, and in fact, it's not that good. What I was saying, and I was saying this yesterday as well, you have to put as much pressure on the knight on e5 as fast as possible. Otherwise, white is going to have enough resources to stabilize in the center. For example, bishop to d3. Now you go knight bd7. I can go f4 in this position. Yes, f4. You go bishop to d6. It doesn't really matter anymore. You don't get the type of play that you want. And in fact, the best way to do so, to get the play that you want, bishop to c3 was the move that was played in the game, is bishop to d6, followed by rook to e8. You can start with rook to e8 as well, because after bishop to d3, bishop to d6, f4, this is not that good. c5 ideas are going to come in the position, and the problem is you're not as fast as you should be. c5, for example, let's go castle. If I remember correctly, was it? Maybe I'm mishandling the position, because from what I remember, I had to put the knight on c6 and target the pawn on d4. So let's try to do that again.
Bishop b7 and knight c6?
Perhaps, yes. Bishop to b7 is one way, bishop to a6 is another way. But again, it's all about the fight against the knight on e5. And to be honest, with the move that she played, bishop takes c3, you're kind of helping me already. Bishop takes c3. I didn't even have to play a3. I'm going to say, okay, thank you very much. Give me two bishops. Bishop takes c3 and knight to e4. I understand. You will probably take that bishop back. I'm not going to go bishop to b4 and allow c5. I don't want that. But bishop to d3, this is a very good position. If you take on c3, I take back. And now you're starting to feel the heat in the position, because I'm going to go castle, f4. I always have in the back pocket, c4 to change the structure and get to your c7 pawn. This is a very stable long-term advantage for white. So bishop takes c3, I have to say, it's not looking good for Jennifer. Again, we're still early. Jennifer still hasn't made any big blunders in the position.
Rook c1
but I have to say,
quickly,
some imprecisions up to this point.
Yeah, rook c1 came quickly as Begim, I think this indicates she has a preference for recapturing on c3 with the rook. Putting pressure maybe on the c5.
I also think that maybe after bishop d3, black can play immediately bishop a6, trying to like trade the bishops, or maybe
bishop,
adding that exchange on c3. So with rook c1, Begim may be waiting for that bishop a6 and then recapturing on a6 immediately with kind of saving that one tempo.
That's one way, yes, that's one way to look at it, for sure. Now, again, it's all about the knight on e5. We need to kick that knight out, and we need to do it fast. Of course, f4, and this is the case right now, f4 doesn't work. Because of queen to h4. Don't do this. You can take on e5 and then queen to h4. The idea being that once you go g3, I take on g3, the game is over. So don't do. This is a very typical puzzle rush tactic. Yes, tactic that we learned in the first 6 months.
By the way, I get credit for that. When the puzzle rush gives me this tactic and I go queen h4, it gives me a green check mark. It's another one, baby.
You feel like you got the bonus.
I got that. I know this.
But you have to be fast also.
I know.
They count the time as well, so you know it gets tricky.
But your immediate knight d7, boy, I mean, doesn't it present that lovely knight c6 square?
You want to go to c6. The problem is queen to f6. You resign on the spot.
Gosh darn it.
That's a problem.
Good morning, St. Louis.
Boom. Yes.
Yes, of course it does.
And I don't, again, no f4, no knight to c6. So what are you going to do? Probably you have to come back. But again, I don't like what Begim did with this move, rook to c1, because if you go bishop to d3 first and then knight to d7, this is a completely different situation. I can take on d7, and now I can go queen to h5. And this is different, because you cannot take the bishop anymore, at least not before you weaken your pawn structure. First of all, you still have to defend the pawn on d5. No time for d6, because queen takes d5. So in this way, white would have gotten a nice advantage, stable, nice advantage. Maybe I can even go castle at some point and save my bishop. If I manage to do that, save that dark square bishop, then I'm going to really enjoy my bishop pair for the remainder of the game. That's not going to happen after rook to c1. What? F6? She just played the move f6.
Jennifer.
Oh, this is a mistake. This is a strategical mistake.
It's a lot of weakening of the light squares.
Too
much.
Knight d3, knight f4.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Oh my goodness.
No. This is not looking good for Jennifer. Perhaps Begim, in her preparation, Well, Jennifer for sure missed her
Mixed
ideas.
ideas,
But perhaps Begim spotted a weakness in Jennifer's understanding of certain type of structures and positions, and perhaps that's one of them.
F7, F6. Well, knight d3 is begging to be played. This has really suddenly became a very big advantage for Begim, as I'm looking at knight d3 followed by knight f4, and I just like, wow.
So there are so many pieces still to develop. So
what does Grandmaster
Knight d3 immediately played,
Ben Feingold say? Never play f6, never play f3. You're weakening your king side too much. Knight d3, and already a huge advantage just in under a dozen moves.
Again, it's a strategical advantage. It can develop nicely, and you're not risking as much. Like, it's going to increase slowly but surely. You're going to have problems with that pawn on d5. If you do take on c3, then I have options. I can take with the b pawn. I can take with the rook as well, and put more pressure on c7, probably with the rook, especially after rook to c1.
Well, indeed, because if you have to play c7, c6, that pawn on c6 is on an open half-open file, and it's backwards for forever, essentially.
Yes.
And in the meanwhile, I can see that this knight wants to go to f4, so you have ideas like knight takes d5 and bishop c4. For me, I see this as, well,
I feel like black is going to be struggling now for the rest of the game.
Yeah,
it's not a pleasant position.
No,
sure.
I don't even want to make a suggestion here. I just say take it back. This is not good. How is Carissa doing?
Hasn't played yet.
So maybe let's take a look around on all the games in the women's section.
Absolutely. The last move was d7, d6. Well, let's jump to Tatev and Irina. And I really think that this is an incredibly different and important approach. When I remember the game that Talia had played, where she played d6 and bishop d7 and knight f6, and walked into a situation where she was literally losing out of the opening. Unlike that game, Irina has played it much more cagily. She's kept her knight on g8, so the whole g4, g5 isn't coming with a big tempo, and the knight doesn't have a square in this case.
But the g5 move is very interesting. I feel like you don't
space.
usually grab that space like too early, right? You
Right.
start maybe with f4, you develop that bishop, or king b1.
Exactly.
But Tatev is playing very fast on that king side.
Yeah, king b1, you usually toss in that move. So it's awkward. As long as the queen remains on d4, it's awkward to develop the kingside pieces. So it's incumbent upon black to get rid of the queen.
Right.
And one way of doing that is by playing knight to e7. Let's just put king b1 on the board for a moment. And now with the move knight to c6, we can drive the queen away, which means that we can develop the bishop and castle. I'm sure we're still in theory.
But Yasser, I'm wondering,
please.
after knight e7,
Please.
can I just try to punish you? Bishop takes b5.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're going to sacrifice against my queen side.
Because I want to jump with my knight
Yes.
on the d6 and then f7.
And yes. So have I blundered a pawn? I probably have. And the question is something like this. I got the two bishops. Probably it's not enough.
Yeah, because rook
No.
e1, we know
Yeah.
about the kind of strategic sacrifice knight
You're
d5 that
right.
Carissa already played in this tournament.
Yeah, and again, that was against Talia, the knight c6 to b5.
Right.
If I play b4 and force your knight to a4, yes.
I hate to interrupt.
Oh my
but I do
gosh.
think that we're going to see a handshake in the Wesley versus Fabi game. So let's move to that one.
That board is almost
Yes.
empty.
Boy, did we see a vacuuming of the pieces take
That
place
didn't take
there.
long. No.
Yeah. Well, I remember the St. Louis Chess Club, before it became a no-draw offer, said no draw offers before move 30. I think they just reached move 30 of the players.
And I think it's just a repetition.
Right. And I
Fabi,
think
that
Wesley,
smile on the face.
yeah, Wesley congratulates Fabi for a well-deserved victory, undefeated, but at the same time was saying to Fabi, congratulations on drawing against me.
You managed.
You managed. Well done. Well done. Also, doesn't it mean that Wesley goes undefeated?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
he didn't lose that game
Plus
to Ray
two.
Robson. In
His
fact, he
typical
won.
+2. He loves the +2.
He loves the plus
He
two.
loves the +2.
It's brought him victory, and our congratulations once again to Fabiano, who came in today already champion, but it just
Yes.
feels that much nicer to go undefeated. That's very
And if I'm
impressive.
thinking about all the positions that he's had, I cannot remember him being worse in any game. He missed a couple of chances, but those from being better, from being winning, sometimes even against Sam Shankland, against Sam Sevian, he was slightly better, but not by much, only one moment in that one. But he hasn't been worse.
Well, I felt at one moment that Hans Niemann was better.
Right,
before-
okay, that's right.
Yeah,
That's true.
but it was coming out of the opening, you know, and Hans was white, so it was a.
Yes, no. He got slightly outplayed in that early middle game
Right.
with that knight to h5, missed that move knight to h5, and then. But he was mentioning if I managed to go c5
Then
as
he
black,
felt,
then
he
he
was
felt
balanced.
good about his position.
exactly.
And that's why I think rook to c1 was necessary from Hans. And once he didn't spot that one, he got a lot of counter chances.
Exactly. Very, very, very impressive champion. And to repeat, we said to ourselves, we were saying to ourselves, when was the last repeat champion? Because we do have players like Sam Shankland, who has a fantastic result, and Karu, with Gadakamsky. We've had
the
these
field
champions.
is also getting really strong, much stronger.
definitely.
We had 4 players who broke the 2800.
I know, it could easily have been a Levon Aronian.
Well, in fact,
And,
it was Wesley that repeated just recently, 2020 and 2021, but 2020 was online.
Online.
And it
the
was
COVID.
rapid time control. It wasn't the classical time control.
And
Wesley
here,
saw in second place.
standings. Yeah, Wesley saw 6.5 points, hoping to stay there and not having Leinier
Pass
playing or
you-
passing him. And Fabiano Caruana, 8 out of 11. Fantastic performance.
Absolutely. I'm just going to jump to the game of Leinier now that we know that the silver medal is up for grabs here. In his game with Hans Niemann, anti-martial with a2, a4, bishop b7, played earlier in the tournament. Knight a5, bishop a2, all very standard stuff thus far. A takes, bishop g5, bishop takes f6, knight to c2, as the knight makes a beeline towards the f5 and d5 squares. Knight c2, knight c6. I don't know, Kate. I mean, to my eyes, I think I like white a smidge, but it's sort of like black has succeeded. He's got his fair share of the center, effective development.
Yeah, I'm
and
expecting
save
something
king.
like knight e7 maybe now.
Right. And
Target that bishop and what you want to.
well, the whole point of the move bishop d5 was to kind of deny black the two bishops, right? And then maybe you've got some kinds of ideas, I don't know. Of,
So if I go g6 now,
right, in
to
order
be ready to hide my bishop on g7.
Yeah, I'd probably be inclined to a move like h4. Maybe, again, if I can play h5 and establish some outposts.
I start trading the rooks, rook takes a1, another rook on a8.
Yeah, hack and
I
sack.
feel it should be very solid for black.
I know. Don't you feel like at the end of the day, you know, the opening has been just ever so slightly favors white.
But you know, one thing I see is that Leinier Dominguez, he lost no time, right? He made all his moves very quickly. He has 1 hour, 31 minutes, while Hans is a little bit off theory already because he has 1 hour, 8 minutes. So Leinier knows exactly what he's doing, so he may know how to maybe push for an advantage there.
Okay, we'll keep an
And bishop to
eye on
d5
this one.
was the novelty. in
Was it
this
not?
game.
All
Yes,
of this has
yes.
been played up to this moment.
Yes,
What
knight to
has-
e3 was the
Previously
previous game,
seen.
and
Yeah.
only one game.
So knight e3, and I like Kate's move, knight e7, just, controlling these two guys. So long as you can't play knight g4, and I don't have an awkward way of meeting knight g4. But the move bishop d5, how did the computer assess?
And that's the idea. If you do go knight to e7,
Yes.
which is, again, very natural.
conventional, yeah.
Bishop takes b7, queen takes b7, and it does seem like after knight to e3 I have a slight pull.
Okay.
Not much.
But-
Definitely not much.
Right.
But this is something that, Leinier has looked at with the help of the engine. He knows the plans. He knows how to create some imbalances and probably feels comfortable. Because again, look, this is a real Lopez. It's going to be very difficult to get an objective advantage out of the opening. So this one, a very intriguing, complex battle about to shape up. But for the final time in this event, we're going to say hi to Wesley. Wesley, welcome back to the show. A quiet day at the office for you. The strategy seems to have been clear. Tell us a bit about today's game. Tell us a bit about your estimation about your performance at this championship.
Well, thank you, guys. It's nice to be back. But first, I'd like to say a big congratulations to Fabiano Caruana for winning his third U.S. Chess Championship. It was a very well-deserved victory. He could have won an extra more game, actually. But yeah, he's been playing really, really well recently. He also almost won Norway. He won Romania. And he's also playing very well on speed, on faster time controls, which I'm not sure how you do that. You play well. But yeah, well-deserved victory, and I hope he keeps it up, especially for next year's Olympiad. Maybe we can finally win another gold medal.
Absolutely, yeah. A big Olympiad is coming up. But tell us about your play.
That's the plan.
That's the plan.
Well, my play has been subpar. That's why I didn't feel like playing today, considering the way that he's been playing and the way that I've been playing. The way that I've been playing in the last few months was not entirely what I was hoping for, and it didn't exactly go my way. So the World Cup, I had like a mental breakdown. So I'm still reeling from that. I'm still recovering. After the World Cup, I played in the World Team Championship, and my teammates pretty much carried me. I scored 50%. So it's clear that I need to work harder on my chess. I need to set things right. The +2 performance in this tournament is very good, considering all things. But I wasn't especially pleased with my play. I thought I was making bad decisions here and there, like small positional decisions. Yesterday against Hans Niemann, I guess if I played knight d7 instead of queen d6, maybe I had some chances, maybe it was the last chance to try to fight for the tournament victory. But it is what it is. And right now, at least I get 3 weeks of relaxation. And I'll still try to, work on my chess and try to recover. But coming before tournament, I knew that the U.S. Championship was going to be tough. This is my 9th year, and as I said from the beginning, I believe the U.S. Championship is the toughest tournament of the year, considering that everyone's very well prepared and you're playing against young people. So in the end, I can't really complain, but I have to play better chess.
Many players,
but
not many at your level, but many players throughout the world experience this type of slumps in their form, in their shape. How do you address that as an elite competitor? How do you do it?
Well, I guess you just live your life a day at a time. You keep working, take it easy. If it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. I just try to be happy and relaxed. Try to put in my work every day. Try to put in a couple hours at least, of chess work every day, and then see what happens. After all, that's all you can do. No one knows the future, what the future holds. But I do hope Fabiano becomes a world champion one day. But no one knows. So I mean, you just gotta keep working, taking it easy. Enjoy life. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. But also, my mom kept telling me that chess has changed these days compared to a decade ago. There's a lot more faster time controls. There's a lot more online chess. There's bullet. And I can't really blame people for it happening because due to advancement of technology, not everyone wants to watch a classical game. Like, I'm not gonna sit in front of a computer and watch a 4-hour game. It's like watching paint dry. But I look at the critical moment. And
we try to make it a bit more exciting, Wesley.
yeah, for sure. You three keep it going, but Yasser has a lot of experience and you're gaining a lot. But okay, no offense intended. But
I love it.
But Vichy Anand told me in Amsterdam that people don't even watch entire games nowadays. They just watch clips of the games. So it is what it is. But I think if there's only one time control in chess, it'll be easier for me to focus on that. But nowadays, like the last few years, I've been earning as much money from fast time controls as classical. So you have to be very good at both. And I find that a bit uneasy. But we're trying our best. So
your training in rapid sometimes takes away from your training in classical. That's definitely a balancing act. Wesley, thank you very much for your good performance in this event and for your entertaining interviews as well. Guys, any questions for Wesley?
Yeah, very, very quick.
Thank you, guys.
Very, very quick question for you, Wesley. Not talking about your performance, but I always like these U.S. championships in terms of the new talents that come.
Oh, yeah.
And the debut
For sure.
of Mishra, for me, has been a real revelation. He's played here, in my estimation, extremely successfly and maturely. Your take, sitting across the board from Mishra, how does it feel for you from your perspective?
Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, during the last few years, the United States is a big country, and we have a lot of great, amazing talents that come up the scene. Mishra is clearly exceptional. He's very talented, but he's also, I guess, hardworking and very intense. Yeah, his father sure has big plans for him. I think he's doing very, very well. He's got a bright future ahead of him. There are a lot of questions that needs to be answered. Mostly, is he willing to keep this up, or does he want to become a professional chess player?
Right.
Because when you're a teenager, like, you're very focused on chess. You're very motivated. You're doing well, but we don't know yet what happens in the future. But right now, the future looks, really bright for him. I predict he'll reach 2,700 soon, one day, if things keep up. But it's nice to see that we have all these amazing talents come up here and there. He's not an easy opponent to play with. He's got a lot of strengths, and there's still room for improvement. But I'm sure that he can do it. I think St. Louis is doing a good job in cultivating younger players. Also, U.S. Chess, and also we have the Samford Fellowship for people under the age of 26. So I guess my message to Mishra, just keep doing what he's doing. He'll keep improving. He'll get there. At least we have a very young teenager to challenge the Indian prodigy from other side.
Wesley, congratulations on your performance. Thank you for the fighting chess. It looks like you're really respectful of all the other players and appreciative. Thank you for that as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, after I realized that I couldn't beat Tang, there's no easy opponent in the U.S. Championship.
All right. Thank you, Wesley.
Thanks.
And indeed, Cristian, tell us what's going on in Begim's position. Has Jennifer righted the ship, or how is the situation?
Oh, I wasn't really looking. I was transfixed by Wesley's interview as well.
And his explaining about my great experience as a commentator making...
I love it. Look, he was nice to me the first time.
Right.
Now he paid you guys some homage as well. I like it. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. A5. So this is after knight to d3, right? F6, we said that was a very suspicious move. I have to say.
Very suspicious.
Weakening the light squares around the king. Don't do that. A5, knight to f4, c6. And now this is the position that we currently have with black to move. And it's looking good for white. Because the problem is, once you play the move c6, if you do take on c3, and I take back with the rook, the knight is stuck on b8. Forever. At least for the moment, right? Yeah, until you manage to go bishop to b7. But with this structure, do you actually play bishop to b7?
No.
Do you leave the light squares around the king's side weakened like that? No. So nothing is really working in good cooperation right now for black. I'm struggling to find. And remember when I told you, hey, if you at some point allow me to go bishop to e1, drop the bishop back, hide it from your knight, and then go f3, and then go bishop to f2 and have the two bishops and the potential break in the center with e4, then that's going to give me a very nice advantage. Again, long-term, nice advantage, and the problem is that black doesn't seem to have counter chances. Generally, you get something on the king side.
Somewhere, yeah.
It doesn't really look like there's anything right now in the position. And guess what? You're not going to break with c5 anytime soon either because of the weakness of d5. So it looks problematic. It looks good for Begim right now, as we can see from the line scores. And we mentioned this at the beginning of the show. For the moment, Jennifer Yu has a tremendous score in their head-to-head against Begim Tokhirjonova. But in this tournament, Begim, her shape is so much more superior to Jennifer's. But we also discussed this before the show. Those last rounds, they have different rules.
They do.
And anything and absolutely everything can happen.
Yeah, well, you got to keep your nerves and stay calm. I just want to turn our attention to Carissa's position for just a moment. She got surprised in the opening. Certainly the whole bishop c5 approach surprised me as well. Against d7, d6, after some consideration, what, about 20 minutes or so? Knight f5, e3, the engine's recommended move, was played as she sidesteps ideas of bishop takes f5, and after bishop e6, queen d2, h6, bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, knight d5. This is the current position. And your take on it, Kate? I mean, okay,
the one thing I like for black, the development is very easy, right? So Ruiyang Yan lost no time whatsoever in the beginning because you just want this h6, you force the bishop away, you recapture with queen, you put the bishop on e6. So you don't have to think much how to set up your pieces. But now you have a decision. So knight d5.
I'm assuming the queen drops back. I have no desire really to
open up.
Yeah, to trade.
Yeah, put another knight on that d5 square.
But now having said that, the one thing I might consider, bishop takes e3. The idea is if you take with the queen, then I kind of eliminate your hold, if you will, over the d5.
Then knight d4 and c file is opening.
Or knight d4, yes, but exactly.
I have to take back with the knight, right?
Do we? Okay, so bishop takes.
I really don't like to take with the pawn. I don't know why.
Fair. And the question is, okay, I haven't moved my queen. Can I play g6 and king g7? Okay.
I'm sure you can, but how will that position be, in fact?
Know.
Let's say bishop to c4.
Bishop to c4.
Say I exchange the light square bishops.
On whose terms?
That's a good question, right.
f6. Pardon me, g6.
Let's go castle, short castle.
But what if... I mean, g6 I get, but we always have this queen g6 move to kind of target e4 and g2.
I will defend with f3, and I will defend both of those pawns with f3.
I've got... I'm not 100% sure the queen belongs there. If I was going to... But to your point, if I was going to move the queen, I kind of want... I don't know. It's a...
You want to exchange.
Yeah, I do want to trade. Anyway, just to finish the thought, Carissa's position balanced.
But now, Rook D1, and you start putting pressure on that D6 pawn, right?
Right.
After this bishop to E3, I just feel like black should be worse.
Yeah, I'm not anxious to give up the two bishops. I didn't know whether I wanted to play Queen G5. Oh, you do have Knight C7. I do apologize. If I wanted to encourage you to play H4 or just retreat. Quick take. You prefer white?
I think I prefer white. I like that position a little bit more because that D5 square is occupied and white pieces look nicer.
We are with our 2023 U.S. champion, Cristian.
Fabiano, you had a full night to sit on this result. How impactful is this national championship for you?
Yeah, it's always very special for me to win the U.S. championship, and it's been very difficult in the past for me. I went many years without being able to break through, and last year things went smoothly, this year as well. So it's very important for me, both from the point of view of how strong of a tournament it is, and also from a personal point of view because it is the U.S. championship.
Did you take any lessons from last year's championship victory into this year's championship?
I thought that it felt similar to last year in the sense that nobody is really making like huge strides towards, like there are some years where people start to run away with it. For example, I can recall in 2018, I had a good event, but Sam Shankland went +6 and there was no way for me to catch up at the end, despite my best efforts. But I think also chess in general these days, it's harder to get a win. It just seems like the level of play in general and the level of preparation is so high for people that you see everyone struggling to create chances, or sometimes they do, but it's because you unexpectedly get chances during the game. Mm-hmm. Like those kind of clinical displays that used to be very common where you get an advantage from the opening, you increase the pressure and you win, are exceedingly rare these days. So, of course, it's really huge for me that I was able to do it this time, because I know that these tournament victories don't come easily, and I know it from experience, and these days it gets more and more difficult, especially with the young guys getting stronger and they're super motivated. So you have to put a huge amount of effort into these types of events.
Guys, any questions for our champion?
Absolutely, Kate.
I have one question, Fabiano. First of all, congratulations, great performance. What would you say is your favorite game of this tournament?
It's kind of hard to say. I would say the game which I recall most fondly is the game against Hans, because that was pretty much the game that I really needed to win to keep up. When Leinier and Wesley they were picking up wins near the end, I needed to keep that gap. So that was super important. In terms of wins, I don't feel I played a super beautiful game in any of the games. Like generally speaking, I played some decent games, but nothing that I can recall as like going to be super memorable. But yeah, maybe that game against Hans, and like the most important game I feel is the game against Dariusz. I think that was really important for my tournament, because if I had drawn that game, and it seemed for a long time that I had no chances to win the entire game pretty much, I don't think that it would have gone as smoothly in the remainder of the event. So that game I look back as maybe the most essential moment in the tournament.
Mm-hmm, because sometimes it's about just like playing a really long game and waiting for that opponent to make a mistake.
Yeah. Bobby, I also would add my admiration and congratulations for your victory. Your key rival, Wesley So, he came on the show and he said, you know, if there was only one time control in chess, I could focus on it and I'd feel like I could perform better. And he mentioned specifically you, that you have improved. You've had a very good 2023. In the candidates again, you've won the back-to-back U.S. championships. In Norway, you were simply excellent. But you've also improved your blitz and your online speed play. And he almost openly asked, how does he do it? How do you get better at blitz as well as classical. Normally you focus on one or the other.
Well, I think that chess is chess, so any sort of chess work will improve your results in any area of the game. I do understand his point that it's difficult to constantly be readjusting to the different time controls. If I could give Wesley any one piece of advice, I would say that it helps to take up podcasting. That's that's the one thing I would say. I'm looking forward to the Wesley podcast someday.
All right, very good. Fabi, what can we say? Just tip of the hat, well done, and keep up the great work. I know the Sinkville Cup is coming up for you, so you still have a lot more challenges this year ahead of you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Here we go. The 2023 U.S. Chess Champion, Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana.
Absolutely. Very, very well done indeed. And undefeated again. It always feels so much better when you do manage to make it an undefeated.
I don't know, man, about that advice. Podcasting is difficult. Podcasting is for those retired guys, for those retired that cannot handle the pressures of tournaments, competition, and stuff like that. So I don't know, Wesley. Maybe you shouldn't take that.
Don't take it to
don't
heart.
take it to heart.
Yes. There we have it. Give us some chess. Chess is chess.
Chess is chess.
Give us some chess. What's going on?
Nothing has happened since this one.
Okay,
Knight CD5. At least it seems like Ruiyang is finally out of her preparation. And she's thinking, has a lot of options at her disposal. One of them was bishop takes c3. Again, I don't feel like we should give up the two bishops, especially not bishop takes c3. Maybe I will give this bishop on a6, but at the same time, if I give the light square bishop, then who's going to guard all these weaknesses, right? The bishop on c5 sure is going to be a good defensive and maybe offensive piece at times as well, but it can be kicked around. a3, b4, stuff of that nature. I don't feel secure with my outpost on c5. So I think what I want to do is go queen to h4, maybe even queen to d8, things of that nature, poke around this side of the board. And by the way, queen to h4, what are you going to do? How are you going to react to me attacking that pawn on d4? You don't have f3 at your disposal, and that's the key about this move, queen to h4. You have to defend it with the bishop. At the same time, once you committed the bishop to d3, no longer bishop to c4, no longer g3 followed by bishop to g2, you've committed to a square, right? And you're going to lose some tempies to get it to a different place. And I'm not 100% sure if bishop to d3 in this setup, in this pawn structure, is the right square for the light square bishop. So, again, it's a very complex battle. I would still say that white has the edge, but black, given the two bishops, given if she manages to go g6, and you mentioned this correctly, g6, king g7, get the king to g7, make the connection between the rooks, and then that's going to be a very, very decent, I would say even favorable Sveshnikov style position for black.
Exactly. I want to turn our attention to the game between Talia and Anna for a moment, just as to contrast and compare, if you will, Kate. If you look at the game of Talia and think of the game of Jennifer Yu and Begim for a moment, very similar, except in this particular case, Anna has done a lot of things much better than Jennifer. To begin with, she hasn't played bishop b4 takes c3 and given up the bishop. The bishop actually sits kind of nicely on the d6 square.
And doesn't really allow that knight e5 jump.
To begin with, stopping the knight e5, but also protecting this pawn on c7. Maybe you get to play c5. Anna has also put her bishop on a6. So essentially to deny this light square bishop from being a good piece. From black's perspective, trading, playing with c6, putting the knight on e4, we see the rook on c1.
I would say the big difference is that we do have that knight on f6 ready to jump, as you showed on e4, instead of the pawn on f6 that is creating weaknesses and just forces the knight to be somewhere else.
Yeah, in Jennifer's game, the pawn is actually on f6, which just looks like an ugly square. Imagining Anna completely misplaying her pieces so that she could play the move f7, f6 gives us an indication that Jennifer's got things wrong. Again, I'm just going to go around the horn for a moment and pick up with Atusa and Nasi. Okay,
It's
this was
another
another.
Kaitan.
I was about to say there's a whole line of people wanting to take on Nasi in the
Nazi
Karakan.
is saying third time is the charm.
Exactly. She sees Bishop E2, complete change of strategy for Nasi. I'm not going to give you any queenside expansions. No A4,
We saw
A5,
two
A6
games
for you.
where Begim Tokhirjonova and Carissa Yip both went A4,
Exactly.
C4, and kind of won that game.
And Nasi says, well, in this particular game, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make an outpost for my knight in the middle of the board. The square D5 is home for my knight. Very different approach. And frankly, I wouldn't want to see Nasi lose the same game three times in a row. Good to see that. I'm going to jump to the game of Alice Lee versus Ashritha.
So
and we
Ashritha
did.
was trying to kind of break in on that queen side with A4, knight C5, but
And
no
we-
C6.
No C7, C6. Well, the problem with the C6 is it does open up the D file. Now, the question that Alice has for herself, she's got this knight kind of okay. It does do this and this, but where's her play? She doesn't want to play F4. She does not.
Because that
want
will
to play
open up the
F4.
dark square bishop.
Exactly. She doesn't want to play B4. So long term, Alice has to be asking herself, where does she want to play? Well, she's come up with the move knight B5, inviting what she imagines will be something that's favorable for her. Any trade and the bishop and the queen are hitting the C5 square. Overall, I would say that black is actually kind of okay with all of this. Queen D8, pretty much okay. Still a lot of chess to be played. Back over to you, Christian. What do you have?
Let's just see what happened in this game between Begim and Jennifer
Let's
Yu,
do
a
it.
critical one for the standings. C6, knight f4, this is where we left it off, and she played the move knight to d7. We did discuss these ideas with bishop to e1 and f3. Bishop
Right.
to e1 right now would have been close to decisive. Bishop to e1,
Wow.
what do you do next? I guess you can go bishop to b7. The problem is after f3, let's say knight to d6, bishop to f2. Where is your next move? How do you continue? I know how I am going to continue. I'm going to go rook to e1, bishop to d3, queen to c2, put some pressure, create some more weaknesses, because you will have to do either g6 or h6, and those
Right.
will create weak squares around your king. And then, if I don't have a way to deal with that, I'm just simply going to go e4.
E4,
So rook
expanded
e1, bishop
descending.
d3, queen c2. In the meantime, you have nothing to do. And I have full control over the dark squares. That's very important. It's very important to hold on to the bishop. She played the move f3, which is also a good move, also keeping a pretty significant advantage, but it doesn't have the same impact
Two
as
bishops.
two bishops is so nice, right?
Right.
You're simply going to enjoy. And we've seen that with Irina versus Begim yesterday. Irina was enjoying her two bishops advantage. Knight takes c3, rook takes c3, almost forced. I don't expect Jennifer to go knight d6. She might, but I don't expect that. And then bishop to b7, and there's a, a very nice line in this position. I can go e4. And in fact, you cannot touch that pawn. If you do take on
Rook
e4,
h3
this is
mate.
game over.
Rook h3
Wow,
mate.
check.
Knight g6, I'm giving you the
Yeah,
knight
yeah,
like
yeah.
this, and now I just simply take. There's no way to stop
Rook
rook to
h3.
h3. Absolutely no way to stop rook to h3. You cannot cover this a to g8 diagonal with any of your pieces. Game over. Right. Beautiful line. Obviously, she's not going to take. If they go to this position after e4, you can just sit like this, play the move knight to f8, defend the pawn on d5. Again, white has a very comfortable edge, but with the two bishops, I like it even more. Without the two bishops, I like it a bit less, but again, it's a very significant advantage.
We are starting also to see time advantage, because Begim has already 20 minutes advantage right now over Jennifer.
Yeah, that's actually quite significant, and that I love it when my opponent is in time trouble. But I'm kind of flummoxed that you don't play knight takes c3 immediately. It'd be like I'd be grabbing that bishop with both hands, and you know, before you move it, type of thing. And you've got the game of no, it's not that interesting a game. You're just going through it. Let's go and
Somebody
continue.
told us Sam Shankland was winning, but that was fake news.
Fake news.
Sam
Okay.
Shankland is definitely not winning.
Just want to say that in the game of Tatev and Irina, we've seen, remember when we left it more or less here, and I was proposing knight e7, and then you clobbered me with the move bishop takes b5.
I remember.
Yeah, that was very good. And the whole point was the knight d6. I was thinking that if I'm in Irina's shoes and I can't play the move knight e7, this confounding pawn on g5 really bothers me. Imagine I play h6. What you going to do? Because now that the rook is up on d2, you're not playing h4. I don't think you want to play rook g1. h6, I want to take on a g5 is my intention. What do you think of that?
Usually the response is g6, right? To just give up the pawn. But since black pawn has not moved from d7, the e6 square is not going to be weak.
Exactly.
So I will play, I may capture.
You may capture. Because the other move that really caught my eye was if I play h6, and I didn't know if this was a threat or not. Bishop f4.
You're very direct.
Yeah, it just happens that you're set up for this mate in one. You know, you can't take the bishop, and I don't know if you're happy with the move queen c6. So just capture. Okay, again, I'm sitting here saying, I can't play a game 3 pieces down. Everybody's in their dormitory room. Nobody got out into the battle. Knight takes h6. A very different approach by Irina, but we'll keep an eye on this one as I'm going to send it over to you, Cristian, in the open.
So we had the wrong Sam. It's Sam Sevian that actually has a winning position. Take a look at this. Okay. So this is very typical, standard
Absolutely.
stuff. You play c3, you allow d5, that's the marshal. Right. And then Sam Sevian plays the move d3. And right now, Andrew spends 30 minutes off his clock and doesn't play the d6, which is considered to be the main line by far. But he plays d5. He's wondering, why can't I play d5? Well, guess why? There's a reason behind that. Take. I'm going to take your pawn, and after knight to d4, knight to c3.
Yeah,
this is what we have.
This has actually been seen, crazily
This
enough.
should be known, right? This has been seen, this should be known, but it doesn't seem like Andrew was aware of these technicalities. Knight to b4 and now a3. a3 has not been played. He's thinking Sam Sevian right now, but after a3, this looks very good for white.
You wanted to say winning, but you stopped yourself.
If not winning, yes. Knight takes b3, c takes b3,
knight
you cannot
c6.
Go back. No, you cannot go knight c6.
I
Knight
know,
c6 is coming for white.
Knight c6 is coming for white.
Exactly.
Plus 7.
This is over, right?
Yeah.
So you have to go f6 after taking on b3, but I have to say, I'm looking at the position. I'm seeing queen to f3 ideas, maybe just the simple knight to f3, preserve my extra pawn, and where's your compensation?
No, it's a
I mean, I have 2 bishops. Is it that clear? So
well,
if I go back knight c6?
That's the thing. You have to go to knight c6. You would love to go knight d5 and then bishop d7 and stabilize like that. But knight to c6 is not the best position for the knight because I can go b4. At some point, I will get something on the c file. And again, where's the knight going? You cannot go to d4, you cannot go to e5 because
so let's
you
go
lose
bishop
another pawn.
g4 just for a second.
Yes.
I want to put some pressure on that knight.
Yes.
Okay.
So let's go, and that's why I played b4 as well, to get out of this pin whenever I want with the move queen to b3. So let's start with bishop
knight
to
d4.
f4. Knight to d4.
You want to sacrifice your queen. Knight takes d4, bishop takes d1.
Knight c6. I mean,
knight
that's,
c6.
Yeah, that's serious.
That is really...
you cannot allow...
so that's 3 light pieces for a queen.
Knight
you
takes
are
7.
saying
You cannot
that's
allow knight
game
takes.
over.
You have to go bishop b3 and go into this endgame, but this is not pleasant.
Yeah, that's very difficult to see. Wow.
Nejmedinov will be very proud of the queen sacrifice there.
So a3, objectively, at least the engines are saying that white is
Andrew's back.
borderline winning.
Wow.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Cristian. It's that time of our broadcast where we get ready for our first break of the day. And as we do that, we always go to our friends at Q Boutique to see what's the specials are. Well, guess what? It's T-shirt day. Grab the newest apparel for the 2023 U.S. Chess Championship. These shirts proudly feature the logos of the 2023 U.S. Chess Championship on the front the official St. Louis Chess Club logo on the sleeve, and the back displays the names of the players in each field. The red shirts are in the men's styles and display the players of the open field, and the blue are in a women's style and represent the women's field. The red shirt is 50% cotton, 50% polyester. The blue shirt is 60% cotton and 40% polyester. Somebody's getting ripped off in that deal. I don't know who's getting the better deal, but both are only available while limited supplies last. Available at QBoutiqueSTL.com, and we're going to see you all on the other side of this break.
Begim, thank you so much for joining me today. Tell me a little bit about your chess upbringing.
Thank you, Sabina, for having me. And when it comes to my chess upbringing, it's influenced by my family, by my siblings. My sisters played chess when they were like 9, 10 years old. They started it. And when I was around like 6, 7 years old, I remember watching them play. And that got me interested in chess. But my brother was the one who actually taught me how to play chess when I was 3.5 years, 3-ish years, as I was told. So I don't really remember how I learned how to play chess, but I have been playing chess since I know myself.
Wow, that's very nice. How many siblings do you have?
I have three sisters and then one brother.
Okay, I didn't know about the brother, so learning new
yeah,
things.
He's the one who never played chess, but he knows how to play chess and always follows games, my tournaments.
And is he the one who taught all of you to play?
No, actually, my dad was the one who told my sisters how to play, and my brother is the third. So his responsibility was to teach me how to play. So it's only me.
I see. So you learned around 3.5, 4, and how did you continue after that? Were you excited that your sisters were playing and you kind of learned from them? You wanted to be stronger or just be able to compete? Or
I never had such a great motivation. Oh, I want to do that, or I want to win this tournament. It was about traveling. Actually, I was a crazy kid. I would never sit down and work on anything. I loved playing games with my friends. Basically, it was a totally different dynamic back then. And the opportunity that we got back in Uzbekistan at the time was, if you win the national championships by 1.5 points, you were eligible to go to Asian and World Championship. You're only you. So it was my huge motivation, traveling and going to both of them. So I would try to beat everyone. I won a lot of my games like that for that reason. And then chess was something very fun for me. I would just play back.
I see. So you basically were motivated by the opportunities that chess gave you to travel. And I'm assuming you did a lot of work in order to be able to win all those.
It's just it was the way my family motivated me, because they knew what I like. And then they knew I like chess, but I couldn't sit down and work, because at that time I was too young to understand why I should do that, basically.
So did you have times that you were spending together working on chess, playing, or maybe studying end games, middle games?
Absolutely. My oldest sister, she's a WGM, and my younger sister, she's a FIDE master too. She's a quite strong player, and they helped me a lot. Even my brother, he's a candidate master. So it's just chess is all around my family, and I worked quite a lot with my sisters until I reached a point when I needed more coaching than working with them.
Was there a specific book that you remember as a kid that influenced your chess?
Not really. And when I was growing up already, we had the internet. We had a lot of information flowing around. I played it a lot, and then we tried to, of course, learn from books a lot, and end games, middle game, but still we didn't have something specific. We just had a lot of material back then already.
I see. And coming to the United States, you've been balancing a professional chess career with going to school. Tell me a little bit how you were able to manage your time and also, of course, get ready for this year's US Championship.
Well, I think I didn't manage my time well. You can see from my rating, it just dropped like 80 points, 100 points since I came here. The thing is that college as a whole, like different experience, it gives you like personal different growth, and I love the process. I still do it and I love it, and it's still a bit hard to balance with chess, but slowly I'm coming back where I can still do school and I work for the club a little bit, that, and I still enjoy chess. So it's more about me sitting down and doing something but still enjoying my time doing chess, learning something new.
So you enjoy working on chess, but also combining it to continue promoting our beautiful game.
Absolutely.
And I love what you're doing with the club.
Thank you.
I love sharing with you this position.
That's wonderful
this time.
too.
But this time you're the competitor, so I wish you good luck in this competition. Thank you so much for sitting down with me and looking forward to your games.
Thank you, Sabiana.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago, and so the contributions have been immense, and of course it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess, and we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat by the mere fact of its existence. I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzhin Akobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2023 U.S. National Championships. Yes, we have Fabi as our new national champion, but the ladies' competition up for grabs there. But we have a very special guest in studio, Nick Ragone. Nick, you're with Ascension.
I am.
Welcome, 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 welcome.
Always good to be here. I love being in here. I do a lot of interviews all year for the Ascension Charity Classic and lots of other stuff for work, but this is the one I enjoy the most every year.
Really?
Yeah,
fantastic.
That's true. I'm not lying.
Okay, it's good. Tell our viewers about Ascension.
Sure. The viewers know me. I've been on this many times, but
Indeed,
Ascension,
yeah.
we're the largest hospital system in the country. We have 150 hospitals in 20 states. We serve tens of millions of people every year, particularly in the most vulnerable parts of the community where we're the safety net provider. And we're really proud of that legacy. And I've been with Ascension for 10 years. And it's a calling to work in healthcare, in a Catholic healthcare system, to help the most vulnerable is really something you're called to do. And I'm really proud of the work we've done nationwide. Now, we don't have any hospitals here in St. Louis, but we're headquartered here. And because we're headquartered here, I thought it was really important that we have an impact on the community. And so we've done that through our charitable giving, including with the Chess Club and the Ascension Charity Classic Golf Tournament and other stuff. So I'm really proud of that legacy.
And we're very grateful as well, and thank you for that. And I know through your son, you helped the Ferguson School District in bringing chess into the schools as well. So again, thank you for that. Tell us a bit about the charity tournament.
Ascension Charity Classic, this is our third year. We're a PGA Tour Champions event, so we're partnered with the PGA Tour, which is the Professional Golf Association. And we started this event 3 years ago really to invest in North St. Louis County. The rest of the country still thinks of St. Louis or North St. Louis County as Ferguson and what they saw on TV a decade ago. And it's much more than that. And so we created this event. All the proceeds stay in North St. Louis County to the Urban League Boys and Girls Club, Mary Grove. And I'm proud to say in year 3 now, again, this is a professional golf event. We're both the most charitable event on PGA Tour Champions as well as the best attended. We've had record attendance our first 3 years, over 50,000 people. And so I'm really proud of that. That's a reflection of St. Louis, our ability to give back, the commitment of our corporate sponsors to be engaged. And I think, it's covered live on the Golf Channel for 3 days, the Charity Classic. And it's a love letter to St. Louis. It reminds the rest of the country that St. Louis is not what you remembered from Ferguson from 10 years ago,
Right.
but rather it's a great place to work, to live, to play. And the state of Missouri has invested heavily in it. Our Governor, Mike Parson, our Lieutenant Governor, Mike Kehoe, our big corporate partners have. And I think it's become a part of the permanent sports landscape, the way the Blues and the Cardinals and soccer and NASCAR and chess and golf are part of that landscape.
Congratulations for that achievement. I think St. Louis is very happy for and very grateful for everything that you are doing for the community. And I want to ask specifically about chess because you've been instrumental in creating your Move Chess program, right, which is for the underserved students. It's an after-school chess program. Tell us more about it.
Sure. So about 8 or 9 years ago now, I can't remember the exact timing, but it was born of my son at the time was in 5th grade, and he was at community school, and he played a lot of chess. And he said to me, apropos of nothing, do all the schools in this area have after-school chess? And I thought, I don't know. I have no idea. But it got me to thinking, and this was right after Ferguson. And so I made a call to the chess club, and Tony Rich picked up the phone, and I said, hey, do all the... And he goes, no, in fact, we just got a new superintendent, Dr. Joe Davis, at Ferguson, and he likes chess, and he'd like to have a program. And I said, what would it cost? And we started talking numbers, and I went downstairs, talked to my CEO, and he said, let's do this. And the next thing you know, Your Move Chess was born, and we've done a bunch of fundraisers, and I think we raised over $500,000 for the program. And I think, and it's been 6-7 years now, and you could see how it's impacted the lives of these kids, and it gives them more confidence, the ability to think on their feet, to know that decisions have consequences. And so I'm just so proud of that. I believe that chess has this kind of curative power. To make people more whole, to heal them. It's a game we could play for life, as is evidenced by you guys. And so
For a long life.
To be great at a long level. And so I'm really proud of that. And I'm proud of what the chess club, and particularly Rex, his vision for chess in St. Louis, scholastic chess. And I'm proud of the fact that when I travel and I tell people I'm from St. Louis, they usually ask about the Blues and the Cards, but a lot of people will say, wow, isn't that the chess capital? And I say, absolutely. I like to joke that with a little vision and a lot of investment, you could create something very special, and Rex has done that, and I'm really proud of it.
Yeah. You're so right. You're also the captain of your chess team, the Ascension chess team in the corporate league. And I know you guys haven't won anything.
You say that with such glee, yes. You say that with such
enthusiasm,
such derision.
New captaincy coming. Is there any chances that we could get a better captain in the years ahead?
I think we have better captains in the waiting. We have a very enthusiastic team. I will tell you, the corporate chess league. And
what Alex is doing.
It's amazing at how much that has created with the companies that are part of it, how competitive it is, and Lauren's been a big part of that. And they have a great team. Edward Jones does, and Doherty Solutions, and others, and we love
Enterprise is the champ.
And Enterprise, yeah, that's true. We have a new champ.
I gotta bring you into the mix here. Look, this is a very important game. Carissa Yip. She has a 0.5 point lead coming into the competition. She's playing white. Begim, 0.5 point behind her. Now, you got this nice knight on the square d5. 2 bishops for black, but look at this. The king is going to need to castle by hand. g6, king g7. Now, you're white in this position. You just played the move bishop b3. Are you confident that your position is good enough for at least a draw?
Oh yeah, for white. Oh yeah. So I'm not that anybody would ask me, but I like that bishop back there. I'm worried about that knight on c6. So I would open up. Yeah, I would open up that. I would open up that pawn, the a pawn, just so that it has a retreat square.
Okay, you like that.
Maybe. Although I see the other pawn the other bishop, the black bishop, is looking at it anyway. So that might not be the best move.
No.
I'm looking at the position. I'm worried about that knight jumping in now.
The big question that I really meant to ask you about this position is basically Carissa has a choice. She has a choice that she could castle short, put the king away, tuck it away there.
Very safe option.
Or go long and make it a combative game.
Yeah, right.
I would go long all the way. I mean, come on.
But come on, you've got a 0.5 point lead.
Yeah, that's true. The safe play is to castle short, and make black come after you, wait back and do a lot of nothing.
Yeah.
Make black make a mistake.
You got to play the tournament.
That's why I'm an 1800 and not a grandmaster. I would castle long and then just making an all-out slugfest.
Nick, you came in very, very enthusiastic talking about Magnus Carlsen and what was going on Qatar with the watch. What's your take on that whole controversy?
You know, I think I have 2 points of view. One is it's good that people are paying attention. You know, Gotham talked about it when he did his recap. When it's Magnus and cheating, it gets double the views, right? And that's good for the game. I wish that we would just, there'd be less emphasis on the accoutrements that go with it, and more on the game itself. It was a brilliant game, I think. Magnus himself said he didn't think it was cheating, but having an analog watch threw him off somehow. Right. He's the greatest player of all time. I don't think Bobby Fish... Well, actually, Bobby probably would have gotten thrown off, too. I don't know if you would have or Gary would have or others. Bobby would have stormed out, actually.
Right.
It's interesting. There's so many good young players, and Magnus not being the world champion, it's a little weird. It's a weird feeling for all of us. Like, it's not Magnus the world champion, and I think he's adjusting to life after being world champion and being more of a streamer and doing a lot of other stuff, and his streams are interesting, but I don't think he loves classical chess the way he used to, and I'm not sure he's quite as sharp
as he used to be. We're seeing that actually too, Kate. We're seeing that the online chess has changed dramatically.
Absolutely.
We had Wesley on earlier. He's saying, on the scales, he's earning as much playing fast chess as he does playing classical chess.
I'm sure Hikaru earns 10 times.
People want to see that action. They don't want to wait 2 hours for a player to make a move. So I understand that it's kind of speeding up the game.
When you think about the broadcast here from these U.S. championships, you're watching the highlights. You're not watching the 4 hours, right?
It's hard to watch the full. I mean, I watch the highlights. I go to Gotham and get some updates, and then I go and play. Like, we want to go play. I like playing online. I love classical chess, but it's boring to watch.
4 hours.
And I'd rather see, especially even with a 15-minute time control with the increment, watching Hikaru or Magnus, there's usually a decisive outcome. I mean, there's sometimes you get draws, but there's way more decisive outcomes. And at the end of the day, the casual fan like myself, we don't want to see draws. We want to see decisive outcomes. And the shorter the time control, the more likely you're going to see a decisive outcome. The longer the time control, the more time they think, they're making stockfish level moves, less likely there's going to be a decisive outcome. And so I think, as more and more people get engaged on the sport through Twitch and YouTube, through Gotham, through Hikaru, through Daniel and others, they want to see those shorter time controls because we want to see decisive outcomes.
Absolutely. Nick, thank you for joining us. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you for supporting chess, the St. Louis Chess Club, the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Cheers to Ascension and your CEO.
Well, thank you. We're gonna,
good luck in that corporate.
Thank you. I was going to say, when are we going to play a little blitz?
Oh, yeah, baby, bring it.
You've been afraid of me?
Oh, yeah, I'm
black, I'm tricky. I play the Scandinavian.
I've been ducking you for quite some time. Absolutely. Thank you, Nick. And let's just take a quick look at our standings. We're going to jump to the ladies as everything to play for the gold.
Right, so standings after round 10, just one more round to go that they're playing right now. Carissa Yip is leading the tournament so far with half a point advantage over Begim Tokhirjonova, who is, however, having a really good position right now. And then a two-way tie for the third place. Irina Krush and Alice Lee with 6.5 points.
Big fight for the bronze medal there, as Tatev a little bit in the mix as well. And in the open section,
we already crowned the champion here, the boss, Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, winning with 8 points. And then we have Wesley with 6.5 points so far. Clear second, but waiting for what Leinier Dominguez is going to do in his game.
And again, Mishra on the outside looking in, trying to get to the podium. Cristian, tell us who's getting to the podium.
And perhaps it's a good idea to start looking at those matchups, the one of Leinier, the one of Mishra as well. Let's update our viewers. This one, by the way, I believe after knight to e3 or somewhere around here, bishop to d5, we were discussing Leinier was very well prepared in this one. Bishop to d5 was a novelty, but I have to say Hans's response was very, very good as well. Take on a1, rook to a8, queen to d1, knight to e7, and we got to this position. g6, h4, h5, and queen to b3. King to g7, get out of this potential pin. It makes a lot of sense. Also, the king on g7 protects the bishop on f6. It's the ideal square for the king. And now we have rook to b1, and I'm wondering, what is this rook to b1?
The mysterious move, the rook move.
I sort of understand it. I think he was getting ready for
Queen
queen to A2, queen to D1 perhaps, or queen to C2, and have the B2 pawn under wraps, protected, right? So this is what I think rook to B1 was meant to be. Queen to C6 was the response, so I'm not venturing. He's having some nightmares about venturing with a queen on the A file. We remember what happened against Ray Robson, got his queen trapped on A3, so definitely not looking to repeat that scenario. He keeps control in the center with queen to C6. I like this move. I'm looking at the position. The material is so limited, right?
Feels dry.
It's dry, exactly. That's the word. And if you do go knight to D5, I think I'm just simply going to take that. You're going to take that, and then I'm going to drop by to B7 or D7. And I understand, maybe at the right moment you will have some ideas about getting that knight to E4. But even once you land the knight on E4, I just simply go bishop E7, play the move F5. It just doesn't seem like you have enough resources in the position. And remember, Leinier was at some point 30 minutes up on the clock.
Right.
Now he's 15 minutes down.
Yeah.
So a lot of things have changed. It does seem like Hans knows what he's doing. He can keep control of this position, and even if Leinier maybe had a slight advantage out of the opening, that's starting to dissipate right now.
Feels to me like you're seeking to make something out of nothing. If you go back to the current position after the move queen c6, if I'm aspiring for the good knight versus bad bishop, I might be thinking about the move c3, c4 here, with the idea that in case you play b4, play along with me for just a moment. Knight to d5.
Now you go to d5.
Again, play along with me. You're doing me a favor. c4 takes d5. And a little bit different than the other position.
Now you get your knight to c4.
Yeah. Even here, I'm not convinced like I'm overwhelming you.
That's the thing.
Something,
This is my weakness, right?
And I can only hit it once.
You can only hit it once. And then you can put more pressure with f4. But guess what? I will play f6. Like we're going to get something along these lines, and I have control over the a file.
It's dry.
How are you taking control over the A file? How are you fighting for the A file?
Exactly.
The only way I see you fighting for the A file is by getting the king to C2, playing B3, king B2, and rook to A1. But once you play B3, that closes the trajectory of the king to try to invade via the queen side. So I just simply don't see it. I think the material is limited, it's very symmetrical. I think Hans has equalized, and he's fairly safe in this one. But, guys,
please.
Excuse me, I didn't want to do that, but take a look at this game.
Mishra.
This one is completely wild.
Okay.
And in fact, it started off wild from the beginning, from the get-go. No Nimzo, no quiet stuff from Levon. Levon is looking for a fight in this one. And Mishra is saying, okay,
let's go.
If you want to fight, let's go. Let's do it. G3, castle, knight C3, and knight C6. That's an interesting approach.
Brinko, yeah. You normally we're used to seeing D6 or C5 as a
maybe
prelude.
C5, especially against G3, right?
Yeah,
we know the Benoni with G3 is not as good for white. Benoni is a very suspicious opening, but with G3 it's in fact playable.
I feel the same.
But he goes knight C6, and now we have this position. It feels like a reiteration of the game of Levon versus Hans. Also, these two pawns right here. It was much more open on the king side, that one. So some differences, but still, we have this position. And after knight to b6, which seems to be a very good move in this instance, you have to defend the e3 square somehow, right? How are you going to do it? You don't have that many options.
Yeah, I have to trade that knight from d5.
Yeah, no,
that's right.
Yeah, I didn't see the move knight b6.
That's right.
And
I was if you take, my guess is you're going to go h3, knight back, and then you take on c6, for example, right?
No, I don't want to do this as black. h3, c5?
You have to go c5. Yes. You have to go c5, take, rook takes d4, and we get this position. But I have to say, I'm looking at the pawn structure. I'm looking at the weaknesses, potential weaknesses. Maybe even take on f5. If you have to take with the g pawn.
I was going to take with the g pawn.
I have ideas on the g file, but I also have ideas against the pawn on d5. I see a slight advantage for white. Not much, again, but a slight advantage, something that Mishra can play with in the position. And knight to b6 is on the board.
Right. Very important move, by the way, because if if Levon could convince Mishra to play
Rookie
one, that passive move,
Yeah.
then maybe he could get an advantage. Knight b6, nicely timed. It's rather remarkable to me that black doesn't have. Well, I take on c5, knight takes a8, queen b7.
Oh, you want to take on c5? Oof,
No.
Yes,
no.
knight takes a8, this is over.
Queen b7, queen c5, I just love.
Well, the thing is, I can also defend that pawn with knight c2, right?
No, it's a great exchange. Big advantage there, no blunders by me.
We're expecting knight takes b6.
Right. A game that two players have not played very well, but Dariusz versus Ray Robson. If you don't mind, just tell me what has happened in that game.
You know, surprisingly enough,
Dariusz
kind of
versus Ray
Robson has
Let's take a
very
look
good
at this
time
one.
right now.
Okay. Yes, Ray has
Ray's playing
quite some
really
time.
fast. We know him to have some time troubles, but right now he has 1 hour.
All right, so we have the Catalan.
And well, I was about to say, I don't remember Ray playing the Dutch Stonewall. It's coming up.
Coming up.
Not
because of
immediately.
this move c5.
Right.
Because of this move c5. And now the Dutch Stonewall with f5. And there's
And
a
this is
trade
a
of
good
blows.
Stonewall.
You're attacking me on the queen side. You're trying to break through and create weaknesses on the queen side. I have this beautiful knight on e4 supported by this d5 and f5 pawns. Yeah, that's the typical Dutch Stonewall idea. But I have to say, I mean, this is looking like a very good version. For
Bishop
black.
on c8 is happy to kind of have space to breathe.
Absolutely.
Very good version for black. No.
H5, H4, shades of Miguel Najdorf, one of his immortal victories for Miguel involved H5, H4. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. And finally, Sam Shankland, Jeffery Xiong, as we just go around the board. I've got the wrong tournament. I just wanted to catch up with the players. It was great having Nick on board, and I know he actually wanted to, hey, can I play some chess? Yeah, no, that was why I brought up the Carissa game. I just wanted to see, okay,
Minority attack.
I do like Sam's position. I have won many of these style positions as white, just pressing against c6.
Create a weakness there and then just put all the pressure on that pawn.
Yeah, just bring everybody I can to attack the pawn on c6. So I like white's position there. Leinier, we just discussed. And then finally, Andrew Tang did capture on b3. Wait a minute.
We were expecting to capture the other knight, but Sam decided to capture the knight on b4 instead. Because we were looking at c takes b3.
Exactly. And then we were, then we were looking at f6.
Yes.
It was really weird.
Knight
So
f3.
let's just see. So we take, so he's basically saying, look, I want to play knight c6. If you take my rook, first of all, the knight's not coming out. But secondly, this fork, I'm going to win material. So you have to come back to d4, right? So knight to d4. Is there a way that I can win material? Bishop here.
Bishop b7.
Stopping the intended. Bishop takes. I guess this is all forcing to my eyes. Tell me if I'm missing something
Queen
here, Kate.
takes.
Knight c6, bishop takes, rook takes. But at the end of the day, because I'm a pawn up, right? I'm going through all of this to try to win a pawn, and here. And at the end of the day, Andrew's happy. So we're a little bit surprised by the decision of Sam Sevian to capture the knight on b4 and not the knight on b3.
Oh, but there's a tactical trick. I'm getting the echo from the production. Knight takes b5 here.
Ooh,
wow.
That's a visual. Knight takes b5, taking advantage of the pin on the a file. Knight takes b5.
And now I'm so happy the c6 square is no longer defended.
That simply wins. But wait a minute, I'm already a pawn up. Knight takes b5. Bishop takes, knight takes,
Knight c6.
Knight c6, yeah, important intermediate move.
Yeah, this
And
is
I can take this, but I'm happy camper. Knight takes b5. I think we missed something.
No, I sort of like this a takes b4.
Right?
Okay, you have to take the exchange. You have to take on a1, right?
You do.
Yes, yes. Knight d4 just loses. Knight b5, beautiful move. And I'm sure Andrew is going to see it. So he has to take on a1.
We stopped ourselves right here and said, isn't this winning?
Yeah,
it's very good. Yes, it's very good. Knight c6. It's not completely winning, but it's very good. Because I'm going to have ideas of trapping that knight as well. So let's keep going. Queen d7.
Queen
So you're obviously
d7?
playing against trapping my knight on a1.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm ready to
something,
go bishop here and whoop.
Something similar to the knight on e7. So what do you do next?
I don't want to have my knight trapped.
So you start with that. Okay, now I take on c8.
Maybe with which rook? It doesn't matter.
Let's go.
You can decide in a moment. And I'll play bishop e3, so I'll guard. Oh, you have a5?
That's right, yeah. Oh. So I will take with the f rook. It's very important.
Yes. Okay, so that means I don't just easily...
It's not that easy.
Snap the knight off the board and win the game. Okay, so a different approach. If I play bishop d2, a5...
I'm going to do the same thing.
Well, then you still play b3. So what I was thinking was I was going to play knight here, happily move my queen, happily move my knight, but you do still have b3.
I do have ideas, yes.
Yeah,
and in fact, maybe it's an even better version.
Yeah, it's not as clean as I had hoped. Okay, so knight takes a1, knight takes e7, king h8, bishop out, Kate?
I will be active, yes. Bishop e3, wanting to park that bishop on c5.
No,
but
I have
cannot,
to keep...
Well, no, I can.
But
I have discovered attack. Very lucky. I have to admit, very lucky discovered attack.
Nicely conceived. Well conceived. So, bishop c8.
Okay, bishop c5.
And a5 again. Just trying to rescue.
But even if you open that a file, you're not really rescuing that knight.
No, but it exists.
Okay.
Otherwise, you were just winning. Pawn. Okay, and rook takes, yeah.
Well, then there's knight g6.
Good. Nice. Wow. We think Sam Sevian is really having a nice advantage.
Oh, yes. From a practical perspective, I have to say, okay, forget about what the engine is saying that maybe black can keep it close.
Or something.
From a practical perspective, it's not easy at all. No.
Exactly.
And in fact, look at Andrew right now. He looks in disbelief. Hey, did I just miss knight b5? Now he realizes that knight takes b5 actually
knight
exists.
Takes b5.
And he's like, yeah, I'm sort of busted, I think. That's the
I'm
thing.
Forced to capture on a1.
It's the mentality that he has right now. He's looking at the position, he feels busted, and I don't think that he's going to put the best resilience because of that. Because he doesn't know. And it's very difficult. I mean, queen d7 is not an easy move. It's the best square for the queen, but it's not that clear, right?
Yeah. For Andrew, I mean, in the interview, by the way, very personable, charming interview I felt by Andrew there. You know, he freely confessed that his openings are not the stuff of his colleagues here and rivals in this tournament, that he's been suffering. Well, guess what? You know, Fabiano's openings are, you know, world class. It's tough. But in particular, I think Andrew has had a difficult time in this tournament from the openings, but when he gets into positions, what he did against Hans Niemann was truly extraordinary. Well, I'm thinking of his resiliency against Hans Niemann in particular. He kept that fortress for 50 moves. It's not easy.
That was impressive.
Yeah, and again, he comes in as the lowest seed, but his fighting spirit.
And he told us in the interview that his goal is to win one game.
And he got it.
And he got it yesterday.
Right, he sure did.
He's on -2, but he's winning a bunch of rating.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. What's going on between Begim and Jennifer as the fight for gold medals is as intense as ever?
After f3, she actually did not take the bishop on c3.
Really? I would have grabbed it with both hands.
Yes, exactly. Give me that bishop. Knight d6 was the move played. E4, bishop b7, bishop d3, knight f8. you can sense the walls closing in for black's position right now. What's your next move? I know mine. I will go queen to d2. Maybe I will go bishop to b1.
Just
maybe queen to f2, queen
everything.
h4.
Improve.
But
I have
E5
so many
is
ways.
coming.
E5,
like-
you have to worry about that as well.
Always.
And guess what? Your clock is ticking. 25 minutes for Jennifer Yu right now with a bunch of moves to make, 22 to be more precise. So I have to say, this one is really not looking good because you don't have any counter chances.
Right.
If you try to change the nature of the position, you get yourself in trouble. If you try to go knight g6, you get yourself in trouble because that opens up the h file with tremendous consequences, very dire consequences, those are. So once again, let's remind our viewers.
Right, what
the
if?
what ifs, if both of, well, if in case the results are as follows. Carissa wins. That means Carissa wins the championship.
Clear.
Outright. She's already half a point in the lead. Carissa draws and Begim wins and she looks primed to win her game. Then we have a playoff tomorrow. We're going straight into a playoff. Carissa loses and Begim draws. Once again, we have a playoffs. If Carissa draws and Begim draws, that's obvious. Carissa will win the 2023 US Women's Chess Championship, and if Carissa loses and Begim wins, Begim wins outright. So a lot of possible scenarios, of course, and a lot at stake, a lot to play, and I have to say, still very balanced position in that Carissa versus Ruiyang game.
Well, it was that leapfrogging that we saw yesterday where Begim came into the round half a point lead over Carissa. Begim refusing to claim the draw against Irina. And that
If
was
that
the
will
flip.
cost her the national championship or a tie-breaks ticket,
yes,
that's going to be painful.
Okay, to my eyes, seriously, Begim has a huge advantage, maybe a decisive advantage.
Yes.
Which means that Carissa draws, we're going to have a playoff.
Playoffs, yes.
How is that game going currently?
Still very balanced, but I cannot say that I really enjoy for black what plan she chose, which was king to g8 and then king to h7.
Castling by hand, but not playing g6.
I was thinking about g6, king to g7 would have been a bit better for the most part because you don't have the dark square bishop. White doesn't have the dark square bishop.
Right.
But she does have the light square bishop. So now with the king on h7, as we can see, Carissa dropped the bishop to c2. There is no more taking on d5. You cannot touch this knight on d5 because that's a discovery check and that's game over. So that's why I don't like this king on h7 as much as I would have liked it on g7. At the same time, you still have to prove that you have a way to make progress in this position as white, and I still don't see that. Perhaps it's time to start exchanging some pieces. Bishop takes c3. Why not? What do you take with?
The rook.
If that was an option.
What is it? Yes, sir.
I just
somebody take yes, sir.
Sometimes you've got to throw
You
a
asked
little
the
monkey
question.
around. I mean, you know, of course you're going to take with the knight, not with the queen.
Oh yes, of course.
I mean, you don't want it.
The queen is the best move according to the engine, but
bishop takes d5. You just told me it's a
I just told you.
discovered check. Oh
yes,
gosh,
sir, you're not listening to the show. Come on.
I wanted to make sure that I had d5 out. I was afraid.
Back in the days
obviously.
when I was in a different room, you had an excuse. But
Right.
right now, there's no more
Bishop
excuse.
takes
I'm
d5,
right next
e
to you.
takes d5 check.
That's it. Game over.
Sorry, I was going to play knight e7, obviously, in
Finish.
this position. But, no.
But yes,
So then,
as you mentioned, knight to e7. The problem with knight e7 is that I am, in fact, going to take that pawn on a7. So don't allow me to do that.
That's
because
clear.
This would be problematic. And again, if you
the
take on
discovered
d5,
check
that's a
is,
check.
is ruining everything.
I really don't like this knight.
Yeah,
this
the
king, on
king is
h7,
on h7.
right?
Temporary.
So let's look at bishop takes, and now, ooh, look at this move.
Okay, that's
Knight
a
to
visual.
d4.
That's a nice one.
Okay.
Bishop to d3.
Bishop to d3, yes.
Give me your knight.
Okay, yeah, she's not going to play like this. Knight f5. No, that's not going to happen. Take, and supposedly this is fine for
But
black.
is my queen getting trapped if I take the a7 pawn? Knight f5.
Yes.
Queen takes a7, as you prescribed.
Rook to a8.
Not getting my queen trapped, am I? Queen takes b7.
No, I don't think you are. I'm just simply going to take on b2.
queen c6.
Not realistic again.
Not realistic.
I really don't see this as a way to go for Ruiyang. I don't think she's going to touch
I don't either.
that knight, put it on d4.
And sacrificing 2 pawns, you have to be so sure in that circumstance.
And to my estimation, she's not going to take on e3 either.
So I'm curious, I don't feel like it's positionally sound, but what if, as black, I try b5 now?
b5?
With the idea just to push for b4, because Carissa is like not castling yet, maybe thinking about long castle.
Yeah, why not? Why not? No.
And I want to get the d4 square.
I'm with Nick on this one. I'm castling short.
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Castling
I go
short
a5.
all the time. Yes.
Are you going a5? Let's go.
I mean the b4 seriously.
Okay, so it really does have that Sveshnikov type of feel to it.
What if I try to stop you?
Right.
How do you continue? Again, at some point things will stop on this side, and my question is, how am I pushing? And
right.
I
Should
guess
I
the
be
answer
playing
is
f4?
Yes. Maybe after king h1 first, and then
exactly.
f4.
It's going to be g6?
G6, yeah.
Yeah, now
king h1. And again, I think
it's all about that f4.
Right.
Yeah, but now there's no discovered attack after I capture your knight. So if I capture now on e3, you capture with queen?
Now I have to take back with a knight.
Yeah, because this is what I wanted to avoid, was queen takes e3, bishop takes d5. I'll recapture with the knight.
And now I go b4, because that's what I wanted. And I want to jump with that knight to d4.
Okay.
Even at the cost of a pawn, huh?
Maybe I shouldn't take it, though.
But take the pawn. Feel the force.
Who's talking? Who's talking?
Take the pawn.
I don't know. I don't know.
Rook a6.
By the way, also queen b6 or rook to b8. I'm not so sure about this.
I think those set pawns on b5 will be captured later.
This concerns me a little bit.
Okay, you're kind of making a point there. That's interesting.
If you take, I go rook d8, I take, and I think this is more than fine for black.
Full compensation.
None of this will happen because she played the move knight to e7, which I sort of like.
Yeah, well, challenging the supremacy of the d5 square.
And also she's going towards g6, which will cover. I think so. g6, maybe f4 later on.
Okay, castle short, let's go.
Yes. Time to castle.
King g8.
That's right.
Were you told this as a young girl? This was called castling by hand. You would put your king to h7, you'd move the rook, and
we call it in Czech artificial castling.
Artificial castling. Okay, I like that. Castling by hand. Artificial castling. Rook f8, king g8. Okay, it looks like a normal position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
It's all, look.
I want to go back to the
that
Begim.
surprises me for a second is that Carissa is not up on time, and we know that she usually is up on time. But Ruiyang is keeping pace with her. And that's encouraging if you are Begim right now and you're seeing this position. You see that nothing has happened, nothing drastic has happened in the position, still balanced, and the times are similar. So definitely right now, Begim can go back to her board and be like, oh, yes, I have my chances. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. I have my chances.
Speaking of Begim and chances, she's got a terrific advantage, which I think just has increased over these last few moves.
Right, but
King
one
G8,
move I wanted to go to, can we just take a look at Alice Lee, because she still has also an important game for a third place. Okay, you go first.
I'm playing for a gold medal. You're doing what? Takes on D. You had mentioned, Cristian, that any trades in the center were actually going to be helpful for Begim. Begim agrees wholeheartedly. Look at this. The change, now e4, e5, opening up these bishops. That's certainly on Begim's mind. Well,
it's everything what white wants, right? Pair of bishops opening up
Precisely.
the position and just staring at that black king.
c5.
And to be honest, why didn't she take on c5 right now?
And then play
and
e5.
Then e5.
Which is exactly the point
and
I
break
wanted to
everything
ask.
open.
Isn't this what you strive for with the two bishops?
Yeah, but I understand e5. You are blocking the bishop on b7.
Yes, but things at some point need to be concrete, right?
That's
and right now, I think this one with dark square bishop on the long diagonal getting opened like this is going to be deadly.
Exactly. My feeling as well. Begim wanted her cake and to eat it as well. She played the move d5, which fits with what you just said, Kate. Hey, the bishop on b7 is blocked, and e5.
It's coming as well.
Well, like if it was Begim's turn and she could play e5, I thought it would be immediately a catastrophe. Knight f7 on the board, and we've caught up with the. I think we've caught up with the players. Last move, but. You know, to my eyes, I just think that this is overwhelming, in fact, and that Begim, in this exact moment, huge favorite to win this game.
And Jennifer is starting to get low on time. She has 23 minutes, while Begim has 55 minutes.
If you had this position, how would you approach this position, Kate, yourself? I mean, are you going to go all in over here? Do you like rook lifts? I mean, there's too many tempting moves.
A lot of plans. I know I would definitely start thinking here a lot, because now is the decision time, kind of. Are you going to allow the knight to jump on e5 and block it?
For example?
Or are you going to give up the pawn?
Give up the pawn.
E5.
Sacrilege. Okay. How do I give up the pawn? Don't give up the pawn.
I'm not sure Yasser likes that.
Don't do that to me. Okay, so once again, d5,
I think
knight
queen
f7.
h5 looks very nice.
Queen h5.
Allowing that knight e5 move.
Tickles the knight. So, okay, let's say I try to block.
Bishop b5?
Bishop b5. Ooh.
Not allowing you
I'm
to
coming
take it.
rook e3, rook h3.
And rook e3, rook lift, yes.
You're going for the, yeah. Just so you start to swing over. I'm sitting here going, look, I hate everything that's going on in my position. Seriously, I don't like it one bit. But I don't want to see the rook landing on h3. So my bishop is not doing anything there. I'm going to stop you with the move rook. I'm stopping you for rook h3. I mean, I'm kind of closing my eyes to the king side because it looks so tragic. My intention, for what it's worth, is to play bishop to d7.
I think.
All right, let's
am
get
I going
the
to start
rook to
having
g3.
some tactics? If I
Yes.
play d6, just a question. If you take it, rook d1.
Yes, sigh. Okay.
You
am I
can go
losing
to
on-
c7 because I have a fork. You have to go to b8.
But then you go rook d8.
Rook d8.
I'm crying.
That's game over.
I mean, it's still very risky to give up that d6 pawn. You have to calculate,
I
but
don't know.
you
This-
have these ideas.
No, this looks overwhelming, in fact, to my eyes. This rook never moved. This bishop is actually sleeping at home. This looks awful, just flat out awful. I like what you did. You improved your pieces with bishop b5, queen h5, rook e3, and I was going backwards most of the time as well. This looks and how bad is it? The engine's usually surprises with things like plus
Pretty
3.
pretty bad.
Plus 2.
Not plus 3, plus 2.3. Again, if you let the engine think, maybe it's going to go higher. But
Right.
yes, the idea is queen to h5
Just
seems to be
improve.
the best move. Bishop to b5. The exact line that we actually covered. Rook to e3. It's just one of those positions that it's so difficult. Okay, objectively, maybe you're not completely obliterated, but you're playing this position and you have 20 minutes on the clock and you need to make a move.
Right, as well.
And you play bishop c8 and then you're done.
Right.
Then you're busted because
Then
of these ideas of d6, by the way, jumps to +5, right?
Wow, not a surprise.
And bishop to c8 is a very natural move.
Yeah, I'm trying to stop rook h3 after all.
It's just simply not an easy position to play.
No, exactly. Well, this should obviously Begim win. This puts the onus on Carissa.
Absolutely. If Begim wins, she is at 9 points out of 11, and Carissa has to make sure that she wins to win it by herself, or there may be playoff. It doesn't look like she's gonna lose this game because her position looks very solid.
When you look at the standings and you see Jennifer, our defending champion, tied for 8th with 3.5 points, you go, oh my gosh, the wheels fell off. Truth be told, I had Jennifer as one of the players I really thought was going to be fighting for the gold medal with Alice, and this has just not been good. Now let's turn our attention
Speaking
to
of
Korea.
Alice,
Yes.
let's take a look at her game.
Shall we? I've been desperate to get there. Tell us what's going on.
I'm not sure what's going on, but Alice is a very open position. I like her bishop on c2.
Okay.
So we see some trades.
At a certain moment, Alice said, look, I'm not going to leave my knight here forever. I know you want to play f5, but I want to put my knight to work, knight e2, allowing Ashritha to finally make a break, takes, now knight came back. Just fooling.
Targeting that h5 pawn.
Just a moment. So she does walk in. I've got, okay.
Snatch there.
Okay, there you go. I'm not losing I'm not sacrificing a piece. Takes, queen g3, prepping, queen takes g3, takes, a3, and, well, things just kind of exploded here.
Yeah, because I'm thinking about, for example, queen takes g3.
All right. I will probably play a3 takes b2. Why else did I push the pawn to a3?
And black has some ideas with sacrificing a rook. Rook takes a2. Let's say I play rook f1, for example, as white.
Right.
Oh, actually.
And I was thinking that maybe you want
Then
this.
I start with e4.
And then you got your rook a2 business, right? This kind of thing, what you wanted, yeah?
Exactly.
Although
But
I
now
do
you
have
go
king
to
b3.
King b3.
Yeah,
Huh.
or so on. But in this position, I thought that you wanted to play b4.
Oh, wow. So you want to be trapping that rook.
Indeed, I did. If you take the pawn on b5, something of this nature, right? Where, hello, that's bad news.
Maybe some counterattack, queen f5.
Queen f5 check. Good point. Strangely enough, even though this bishop is so passive, it's still lurking there, isn't it? Yeah, I didn't like. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought my move b4 was driving you back, and then I wanted to play queen takes g3. Sorry, Kate. I think I got the wrong memo on this one. Shall we try it again? Queen takes g3, a takes b2, rook over, and I'm guessing Alice wants to play queen g6 here, right? So e4, yeah.
Maybe I take on e4.
You know, I am fearful of this rook a4. I don't know. Do I have time for a4? Probably not. Oh, I know what I should do. Pardon me.
Oh, that's a good one. Bishop
Bishop
d4.
d4.
Stopping all the jokes on that diagonal
Right.
and attacking g7 instead.
Exactly. And then that suddenly, now I'm feeling very good. The pawn on b2 can actually be a defender of the white king, right?
With double agent.
Yeah, double agent. Treasonous, traitorous pawn on b2. And as we go on break, we would like to remind everybody of a very special message from the board of directors that we've been playing throughout our broadcasts. Here it is.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Jeannie Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield and Rex Singfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2023 National Championships. In the Open section, we have a winner. Let's just take a look at the standings in the Open. Kate, do the honors, please.
The newly crowned champion, Fabiano Caruana, drew his game today, and he's 8 out of 11, the champion. And Wesley so far second with 6.5 points. He's waiting to see what is going to happen in the game of Leinier Dominguez.
And Mishra also on the outside, trying to fight his way into second. He'll have to overcome a very stiff challenge in Levon Aronian. And tell us about the women's standings.
Here right now, Carissa Yip is leading the tournament with 8.5 points, but I have to tell you, Begim is completely winning in her game, so she's going to be leading the competition very soon with 9 out of 11. And then we have a two-way tie for the third place, Irina, Krush, and Alice Lee with 6.5 points.
Remind me what happens in case of a playoffs. What are the two scenarios that could do that, Chris?
Well, take a look at this. If Carissa wins the championship. If Carissa draws and Begim wins, that's a playoff right there. If Carissa loses and Begim draws, that's another playoff right there. So those are the playoff scenarios that we're looking at after this round.
All right. Just looking at this round in that Alice Lee game, it just looks to me like suddenly Alice Lee is dominant as she's a pawn to the good. Her king is really, really safe. And she did make that move b4. And Ashritha decided that, well, she was going to drop the rook back. And that's why I liked the move b4. Rook takes b5 still wasn't...
Block that queen side.
Exactly. And that's exactly what happened. Well, queen takes g3 came with a very, very nasty, potent threat. But after rook f6, bishop e4, this is all Alice. I mean, it's just fantastic. I mean, Alice is about ready to, post up with the rook to c6, rook to c1, threats of rook takes b6.
Then you can always draw back the queen to e1, d1, and kind of force the black rook to go away.
Yeah.
And you have 3 against 1 on the king side.
Truly. It looks absolutely awful for Ashritha. In that fight for third place, Irina Krush definitely has something to say about it. Interestingly enough, when we saw the move rook d2, I think I was pining for h6. Another challenge that Irina said is, I'll play f6, inviting you to capture, I'll recapture with the knight. The benefit of f6 over h6 is it does allow me to release my bishop right away,
and
which
we were
is what
also
happened.
worried for white playing bishop f4, right? Kind of forcing the queen to go away. So f6 is preparing an e5 response for that move.
Yeah, indeed, bishop f4, e5 stops that. And maybe the move Tatev played, bishop h3, is again angling for the same idea, bishop f4, because e5, bishop d7. Okay, bishop h3, bishop c5, and a tickle, and there's the bishop f4.
Guys, isn't this over?
Holy smokes. Whoa. The queen, just a second, hold on.
How exactly do you defend that d7 pawn?
Something happened here, because I was thinking that somehow the bishop was going to get to c6. Irina got wrong-footed, and she was forced to put her queen on c6. This is the square that the bishop needs to go. Okay,
but after Tatev triples on the d file.
I mean, I've got to defend d7.
And if I go queen g3 now, looking at bishop c7 and g takes f6, I mean, this looks horrendous for black.
It truly does. Whoa.
Oh, that would be Tatev's third consecutive win.
Really?
What a finish at the U.S. Women's Championships.
Wow. And to beat Irina as well.
Not only that, she has 6 points. Irina has 6.5.
So
you beat her, you leapfrog her.
Whoa.
And you take her spot on the podium, or if Alice Lee in the 4th position.
And also we talk about prize money here, right? That's a big difference, which place you take.
For sure, as Tatev with 6 points, facing off against Irina with 6.5, but Alice Lee with 6.5 points looks like she's winning.
Yes.
So she's going to get the bronze over Tatev, even if Tatev does seal the deal on this. And why are we saying it's a big difference? Well, just look at the difference between 3rd and 4th place, Kate.
Exactly. So that's a $4,000 win for Tatev.
Between the 4th and the 5th place, yeah,
Absolutely.
No, that's a big gap.
That's big. And I'm looking at this position that we just got after bishop f4, queen c6, rook d1. And if I play rook d8, I'm looking at this position with after queen g3, and I despise what I've done with the black pieces here. I mean, look.
The f6, e6, the knight blocked there exactly, the rook not developed.
Hello.
Just everything is collapsing there.
And the king's still stuck in the center. That's like, a totally misplayed opening here. And I'm seeing, shockingly enough,
rook d8 is on the board, by the way.
Yeah, a lot of misplayed openings by the players. Really surprising, especially Irina. Irina has a lot of openings and defenses in her repertoire.
But guys, queen g3 is deadly.
Well, Tatev didn't have, that's a double threat.
This is over. This is actually over.
G5 takes f6, as well as your move bishop c7, hitting the rook, which is can't move. You just simply cannot allow.
I guess you have to take on c3. It's the only thing that you can do.
Okay, and
and then queen takes c4 and pray.
Close your eyes.
Close your eyes, exactly. But
right.
How do you close your eyes after g takes f6 and queen g7?
You might start crying.
That's fine. Queen g7.
Queen g7, rook g8, queen f6, rook f8. Do I have to resign? I wouldn't be surprised if I have to resign.
I'm starting to look at some.
Yes,
Rook takes d7, or maybe queen takes d8.
Yes.
What do you do after that?
Yes, cry. I have to go to e8.
And then I go bishop g5.
And very fortunately, I don't have to face some music of bishop h5.
Not the immediate mate, but the mate is coming on e7 and d8.
But do we even have to kind of play on the king side? I was thinking after queen g3, and you capture on b3, I recapture, and then I'm threatening just bishop c7. So after queen takes e4,
yes.
Can I just play bishop c7? Just I want to grab that rook and grab on d7.
Yes.
And I don't see how you have any counterplay.
Well, again, it's impossible to defend when your pieces are dormant. They're completely asleep on the king side there. I mean,
knight e7.
Knight e7.
Sorry, what? Knight
Say
e7.
What? I mean,
first of all, knight e7, I immediately see ideas of, okay, rook d6 doesn't work yet, but
you start.
What if I take on f6 and then go queen g7? Let's try to activate.
Yeah, and then we want to transfer the bishop to that h5 square.
Why not? Why not?
Well, what can I do?
Yeah, rook f8, you probably.
Rook f8.
Bishop g4.
This looks like the transfer you just mentioned.
Because let's say you capture, yeah, you cannot capture on e4. It's defended with the.
Oh, this is so painful.
This is just game over.
True. True.
And by the way, let's continue with that because I have a funny idea in mind.
Please, would you like me to play rook g8 or rook f8?
Yes.
Rook f8,
Rook
please?
f8 is fine.
Okay.
Bishop g4.
Okay.
Let's take on c3.
Okay.
Now, I'm not even going to take that. I'm going to give you a check.
Okay.
And I have a lot of ways to win. Queen takes h7 is one of them.
But this is the one?
No, I wanted
Bishop
d6.
d6, right? Yeah, that's a beautiful
Bishop d6.
I want to give you a mate on e7.
Oh, I thought you want to grab the rook. Queen takes f8.
Also that, yes, yes.
Oh, man. I thought you want... Oh. No, I'm crying. This is just terrible, 1,000 ways from Sunday. Takes on f6, takes on f6, queen g7. I don't want to see your transfer, Kate. I'm going to go rook g8.
Okay, I'll take the pawn on f6.
Yay. And I'm going to go for that.
Okay, I take on c3 with the pawn.
Yep.
Wait, maybe rook takes this. Well, okay.
Bishop takes
pause.
e6.
Bishop d6 also.
I think bishop d6 might
Bishop
be just,
d6, let's start with that move.
Well, you might start with the move, but you might finish the game. You know, that once happened to me with Viktor Korchnoi. We were playing blitz day after day after day after day. And crazily enough, strange things happened, and I won 2 games in a row. Mm-hmm. And Viktor said to me, if you win a 3rd game, you know what's going to happen? I go, no. He says, you're going to lose a partner. It's like, I started singing, I'm going to lose a partner. I won the 3rd game in a row.
Good
we
point.
took a walk.
Yeah, good point.
Bishop d6. Ugh. Stop. Ooh. Wow. Just an overwhelming game there for Tatev, who, as you said, is on a roll. And just jumping to the game of Alice, because she had a dominant position. And Kate, I think she's still dominating, actually. Yeah. When we left, we just saw Ashritha play rook a4, bishop d2, just keeping
defending
the pawn.
That pawn.
Ashritha throwing caution to the wind, rook f4. I've got a lost position, might as well try to make it
and
challenging.
We may want to take the rook. I like Alice's rook c4. There's no rush with capturing that
Absolutely. Rook. Queen to d7. She's looking to take the pawn as Ashritha. Okay, now it's time to take the rook. Time to take the knight. And
time to take on f4, probably.
I think so. And she's done precisely that. Queen takes f4.
Because now we have check on f5. The other rook is getting to the e file. And that should be enough to checkmate that black king.
Absolutely. Very convincing game here, or the finish is going to be very convincing. I think Ashritha was doing well. somehow when she played the F5 move, maybe that was absolutely mistimed because this is a disaster. Cristian, where's our action?
Well, the action is in the leaders games, and in both of the leaders games in the ladies section. Take a look at this. We left it off somewhere around here, I think. After bishop to b5, rook to e7. We were mentioning queen to h5. That was an option as well. She decided to go knight to h5. So potentially
Knight
looking at
takes
queen
f6.
to g4, queen takes g7, or knight takes f6, of course. That's an idea as well. That's why she defended this f6 pawn with the queen, knight g3, looking at f5 square. No, don't touch that. But now she had this move, e5. She didn't
play it.
She did not play it, no.
Interesting.
She played the move bishop to c6. She still has the move e5, but this is the pattern that she needs to go for.
Okay.
It's the pawn sacrifice, and we've actually looked at this type of
To get
ideas
in d6.
before as well, to get
Yeah.
d6, exactly. Because look at the position of black's pieces. They're so passive, right? You're not playing with a lot of your pieces. Rook on a8, bishop on c8, knight on f8, not doing much, and all I have to do is start pushing my pawn. That's going to put a lot of tension in the position. e5 would have been winning. Knight takes e5, knight to e4. Where do you go with the queen? You cannot go to c7, b8, d8. Let's say d8, right?
That's a reasonable square. Yeah.
The best move is to go to a7. I mean, this looks so ugly. And by the way, take a look at this. Take a look at this finish
Rook
right
takes
here.
e5? No.
Rook takes e5.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm not
pretty.
even going to take that. I'm just going to go queen to d5.
That's pretty.
Oh, guess what? I have another rook
to take
on e5 with. I'm going to take on e5, rook takes e5 next, queen takes e5, create that battery, bishop to c4 after the king goes to g8. All she wrote. Yeah. Absolutely devastating consequences in this one. So bishop to c6, missed opportunity right there. And now she's probably thinking about doing the same thing, which is e5. Which is the best move in the position.
In this case, maybe I go rook takes e5. I mean, just to try to
and
put
the
up
funny
some
part is
resistance.
that I don't even want to take that rook yet.
Oh, boy.
And I don't even want to take the rook after queen to c7. I just simply want to go bishop to b5 followed by d6.
So, well, that
I
move,
really
bishop
need to get my d6
d5
safe. Yes.
is an indication that bishop c6
No, bishop
is the wrong
c6 was
step.
not good. Bishop to c6 was not good, and
a
it makes
misstep.
sense.
Yeah.
It's a misstep because d6, you're always going to have these two pieces connected to each other, right? So whenever you go d6, if I keep my queen on c7, I can take the bishop on c6.
Right.
So you have to lose another tempo.
Right.
It's just not a good insertion of these moves, bishop to c6, rook to b8. The plan is to go e5, sacrifice the pawn, blast open the position.
Right.
That's the idea. Not with the bishop on c6.
But Jennifer looks like she's not interested in anything that's going on in this game. Like she's only, it's like one of those, you know, you look with a half an eye, like this game is not going my way, and what have I done wrong?
Yeah, and she may be regretting not capturing actually that bishop on c3, right? You guys were saying you would capture that bishop on c3 with both hands, because now that's going to be a very big player in the game.
And why would I have captured that bishop with both hands? Because of that variation with rook takes e5.
And e5 is opening up the diagonal.
I mean, are you kidding me? How many games have I lost to a magnificent bishop on the long diagonal? Sacrifice that, even for an exchange at this moment.
But again, I mean, bishop to c6, the trend is not favoring Begim in the last couple of moves. Bishop to c6 was not the right solution. She had to find this move e5. Maybe she will find the move e5, but right now is not as impactful as it was before bishop to c6. Still a great position for Begim, but take a look at what's happening in
Alice is
Carissa's.
about ready to win the game, by the way.
Yes,
Alice
is
about to play
definitely
rookie
just
one.
about to finish the game.
Yes, but
we
please.
knew that for a while, right?
Castle's wow, look at Carissa.
Guys,
Castle's long.
this one is getting interesting. Take a look at this.
I mean, Nick said Castle short, and tournament victory in sight.
I was there with Nick. Yes, I won all the way with Nick for sure.
Okay.
B5 because of this reason. I'm going to attack you.
I
Viciously
really like
attack
that
you.
plan to try to get control of the d4 square.
By
That's
the
right.
way,
And
have
open the
we-
position and checkmate you. That's right.
Have we seen Carissa? Like Carissa's been the one on the offense, like she did with Anna Zatansky. She wasn't.
Now she's on the defense.
Seizing
What if I
the
take on
defense.
c3, right? What do you take back with?
Well, I hate taking back with the knight.
But can I
guess
take
you
on
want
E5?
to take on E5.
Because I have some knight F6.
Yes, and how is this position, by the way?
It's a lot of pieces, pair of bishops for black.
I don't think you can take
full
back.
compensation.
If you take back bishop to b4, traps the queen.
Just on the spot.
On the spot.
Yeah.
If you don't take with the pawn, you're going to get checkmated somehow.
No,
Rook to b8, bishop a3, you don't want to see that on the board. Like this, right? Bishop a3, no bueno.
No.
Maybe you have to go knight to d1, but I mean, it's not
then
fun.
rook takes d. Yeah, okay.
It's not fun.
No.
But queen to e1 definitely signals that she wants to take on e5.
Okay.
At the same time, if Ruiyang, with 20 minutes, calculates this, takes it one move at a time, and calculates this knight takes f6, this is starting to look dangerous for Carissa. In fact, most likely after take on e5 like this, can you take on c3 with...
Sorry, you're taking my pawn on e5, and it's a good idea.
Yes, yes.
If I take on b2, what? Just help me out here. What am I missing?
Oh, you want to take like this? What if I...
Because I was wondering if...
the problem is your pawn on b2 actually sort of helps me.
I keep looking, and I'm forgetting the king is on h7.
Yeah, that's the
I'm
problem.
sorry.
That's the problem.
I'm so... That king on h7 is not a common pattern that I have to deal with.
We are used to the g6 and king g7.
Exactly.
Still,
exactly.
Look, Carissa is making her moves fast, so that's good for her because she's putting a lot of pressure on Ruiyang's clock. At the same time, the position is getting more and more difficult, more and more double-edged, the way I see it. And I have to say, Ruiyang has been playing very powerful chess. She did spot the moment, she played b5, a5, not lost a single tempo. And that's very important because if you lose one tempo in this type of races, who's going to checkmate who first?
Yeah,
if you lose a tempo, then you're too
decisive,
slow.
yeah.
That's decisive.
Yeah.
And she's not losing any tempos so far.
By the way, once again, Alice Lee just played the move rook e1, which is a key indication she's ready to play queen e8. And I think that will just simply win the game. And keeping in mind that Irina is dead busted against Tatev. By the way, Tatev said, you know what? Bishop d6 immediately is also very, very powerful. Takes queen g7 is on our agenda, as well as bishop takes b4. Irina busted, simply busted out of the opening here, Christian.
Completely busted, yeah. I mean, by the way, if you take on d6, I think I can take on d6 and then take on e6 as well.
Right,
Ah,
with the rook.
that's even more convincing. Bishop takes d6, rook takes d6. Let's say the queen goes away, and then what you're saying is thanks to the
That's
double
a simple
rook.
way of doing
But I would still
Simple
wait
is
with
good.
that, maybe capture on f6. I mean, Tatev has all the time in the world with her pieces.
That's
Exactly.
the vultures speaking.
Yes.
Yes. I mean,
Yeah, we're
you have
picking
a
the
menu
bones.
of good options. Yes.
Picking the bones, but bishop d6 it gets my vote as well.
What if we
Tatev.
take a look at game Leinier Dominguez against Hans Niemann? Because I am wondering if Hans is starting to get advantage in that endgame.
No kidding, really?
First of all,
When-
Leinier Dominguez is starting to get very low on time. He has only 7 minutes, but only one move to make. Okay, so that's okay.
Okay, so funnily enough, back from our starting position, we were looking at knight d5 and after a trade to try to remaneuver our knight to e4. I asked Christian, what about c4 with the idea of dropping a knight on d5? And Leinier thought, that's a good idea, let me do it that way. Strangely enough, he didn't trade queens. I thought he was going to head for that better knight versus that
Right,
bad
block
bishop.
position and you have pair of knights.
And he traded, he challenged for the A file, did Leinier.
But now black is the one who's keeping full control of the A file.
By the way, I like what Hans is doing, bringing his bishop to an open diagonal. On f6, it wasn't bothering anybody and doing anybody any fears, no fears there.
And then this knight a5 move, so I'm targeting b3 pawn.
Clear?
You have to go back to defend. Maybe you need to play knight e3, because if you just go back queen b1,
Okay.
I may start to go queen e2.
And pay attention.
And I mean f5, f4, I'm going to start push on the king side.
You know, I'm fearful of your queen coming to e2 let me get rid of the queen. Just go away.
Okay, I
you bother me.
completely missed that move, right? F3 and white is totally okay.
And then, like now that I've driven you back, let me defend the pawn. And okay, I think it's a draw. I think it's a balanced
F3
position.
Completely kind of blocking that position.
Right. You did scare me when you suggested that things were going very, very badly. But also, you had mentioned knight e3, driving the queen back.
But then I'm happy to probably get the knight for that bishop.
Right. I'm sure you are. Again,
I move
you
back.
kind of force. And then
And if I go...
knight c6, put the knight on b.
Yeah, it's probably still very equal.
Very.
I just like that the black knight is targeting the b3 pawn and kind of tying queen to that pawn.
True.
Whereas white is not really targeting any black pawns.
Agreed. Agreed.
But yeah, f3, I think that's a very strong move.
All right. Well, definitely. And when we had left it, there was a Sam Sevian game, which was absolutely fascinating. Right in this moment, this A takes B4, forcing the move, knight takes A1. I mean, again, if you were playing a blitz game, you would play knight d4 like a la tempo, and you would think, well, maybe I'm okay, give me a chance to play bishop b7, maybe. And knight takes b5 would really rock your world, and you go,
cold shower.
Oh, yes. And it was like, oh, no. But therefore, because of the knight takes b5 tactic, knight takes a1, and the players went to this position. Remember, we were looking at stuff based on a5. Let's see how Sam did it. Rook e4.
Is he thinking about a rook lift, queen h5 and rook h4?
Rook e4. Wow. So, queen...
Because remember, you don't have h6 after I double on the h file, because my bishop on c1 can fly over and just grab that pawn.
Okay, let me get on my tracksuit and just ask you, are you going to commit your queen to h5?
Yes, I will commit.
Okay.
Queen h5. Oh, but now you can take on c2.
That was my dream.
Yasser, very tricky.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
I mean, you captured
the old, the old pawn capture in me still has some wickedness.
So let me start with rook h4.
Okay, fair. Rook h4. Yeah. I'm not a fan. But again,
maybe
material
queen
count?
e7 now, which is targeting the rook, not allowing queen h5 because of backline checkmate.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. I was just
so
about to...
I have to be a little bit cautious. The bishop probably on c1 needs to get out. So the bishop e3, bishop c5, we talked about that maneuver.
But why didn't you like it? So what is the idea behind rook e4? The idea behind it is like if I play a5 to rest, because you want to play this, right? Like say rook e4, let's say I play king g8. Why don't you bring out your pieces and you're threatening queen takes a1, right?
Right.
So then you can, I've got no choice. I've got to play some kind of tricky stuff to rescue my knight.
So bishop c5, yeah.
But then the question is, why did you need rook e4?
Yeah, I'm
and
not
the
sure I
answer
understand that,
is, Christian, help me out here. Why did Sam play the move rook e4 when we were looking at, I don't know, bishop e3, bishop d2? We had other, rook e4. Is he going to go rook h4?
Because it's the best move in the position.
No way.
Yes.
Wow.
And what is the underlying motive?
The idea is that you want to also start looking, this knight on a1 will be trapped at one point. Okay. I don't need to hurry with that. What I can do in the meantime is ideas of rook to h4, queen to h5, and then sacrifices on h6. That's one way.
That direct.
Wow.
But it wasn't working for us.
Why not? Why not? Absolutely. By the way,
and Alice did win.
We expected this.
Yeah, that was overwhelming.
That she is going to be
clear third.
Clear third because Irina is not winning her game.
Unless a complete miracle happens for Irina.
That would be, or a complete tragedy for Tatev.
And what a great finish for Alice, because she started a little bit slow, but then she just
a little bit slow. I mean, half out of 3. I mean, 2 losses. We didn't see that coming. But you're right. She flew at the end. I mean, once she got past those first 3 rounds, then she had an amazing score.
By the way, take a look at this concept. It's really cool. Rook to e4. If you do go a5, which makes a lot of sense, right? I will take, and now I go b4.
I go back.
You go back, let's say, to a7 so that you can double and defend, right? But bishop to b2 is a big, big problem in the position. Not only that I'm attacking your knight, but take a look at this diagonal. And now we understand why the rook is on e4, right? Rook to g4 might be coming in the position. This one is looking really, really bad. For example, I don't even have to hurry. It's a long-term advantage. And there's no saving this knight, in fact. And the bishop, coupled with the action of the knight, in fact, protect against all the entry squares for black's rooks. So that render your piece is kind of useless in the position.
I'm immobilized.
I can just simply go h3 and just keep improving my position, queen to e2, rook to h4, rook to f4, and you have nothing to play.
No, I'm going to go c6, f6, though. Just show me how you win it. I mean, I do believe white's
all right, let's go.
Oh, I thought you were going to go queen e2, and
let's
I was going to play...
Well, I have a lot of ideas.
Yeah.
Rook g4, rook h4, queen e2, all of those are in my back pocket.
Yeah, f6.
Let's go.
Okay, let's start with queen f5, so I don't allow the queen h5.
Good move, good move.
Okay, f6.
f6 now. Okay.
What is this queen c1? I'm not sure I understand that.
Rook f4, knight takes f6. I'm starting to have some sacrifices.
Ideas.
Yes, yes. Some sacrifices are definitely...
I really like this bishop on b2.
It's beautiful.
Much more active than that one on c5.
It's
We translate there.
There's nothing to worry about for white. That's the thing. I mean, I'm an exchange down. I understand that. I do have a pawn for it.
But the doubled rooks are
immobile.
Yeah.
That's it. They don't do anything useful, anything active in the position. So that's Sam's devious plan, I have to say. Very good move, this rook to e4.
We left it, and it was a rather exciting position, I must say. Mishra versus Levon. Remember, that was the knight b6. There was a knight on g4. Let's get to that moment. This was a perfectly timed move, this move knight b6, and it really clears as to who has the advantage. Because at first blush, you look at your bishop on g2 and it's kind of a dead piece, and you say it's not obvious, but once these pawns were cleared off the board, then the resulting position, it's Mishra.
Because you see the delayed pawn on d6, and that's going to be a big target for the rest of the game.
Exactly.
And you see 2 against 1 on the queen side.
Very nice.
That's going to be a runner.
Easy majority, easy for white to play. Rook c1, and now I like this move, bishop f1 very much. Levon is not going quietly.
He needs to do something, right? He cannot do anything on the queen side, nothing in the center, so he's trying to get a game on the king side.
Rook g6. Now that's a big decision. Knight, he's coming to
just
d4, to the f5 pawn.
I thought c5 to just capture the pawn on a6.
Right, exactly. Seriously, I was in the same direction. Knight takes b7, rook c5, just to capture the pawn. Mishra said, no. I want to put a knight on d4. We're catching up to the position. And the more I'm looking at, I'm telling you, this is really looking good for Mishra. He's up against a 2,800 here in the championship round. Very, very impressive play by Mishra. But we have Alice in studio with you, Cristian.
Alice, you started the tournament slowly, but you picked up the pace just like a very experienced player. And you are a very experienced player at such a young age. First of all, congratulations from us. Tell us a bit about today's game and assess your overall performance in this competition.
Yeah, thank you. So for this game, I played like this 5 knight g2 in the King's Indian. It's something that I prepared, but I don't. She definitely I haven't played. I only played like knight f3, and I played it twice in this tournament. So I think out of the opening, I was able to get a pretty comfortable position. I mean, I didn't get like the exact move order, but I kind of knew like the ideas of the position till like around move 20. So I think I'm happy with the opening position I got, and then after that, I mean, there was some point later in the game where.
So you knew the ideas all the way to here, yeah?
Yeah, I kind of knew like, okay, bishop c2, bishop d1, bishop c2, rook c1. I think I probably should have done queen d2 instead of queen c2 earlier, but so here, like, then I knew kind of the idea that I'm supposed to go and try to attack the a4 pawn, and I was like overall very happy with my position. Here, after this, I thought that I would probably be winning because, okay, but queen e1 I feel like I probably shouldn't have done because I mean, I'm sure I'm still winning, it's just that it's like, it's not unnecessary. I could do something like queen e2 first, then bishop d2, and then queen e1, and it's pretty safe. Or knight c3 and knight e4. Okay, but I think after this I was still able to win, and it was very nice for me to win. Yeah, so overall, I started really badly in the first 3 rounds, but I think after that I was able to come back. I think especially my round 4 win was really important because that game I was like, it was super crazy. I was winning, I was losing, then I was winning again. And for me to like get that like super crazy win, I think is in some ways even better than getting a solid win. And yeah, so overall I finished 7.5 out of 11, and I think that's a good performance for me. I broke 2400 for, okay, I did it before, but this is the first time where my official rating should be above 2400, and that's also something that I'm happy about.
Well, congratulations, and that in fact will give you the International Master title. So that's quite impressive, Alice. Congratulations from us, guys. Any questions?
Absolutely.
Alice, you are having an incredible year. Again, congratulations on this performance. You also won the 2023 U.S. Junior Girls Championships. You played extremely well, winning gold medal on the first board for the U.S. national team at the World Team Championships. I mean, the successes are just piling up. What's next for you? What are your plans?
I think I have a few more tournaments before the end of the year. So actually right after this I'm playing in the Isle of Man Grand Swiss tournament, so I'll get a few days break and then I'll be going to the Isle of Man tournament. And that tournament is of course pretty important. Yeah, so overall this year has been pretty successful. I was not expecting this tournament to be to end this well, especially since I started out so badly. I was just hoping to get an equal score. But yeah, I'm really happy with this result and also some of my previous results. And I hope, at least in the next few tournaments that I'm playing in, I'll be able to keep it up.
I don't want to put any pressure on you, but I'm being asked by a lot of people if you are aspiring to become Grandmaster, you know, if you want to break that record before you turn 15. I know you talked about setting your own goals. Is Grandmaster norm your kind of upcoming goal?
Yeah, I mean, I will be playing in some tournaments where I can get the norm after the next tournament if I perform well enough. But of course, it's very hard. I'll have to keep working on improving my chess. And I will, of course, try to become a Grandmaster. I'm not thinking about any, record in specific. Yeah, my microphone is...
It's okay, take your time.
Commentators cursed, Alice.
I know
this
that.
is what
we
we
know that
deal
feeling.
with all the time. No worries, no worries.
It's okay.
But I know that awkward feeling.
Well, we've had that yesterday with Fabi, trying to adjust his earpiece. That was funny.
That was pretty good stuff. We're going to get that super glue, you know, stick them on. But we're going to get Alice back because she's, for me, fantastic. Let's go back. Alice, you're back.
Welcome back.
How awkward.
Yeah.
Alice,
Okay,
you were explaining Grandmaster, your goals and the Grandmaster title.
Yeah, so I would like to become a Grandmaster, but I'm not thinking about like setting any record. You know, it's a long process, and I still have to at least improve my skill because I don't think I'm at the skill level quite yet. But we'll see. I mean, of course, it depends a bit on luck in certain tournaments, but hopefully, luck will continue to be on my side for this year.
Absolutely. Well, you've had, again, a fantastic year. Maybe not the tournament that you hoped for here, but very, very good luck in the Isle of Man. That will be, well, along with the Qatar Masters, which is going on now, the strongest Swiss tournament in the world. So definitely a challenge for you.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, and there's some candidate spots in Isle of Man as well, so that definitely is a very, very important one. Do you have any aspirations to qualify to the candidates right now?
I mean, okay, I'll try my best, but I guess it's extremely hard. The field there is extremely strong, so I'll see. I'll try to do my best, and I'll see where that takes me.
Well, that's going to be an interesting tournament to follow for sure. Thank you, Alice.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Just fantasy. Go along with this. I mean, we've all seen the Netflix and Beth Harmon, and we all know that Gary Kasparov, that Bobby Fischer became a candidate and became a grandmaster by becoming a candidate. But how crazy, like ridiculously, insanely crazy would it be? Alice Lee goes to the Isle of Man, performs like a boss, qualifies for the candidates, becomes a grandmaster. I mean, it's right out of the Beth Harmon series, right?
That would be a great story.
The media would be all over it. You heard it here first. Wow. Something to really dream about, Cristian, but tell us about the ladies.
Well, let's take a look and actually let's see Carissa right now because she's been thinking for a very long time. She's down to her last 6 minutes. This move, queen to e8, after queen to e1, just completely stopped her in its tracks. 14 minutes, think, right now. She was at 20 minutes. Right now, she's down to her last 6 minutes with 18 moves to go. That's not easy. In such a complicated battle with so many threats circling around the board and so many transitions, possible transitions, right? You go f5, do you take on e5? What do you do
take
next,
on
right?
b4?
You take on b4, you have so many options. This is not going to be easy, and right now, you know, the nerves are starting to kick in as well. Because, you know, if you win this one, you're the champion.
Right.
But if you don't, then you're opening up the gates for potentially Begim not taking necessarily the crown if you manage to save a draw, but perhaps forcing the tie breaks.
So take us through the current position. The move queen e8, not an intuitively obvious move. I think many people would have been reaching for the rook so that you could bring your king back to g8, maybe reaching for the pawn on f4 or
5 minutes,
c3.
guys.
She's really just trying to get the queen away from the d file because we saw that if Carissa captures on e5, we need to recapture with the pawn, and then the queen can be targeted.
Yes. So one of those and there we have it. Knight takes e. So this is why Ruiyang Yan evacuated the d file because she was afraid.
But Cristian pointed out that maybe black is fine. You just capture the knight and then get another rook for the queen, and
I think
black has a lot of pieces for the queen.
Yeah, but I think he actually started with that particular sequence was b takes, pawn takes, knight f6. So the pawn would already be there. We're just going to catch up with the players because she did play queen e8, knight takes e7 on the board, queen takes e7,
f5.
And then you talk about the transitions and, you know, do you play with f takes e5? Do you play with f5?
The problem
should
right
I be
now
capturing on b4? Please.
For Carissa is that black's moves are more or less forced. You're not going to go bishop d7. Bishop d7 allowing knight d5. That's
well, now I've got tremendous control over the center and, in fact, the queen side. Now I even start to think about picking up the pawn. So you're about to lead me to
e3.
Correct.
Yes.
There's no choice. Bishop takes
you're pretty much forced. And the problem is that right now, your bishop on c2 suddenly becomes sort of useless. Because you take on e6 or you take on e3, it doesn't really matter.
Let's take on e6.
Sure. Bishop c5, and we get that position. But the thing is, the pawn from e4 no longer moves. There's no way in which you're going to open up your bishop anymore.
But aren't there a lot of weak squares?
Yeah,
okay,
thank you.
f7.
Thank you, Kate. I mean, we've got a diagonal.
I mean, if I can get queen on f5, bishop on b3.
Why not?
Okay, bishop b3.
By the way, bishop takes e3 on the board as you prescribed, Cristian.
It's just forced, right?
Yeah, it's forced.
You cannot allow the knight to jump to d5.
Agreed. But hold on, in this bishops of opposite color position,
who has the attack?
Yeah, I mean, precisely. Who has the advantage? Let's say I go
F8.
Here, kind of eyeballing. Let me take on f8. Let me just do it the worst possible way and take here.
Sure. I'll take, let's say, with the pawn.
With the pawn.
I really want to keep that bishop on c5. I feel like that construction right there blocks any sort of ideas that you might have on the queen side.
Yes. Yeah, and I can really get my bishop to f5 as well.
Exactly.
And well, I was dreaming, let's say just g3. I was dreaming to get my queen to c4, right? If I could get my queen to c4, I'd always be eyeing a g8. But rook f2, it's not that easy to get my queen around the board.
So I can also try for bishop d4. I have to be careful because you may just grab that bishop with the rook and rook f2 is hanging.
Right.
But in some instances, when the queen moves,
Yeah.
I'm targeting b2 square.
Yes.
Yeah, here I might bail. Seriously, I might just give you the pawn and say...
Well, I'm not going to take on the pawn.
Exactly.
Oh, there's bishop c2.
Bishop c2 and...
I'm not taking that pawn.
No.
But
yeah,
yes.
but I might just bail there with rook to d2 and go into bishops up opposite scenario. Okay, there are some worst case scenarios, Kate.
So if Carissa draws and Begim wins, which she is having a very good position, then we have a playoff. And if Carissa loses and Begim draws, playoff again. But if Carissa loses and Begim wins, then it's Begim who gets the championship title.
That is a worst case scenario, no question, no doubts about it. But let's just jump to our phenom. Our 14-year-old Mishra, as well as 14-year-old Alice Lee.
They're showing some skills in this tournament.
Seriously, but like, no. This is not a joke. This is a dominating performance. Look at this. These doubled rooks on the C file control all of the vital squares, including C7. Terrible knight. Terrible bishop. I mean,
for me, it's really...
Levon's pieces are doing nothing.
Yeah, and how just Mishra was like very patient with that knight on a5, not going for extra pawn, but just transferring it to a better square. So much positional understanding.
Brilliant. No, seriously, this is it's simply an outstanding game. And Levon knows that he has been comprehensively outplayed. This is not a position he's happy about it all.
There is nothing to do on the queen side, in the center, on the king side. Levon can just be waiting.
Exactly. Once played a game where the position was described as, worse in the center, worse on the queen side, but lost on the king side. I would go so far as to say worse on the king side, worse in the center, but lost. Levon is lost on the queen side as a4, a5. I don't know if rook b6 was a threat or not, but this move a5, basically what that does is it nails down the pawn on a6. It means that you're perpetually always going to have to be defending that pawn.
And it's threatening rook c7, a direct attack, because once you capture the rook, the other rook gets there, and then the bishop can be trapped, or pawn on a6 will be hanging.
I feel like I've got no choice, but somehow.
But the problem is now I go b5.
And then I've just walked into
the pin,
a nasty pin.
And if you allow my pawn to get to b6,
I'm crying.
No.
I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't. This is just terrible.
It's a very sad position.
It
truly is a very sad position. You don't have any way out.
And a5, fantastic game by Mishra. Boy.
And that was the 40th move. That's why we don't see Mishra anymore, because he made his 40th move. He had 2 minutes when he made it. So
for Levon, this is stunning because he finally got to 50%. He had been nursing a loss. He won, and you kind of start to feel like, okay, the tournament, you're playing yourself into shape. Something good has happened for you at long last, and then this.
That played against him, because let's be honest, today he took a lot of risks with his opening choice. We've seen that knight c6 against the g3, king's Indian. We don't see Levon playing the king's Indian.
No.
By the way,
as
guys,
often.
I see something happen in the Carissa Yip's position.
Let's
I
turn
wonder if
over
there is a
our attention.
blunder on Carissa's side, or if she
Oh,
calculated
my goodness.
really deeply. Really nice.
I'm not sure about that.
So b3 happened.
When we left it, knight takes e7, f5, bishop takes e3, queen takes e3, bishop c4. We
And
were,
now-
first of all, we were mainly focused on takes. Bishop takes
B takes c4?
And I think this is a problem because look at this. After
Queen b7.
b takes, queen b7 forcing bishop b3, but
is
now
a-
rook takes c4.
Rook takes c4 followed by a4.
And this is just game over.
I have too many pawns. Not a4
Oh,
first.
no,
A4, king
first.
c2.
Oh my goodness.
Or even queen takes c3.
a4 on the board.
a4.
No, rook takes c4 is necessary to play first, not allow the queen to get closer, and then a4 and e4 is hanging just.
Rook takes c4 was
And I
killing.
go a4, a4 any. Oh, I thought I go a4 anyway now.
I was going to go king c2 to get out of c3, c2.
But now
Okay,
I
so
take
then
on
I
e4.
capture on e4.
Okay, is this completely
Completely over.
convincing?
Yeah,
You cannot
because-
touch the c3 pawn.
Because you're going to go a4
a4
next.
anyway.
Now a4 and queen
B2 is
b2.
hanging.
Yeah,
Queen b2 is coming.
I was planning on going for a walk. No, there's no
that
walking.
walk
No,
looks very dangerous.
There's no walking. It's the plank actually. A blunder, not rook takes c4. She's played a4, and after king c2.
Carissa has to play king c2 right now.
Oh, but this is transposition. Rook takes c4 doesn't work now
Because bishop takes
captures.
c4.
And the king runs.
And this was the walk that I hoped for. It's not the walk of shame. But
Big
C2?
miss by Ruiyang, but she's still in the lead in terms of objective assessment of this position.
Is it? Why?
Yes.
King c2.
Well, I can
AB.
take on b3. And my attack
AB.
continues. Like,
Just
you're going
rook
to
A8,
rook a8. You take on c3.
Not so fast.
Oh, you
I
don't
was going
wanna
to
take
go
on
rook a1.
But then
But
rook
then
b8.
rook hb8.
I think that's over.
Rook h, b8. Queen
And remember, you
takes
can
e4.
yeah, you can never capture with queen on c3.
Oh, that's nasty. You're absolutely right. That means I have to go for a walk with king takes e3. But you're going to play rook h, b8 anyway, right?
Immediately. Oh, well, I thought I'm going to start rook a3.
Rook
But
a3, rook a,
I'm
rook
not
b1.
sure if it's a difference.
Rook b1.
Rook b8.
Okay, now I'm all huddled.
Queen takes c3.
Takes c3.
Well, that gives up the e4 and f5 pawns.
Wow, Carissa, no, definitely Carissa's losing this now.
No, this has to be
It's
losing.
it's terrible. Oh my gosh. I mean, they flipped in round 10. Begim comes into round 10, half a point lead, blunders, loses the game, Carissa's in the lead. It's a hot potato lead.
Wow.
What is going on?
But wait, Ruiyang Yan is not capturing that pawn on e4.
What?
What?
Rook b8?
Just a second.
Wow.
What are we missing here, folks?
Not
A
sure what we're
takes
missing.
b3. This was check.
I think queen takes c4, queen to d3 she was worried about.
Okay.
But Ruiyang is playing these moves so quickly.
And she has 15 minutes on the clock, whereas Carissa,
Bang.
less than 3 minutes. So Carissa is forced to play really fast, whereas Ruiyang Yan can take some time to think.
Putting a
Well,
lot of
here,
pressure on the clock.
I
but
can play king b.
But can I play also just rook e1 to defend that pawn?
Yes. Why not?
Because if we trade queens, I'm happy. I survived. I'm putting pressure on e6.
you're almost grateful. You're grateful that you could trade queens. I
No.
agree wholeheartedly. Trading queens is, and you know, if I was in Ruiyang's shoes, I would never trade queens, and I would have played queen takes e4 check. But rook b8. Maybe Carissa's in the game still after
I think
rook
she's.
e1.
Look, let's not forget, she's a pawn up right now. Carissa is a pawn up.
But if the pawn on e4 fails, then if black captures it, then, I mean, king b2.
King b2.
b2. We're expecting queen takes e4 finally.
For sure.
I'm very surprised not to see rook he1.
Seriously, I couldn't agree with you more. And inviting any kinds of queen trades would be
Because look at the rook on d1, it is targeting another pawn on d6.
Absolutely. No, this is a very peculiar time trouble scramble that Carissa finds herself in. She just played the move king b2, inviting queen takes e4, by the way.
Yeah,
queen
you cannot
takes
capture
e4
on d6, right? That's an important
point. Yeah,
point.
I
If
mean,
you
with
take,
g2 hanging, I think Carissa's
Queen c2, yeah.
would be planning queen c2 in this case, defending f5. Just want to make sure that rook takes. I think it was Jennifer Yu versus Irina. Rook takes b2, like
everything exploding.
Everything explode.
And the thing is, any sort of endgames right now after queen takes c2 are very good for Carissa, because you have the b pawn, which is going to run. And you don't have, you also have a weakness that you have to deal with, that d6 weakness.
Okay, but again, time trouble is such a...
Shouldn't we be a bit more forceful, though?
Please.
Why don't we go queen a8? What do you think of that?
Queen a8.
Yes.
My spidey sense is tingling. Why can't I take the pawn? You're going to take on b3.
That's right. That's my plan.
Rook takes. That's a... So the queen is overloaded. Isn't that funny? That we play rook takes d6, rook takes b3, and we can't take with the queen because that wins back the rook. If we take with the king, you win this rook.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you, yeah.
Very funnily enough, right? We pick up the rook and we're happy for that trade of the weak d6
But
pawn.
we can go rook a1. Can we do that?
Yes, yes.
Force the queen to go somewhere, and then the other rook to d1.
Yeah, but that was a question. Did our rook get pulled away from a good offensive? I don't know.
I think the open file is good open file.
Yeah, open files should be good.
And wow, what
again,
a twist of turns here. The game.
Well,
I mean, a5, a4.
Well, I'm just like very confused by this decision of Carissa not to go for the yes, exactly, and then not to play rook takes c4, because rook takes c4 is such a visually attractive move. You want to play c2, you want to play a4,
E4
you want to play
is targeted.
e4, and then this one also.
That was the critical moment of the game, I have to say. This rook takes c4, if she stops and thinks and understands. My guess is that she didn't realize that c2 is another threat in the position as well, with the pawn on a5. So she probably thought that maybe Carissa can go something like king to a1.
Sorry. I'm just going to refresh, apologies. Yeah, this is the current position, king b2 on the board. But
by the way, if you move back to move 25, before
Back.
Carissa playing b3, because that's just such a gambling move to play b3 after, no, yes,
Takes,
bishops,
bishops.
and now to play b3.
I wouldn't be reaching
There's
for
no-
the b-pawn.
But what else?
Well, okay, I mean, takes
I'm not
and
sure.
rook...
Take on a2. I think this is what she was worried about.
And you can take on c2 in this case.
Oh, so it was kind of defensive move.
It might have been a forced decision for Carissa.
You know, I would, again, because of the tournament result, tournament situation, the bishops of opposite color, again, this might have been one that I would have grabbed with both hands, because, you know, the drawing margin is so high, and I just want to secure that the worst thing that could happen is a playoff. No, Carissa didn't go for that, and she finds herself in, well, a great fight going on here. How is Begim doing? By the way,
Let's take a
sorry,
look.
I just wanted to say, ask the times.
So
Clock
Carissa
times?
has 2 minutes, whereas Ruiyang Yan 11 minutes.
Ooh, nerves.
But Carissa
Nerves
has
a
to be
big
kind of
factor.
relieved now that she survived that attack on the queen side.
True that, and of course, if Carissa wins, no playoff. She's our
She
new
clinched
champion.
the championship title.
Jennifer, the position has become murky.
Yeah. she improved her position, Jennifer, for sure.
Enormously,
Doubling
I would
on
say.
the c file and that pawn on c4. Maybe we will see the pawn to c3 and c2 like Begim against Irina Krush.
By the way,
Can I go
d4?
Can I go c? Wait. So what was the last move, guys?
Okay, we just returned.
Knight f5 and then knight to d4. That's a very strange move, I have to say.
Yeah, strange sequence. Yeah.
I think you're transferring the knight to e6
Uh-huh.
and some attacking the rook. I mean, trapping the rook.
Okay, so let's agree that I want to open up the C file for just a moment.
And how is the, not necessarily endgame, but how is the position after queen takes b3?
Queen takes b3.
I want to defend that pawn on a4 and attack your pawn on b6.
Okay, knight c4.
Knight c4, okay. I was about to suggest rook c4, but okay, knight c4, fine.
By the way, we need to keep in mind that Jennifer has only 1 minute and change. Is that correct?
It's not a lot of time, that is for sure.
Jennifer has 2.5 minutes,
2.5
whereas
minutes,
Begim 13 minutes. So Begim has 11 minutes advantage.
Wow, I mean, here it is. Here's the championship on the line.
She took on
C4
B3.
takes b3. Will they go down our variation?
But again, we were worried about Jennifer, you kind of being checkmated on the king side.
Right.
And she's solid there right now.
The
scene is now
that's
happening
history.
on the queen side.
Yeah, that's history.
Oh, she improved her position dramatically.
Yeah, because queen, I said murky, but I'm looking at queen takes a4. Basically, this big pawn on d5, it's blockaded. So that's not a factor. And remember when we had our bishop on b2 and we had
pushing e5.
Knight takes f6 and rook takes f6 and all kinds of business.
So what if queen captures? Queen takes b3.
Yeah, we were just looking queen b3, knight c4, because your move knight e6 was trapping the rook, Kate. So in this case, reminding white, let me just clear the C file. The C file is actually, the potency for black is strong. I want to play knight e6. That's on my agenda.
Okay, then I will start with knight e5, knight ge5.
Knight to ge. Now, I'm assuming that knight e6 doesn't win an exchange for
Oh,
this
I thought
reason.
I'm going to capture on d2.
She
Queen
has.
takes b3.
Knight takes b3.
And then you capture on d7, correct?
Knight takes.
And then you've got two knights and you're happy. Sorry, let me
No,
just...
but rook takes d2 after.
Yes,
takes
of
d2.
course. So rook here, knight e5, knight here, knight takes d2, rook takes d2. So I'm hitting b6, I'm hitting the knight. My knight is hitting your rook, sorry.
Okay, rook c1.
Rook c1. In the immortal words of Nikolai Minev, gift me the pawn.
Now I would like to...
Now the king gets a bit exposed, though. You can take on f1 and take on a4.
By the way, knight c4 on the board. The players...
Well, can black now go knight c4?
In this moment,
In this moment.
the rook is hanging, the queen is hanging, everything is hanging. It's a fork. Excuse me.
And if you cannot capture on b6, then I'm...
Then I have to defend on the first rank. Rook
Yeah, and
d1.
queen d6, I'm going to be looking at... Okay, I capture.
On d1, yes. And rook takes d1.
And queen d6.
Not easy anymore.
Okay, but now... Whew,
You can breathe the sigh of relief.
I'm kind of feeling like I really, really like white's position once again. Why? Because your majority, if you will, is constrained. It's not a passer, right? I do have a passer. My knight is actually hitting this guy, and maybe I can play moves like rook b1. Okay.
Yeah, you know, I'm not happy about trading the rooks, but
Exactly.
white is getting the position that maybe you want with that active knight on e6.
Sure. So we're up to date
By
with
the way,
players.
guys,
Yes, please.
just to interrupt you for a second, let's move on to the
Carissa?
Tatev versus Irina game, because that's about to be over.
You know, it's so strange. I thought that position was so bad.
It's checkmate in one move.
For Irina.
Queen to f6.
I didn't even believe it.
I mean, we see all the white's pieces around black king, and queen h7.
Queen f6.
Or queen
it's
f6.
checkmate.
That's the one.
Wow.
Wow.
What a finish for
finish.
Tatev,
Yeah.
right? Like 3 out of 3. Can't beat that.
No, absolutely. And
Reminds
she
me of Sam-
leapfrogs Irina.
Yeah,
Takes her spot, her 4th spot position, and allows Alice Lee to be uncontested on the podium. And that was a draw.
We see another rook endgame, so we know it's Sam Shankland's game.
Versus Jeffery Xiong.
Both of these players just wanted this tournament to be over.
Right.
They haven't had a successful event. -2, both of them. Sam, Jeffery, they cannot be happy with this result. They wanted this tournament to be over.
Exactly. Carissa Yip, jumping back into that game, we finally saw, after King B2, Queen takes E4, Queen C2, and we're expecting, well, the trappy move, I want to say, Queen A8.
It's an important moment, because if you take on C2,
she's done
this is bad for you right now. This is a bad endgame for
black.
Carissa is so happy right now.
It's a dream.
She must be relieved at the moment.
No question about it. Backwards pawn on D6. You're the
Free
one with the
pawn
pawn
on B3.
Yeah,
this
you're
is
the
bad
one
right
with
now,
the passer. So you post up the rook. It's not that no, the whole idea is that this rook is going to come to B1.
And
This
push
king
the king
is going to go to C3, and then you put your majority to work. You've got your queen side majority. This king side majority is not doing anything. And again, this backward pawn. Queen takes C2. Fundamental error there. That queen trade. Oh, it's so happy for Carissa. And now Begim is going to be in a situation she has to win. She absolutely has to win, because it probably Carissa is now a favorite in this.
I mean, we're talking about Begim kind of winning her game, Carissa having troubles. Now it's the other way around. Carissa is pretty safe, and Begim is the one who is starting to get trouble in her position.
That's right.
Rook D3.
That's right. That position is no longer easy at all.
Rook to D3. Okay, for me, this move, Rook D3, is an indication that we want to play Rook to A1. I always like the rook behind the pass pawn, but for me, this is like Carissa wants to play Rook A1 and bring her rook to the 7th rank.
I think she's trying to tempt black to play E4. You know, kind of get that pawn a little bit closer, but I'm going to be happy for that, because the pawn is going to be weak. We see Rook A8.
Rook A8.
Played by Ruiyang.
And again, I think Carissa is going to be forced to put her rook on the right square, rook to B1, so she can meet rook A2 check with rook B2. Rook B1, and again, from White's perspective, get the pawn to B4 as soon as possible, so you can advance. And again, 2 minutes for how many moves?
For 6 more moves.
Okay. So, but this one has really calmed down a great deal. The Jennifer Begim versus Jennifer game, that's still a 3-result game, right?
Mm-hmm. So knight C4 on the board.
We were expecting maybe rook to D1. She played bishop to E1, knight B6 takes, knight C6, knight takes E4, bishop takes A5. Really wholesale change of position. And now,
who's better now?
And why?
Yeah, I mean, that question doesn't have an easy answer anymore.
Crickets. What do you think?
Are we going to see knight E5? I don't know.
I still feel White should be better,
but if
at the
you
same time.
trade that knight, then I have a pawn that can be potentially running.
Exactly.
But
this knight on C6 is, I didn't know, knight E5 or knight E7. I didn't know if the knight, if this pawn was a weakness or a strength on E5. But if I can get rid of this knight, let's just say knight takes, queen takes, I do have a pawn supported by the rook, supported by the knight. On a very, very lucky day, I get to go queen A7 And
By the way, Jennifer made your move, knight e7.
e7. On a very lucky day, if I can sneak in a move like queen a7 check, that's just so unfair, right?
And also,
Bishop
it
would
was
be
her
hanging.
40th move.
40th move.
So they just reached the time control.
Okay, I'm going to jump back to the Carissa game just because time control has been met.
King b2, so she was not forced to play rook b1.
I can't
So
guess
you are misinforming
Carissa's
us.
move. I can't guess Carissa's moves at all. I would have posted up with the rook on d5. I would have been eagerly bringing this rook into the fray so that I could support b4. King b2, f6, pardon me, g6. I love this move by
You need
Ruiyang
to
Yan.
improve your king, right? And the games are about activating your king to the center.
Exactly.
So we need to get the king out.
Exactly. I heartily approve. Now again, Carissa, rook f1. Isn't it time?
And you know, if you capture on g6, just let's say Carissa captures,
Sure.
we may capture with the king, so the f pawn is running.
Oh no, that would be something I really would want to avoid as white. I mean, I'd go so far as to stop you from playing f5 with the move g4, even though I'm reducing the material count. By the way, Carissa is now
Rook to
under
d1.
a minute. With 4
Allowing
moves.
this trade, that's very interesting.
G6 and a chain. I was about to say, once again, inviting a change of the pawn structure. Rook takes d6. Not interested.
But now f
Said
takes g6. Isn't that
Ruiyang.
breaking through?
Say what?
F takes g6 after rook a6?
F takes g6. I'm assuming king takes.
Well, the problem with king takes, I think I can give you a check.
Then driving me back.
Keep giving you checks.
Because?
That's another one. Then rook f3.
Rook f3 or
rook h3.
Gotcha. And then if the rook had been on
a8, I think Carissa is taking over right now.
She would have been able to defend with rook f8. Intriguing. So she
rook
did
g3
play
check.
just as you've prescribed it, Christian.
But okay, if I go just back, king h7.
Okay, but
then
now
I put this grip on with the rook on f6. That's the problem.
Exactly. Now, with the rook on f6 posting up, this looks really
It's a very
nice.
unpleasant grip. I mean, I will go rook to
Okay,
b6.
rook b3. Rook b6, pardon me.
Which one?
Rook
that
A.
one. That one, probably.
Yes.
This guy. Okay.
Because now if you go rook h3, I go king g7.
So what if I go rook d3?
With the threat of rook takes b6.
Then I have to go e4, right?
Yes.
And now, haven't you created more weaknesses
But
than
king g7.
Rook f4.
And
Still
that's
don't
the
have
one
that
I'm
F5.
targeting.
At some point you will lose a pawn. That's the problem.
Exactly.
You cannot get to my pawns, and I can. That's the difference in this position, basically. There's rook d7. Work.
There's c5.
c5, and I take on c5.
That's a cute one.
That's a funny,
With all
funny
the
pattern with all the rooks on pre.
Rooks on pre.
King h7.
King h7 on the board. Now a key moment for Carissa. With under a minute, she's played the move rook f1. As expected. Well, there's no way
Carissa
I'm
needs just
allowing rook
one
takes
more
f7
move
check.
to reach the time control.
Exactly. There's no way I'm allowing rook takes f7 check. So whether it be rook a7 or rook b7, I have to defend the pawn. And then rook f6.
Yeah, this is very good news for Carissa.
True that. The only thing, I hate playing the rook endings passively. Can I try rook a7?
So I go king c3.
That is very clever. Just simply sidestepping any...
And I'm ready to play either rook d3 or rook h3 and get one of those pawns.
You got it. I couldn't agree with you more. Oh dear. As we have we reached the time control finally after rook f1?
Not yet. One more move.
One more move.
One more
but
move
we
after
think
this one.
any move, rook b7, rook a7, rook b6, rook f6, Carissa will have made the time control. And
Oh, that's she is feeling good right now.
Well, the queen trade was just elation.
Yes, absolutely. Queen takes c2, and you could see the sight of relief.
And instantly
for her.
rook f6, making the time control, and now really playing at last like a boss. I mean, she's
It's still not over
cruising.
by any means, and specifically because of that idea of truly defending that pawn on d6 with everything you got. Because if you lose a pawn, everything drops after that.
Exactly.
But how do you defend the pawn once again?
That's
I
it.
thought
Rook b6, rook d3, and rook d7.
Rook b6, rook d3. and rook
It's
b7.
not pretty.
But then I go rook h3
King g7.
and rook f takes h6. You don't have f5.
So I
Just
don't
a
actually
moment.
defend.
Just a moment, just a moment.
Okay.
Now you move the rook.
Maybe I give check on h7.
Okay, so I'm still tickling.
Okay, rook h8.
Now, here, do
And
I
now
at
you just
last have
start
any
pushing.
counterplay?
No, this.
You hope.
No.
It's a hope. Maybe you do, maybe you
A
don't.
little
but
glimmer of hope. No, it must be winning, of course, for
Like
white.
rook
the extra
g8, I think this is
rook
just...
g3 check also is a. But we have in studio one player who's saying we ended the tournament too soon.
I know.
Cristian.
Hat-trick for you, Tatev, in the last 3 rounds. You missed the podium. We were discussing about this by an inch, but still an amazing finish for you. Assess your tournament, assess your performance, and I know you want to analyze this game because it was so nice.
Yeah, I don't know how to assess my tournament. I have to think about it. The middle of the tournament was very bad for me. I think I became demoralized maybe a little too early. Okay, I lost to 2 people who are winning the tournament, so result-wise, it's not too bad. But I also left a lot of points on the table. Some one-move blunders, like my game against Begim. I just blundered, allowed her to checkmate me, and my game against Talia, which was just such a disgusting blunder and such a breaking point for me in the tournament. But also, I think I played some good games. I think, of course, this last part was good for me. My game against Alice was definitely a highlight for me. So it was definitely up and down tournament, but rating-wise has been good. So at least that's I'm very happy about.
Absolutely, and a 3-0 finish, especially this last game against Grandmaster and 8-time national champion Irina Krush. This was an attacking masterpiece. Tell us, where were you sure that things are going your way in this position? Because it wasn't clear, right? She had her chances on the queen side as well, but you were pushing and you were creating a lot of threats and a lot of chances on the king side and in the center. How did you assess this position? Where did you feel you're taking over?
Well, I wasn't expecting she'll play the Taimanov. I was pretty sure she'll play the Khan. She played it last 2 times we played each other, and she played it with good results. So I was happy to see this because I thought it'll be more combative. So when she went f6, like I had a feeling you don't play f6 in this position because things aren't going well for you. Yeah. So f6 is a sign of desperation. I'm not sure if bishop h3 is the right way to go. I think it is because I think there's this pressure on this d7 pawn. Okay, I guess it's not. I did spend a lot of time on this move. But this is something I feel in this tournament. Every time I spend a lot of time, at the critical moment, I make the wrong decision. So what am I supposed to do if not bishop h3?
Rook to g1. Same type of idea, just
simple.
create more tension on the g file and on this side, but rather with rook g1 than bishop h3. At the same time, things remain very complex even at this point. Bishop c5, queen to d3, and now bishop to b4. I think this was the mistake. Bishop takes c3 she was supposed to play. It's all about exchanging the queens, right? So
but I'm not going to allow her to exchange the queens. But then I move, I go queen d3 or something again.
Can I take on
queen
g5?
g3 maybe even.
If I take on g5, you lose that. So
yeah, but this is good for black. I guess we both didn't really assess the position correctly.
And it's not easy. It truly is not easy. It's a very imbalanced type of position. But yes, after bishop to b4, bishop to f4, you conducted the attack very precisely with that move queen to g3, rook hd1 to put pressure on d7, queen g3, and then the checkmating final attack, final sequence. Congratulations, Tatev. quite an amazing game this was. Guys, any questions?
Thank you. I think just incredible performance. Tatev, congratulations on the really nice finish.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, for me, this game when Irina was denied the opportunity of playing bishop c6, like that, what we just saw there was this crucial bishop. Let me see, just a second. Bishop h3, bishop c5. We have a result in the game between Andrew and Sam when we left it.
Sam Sevian won the game.
That's a good finish for Sam.
Absolutely. Yeah, for me, it was this moment where we trade. We go queen c5 as Irina, and the whole point is that we must defend d7 with the bishop. And the moment that she got wrong-footed with the queen, right, when she got wrong-footed with her queen right here, she put her queen on c6. This move, queen g3 just ended the game. That was just like lights out.
I was surprised to see that bishop c6 black is better. I thought that white would still be better in that position, but at least black survived.
Absolutely, but yeah, queen c6, terrible. How are the ladies doing? The Begim and Carissa?
Well, we've reached the time control, and now they're thinking. Jennifer is taking her time after this move, rook to e1, trying to deal with this pin on the e file, probably f5.
c4?
You want to go c4?
Yes,
The question is...
I wanted to go queen a7 check, truth be told.
The problem with c4, do I have some ideas with d6 right now? Maybe not. d6 you actually take with a knight, I think.
Queen a7
My idea was that if you take like this, I go queen to b7. But yes, you also have queen to a7.
That was my trick.
Yes, queen a7, queen b6, and you're a pawn up, for sure.
Right.
c4, maybe just queen to b6
Now
in
I have
that
to go
case.
f5.
Now you have to go a5. Yeah.
But I was trying to get my pawn as far up the board as I possibly could before
and that's what I'm going to try to do as well.
Face the music here, yes.
Yeah, it's balanced. The position is balanced. By the way, she played f5. After
right away.
some thinking, she played f5.
I was a little bit worried that queen c4 and I would never get to move the pawn.
But maybe now queen to a7. Or maybe we're just like blocking each other.
The dark bishop doesn't get that many squares either.
Where do you go?
Yeah, it's a mutual blockade of sorts.
This is no longer an advantage for Begim.
No, 3-result game.
Absolutely 3-result game, and to be honest, with this monster knight on e4, I have to say, and the weakened king, I think it's easier to play for black.
Yeah. And Carissa, though, she's enjoying the position.
Obviously an advantage. We don't know whether it's enough for a decisive advantage or not, because I do have my threats as well, and I do like what Ruiyang is doing. She's keeping active. She's not waiting. She's trying to invade via the a file.
So what if I play king c3?
Yes, king c3, maybe I go...
Because isn't that winning the pawn after rook h3?
Maybe rook a3.
Now I go king b2.
King b2, maybe rook a4 or rook a6 back. Let's go rook a4.
Oh,
now you take on f7. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is looking good. And if you go rook a6, you even have ideas of c5.
Oh, I thought rook h3, but c5 looks good.
Rook h3. It just seems like at some point you're going to be able to coordinate your pieces and you're going to pick up one of the pawns. h6, d6, you have too many weaknesses as black. So Carissa looking good. Begim, not so much anymore. So right now, the way it's looking, Carissa might in fact clinch the title.
Wonderful. I'm looking at the game of Dariusz and Ray Robson. Some tactics were happening in that time scramble at the end, just to pick up the action right here after the move rook takes a5. Ray, a couple pieces hanging, rook h6, give me the threat of mate, f4, let me checkmate you again, queen takes h2 on the agenda, h3, Ray drops back with the rook. You want to trade queens? No. And by the way,
like
Mishra
just
wins.
Resign his game.
What a fantastic finish. What a fantastic performance.
He's tying for second
for his
place, guys.
debut.
What a positional
this is
masterpiece
crazy.
in this game.
Wow.
He's only 14 years of age. He's tied for second place at the U.S. Championship.
Very, very, very impressive.
He was so happy to qualify by winning the U.S. Junior Championships.
was.
He barely qualified because
And now
that tournament was not easy.
Wow.
Yeah, and remember, he
In the
took
last
some
round.
serious risks
In the last
with
round,
the
he
French
qualified.
defense.
Exactly, exactly. And take a look at this. What a masterpiece this last game, strategical masterpiece.
It was, yeah.
This is difficult to believe that at such a young age you can have this type of understanding, you can have this chess culture to defeat Levon Aronian.
Yeah.
I mean, this is unbelievable.
Yeah. And this, in particular, this decision by Mishra, a very, very impressive
This
decision.
knight B3, right.
Knight B3. And I remember when a deep blue, against Garry Kasparov, did not win a pawn. Mishra could win a pawn with knight takes b7 and go for the a6 pawn. And the computer refused to win the pawn against Garry, and Garry was like furious because he said, you know, outside interference. The computer always values material over dynamics, and in this particular case, it was an absolutely
Abhimanyu just
outstanding
improving
decision.
every single piece.
Yeah, and when we left it here, and we thought his pieces were just overwhelming Levon, and Levon agreed.
Rook b8 coming, rook b7.
Oh my
if you
gosh.
capture, by the way, as black the pawn on a5, I may even
win a piece?
take the knight on e7.
Yes, exactly. Rook takes, king takes, and there goes.
Knight takes a5.
Yes. Let's update our standings.
A lot of games just finished.
Ladies, with our two contenders for first place still at work.
So still we have Carissa Yip leading the tournament with 8.5 out of 10, but she looks like she is gonna win the game, which would mean that she clinches the championship title. Then we have Begim Tokhirjonova with 8, and Alice Lee, really important win in her tournament because she is clear third now.
Absolutely, and our congratulations, especially for Tatev for a fantastic finish, 3 out of 3, and in the open.
In the open section, we already know that Fabiano Caruana won the tournament. He made a draw today with Wesley So Fabiano is first with 8, and Wesley So is tied for second with Abhimanyu Mishra, who just incredibly played today's game against Levon Aronian.
Very, very impressive. I mean, I really don't see Levon getting outplayed like he did today, even by the top guys. That was very, very instructive. Leinier and Hans Niemann, that big fight for second place, it's not going anywhere. This looks...
I'm not so sure.
Not so sure?
I'm not so sure.
You think G5?
I mean, at some point I will go G5, right? And don't I have enough weaknesses in your position to play against?
Oh, so after I capture on h4, the knight can go to d4, but also potentially to f4.
f4, yes, to attack the pawn on d3, and the idea of knight to g6 or knight g2 if you get too close to the pawn.
So let's imagine we go G5 and
what do you do now?
That's
you don't actually have a lot of moves.
Okay, king e3. Let's go.
Okay,
king e3. He's taking.
I'll take.
Taking, and he's going knight f4.
And knight e1.
So he's threatening.
Right. Knight e1, knight g6, you go knight g2.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So first I have to make a little.
Okay, king d2 back.
King to d2 back. So let's fight for the d4 square now.
All right, I have to go back with the knight, knight c2.
And we're back.
I
here.
go king e3.
Now, have I wrong-footed you somehow? Maybe not. Maybe I can't get my
and knight e1. I feel like
my king in
white
the game.
is still keeping that defense.
Exactly.
Knight g2 or knight c2.
Yeah, don't prematurely capture on f5 and invite my king into the position.
King d2.
Yeah, I don't.
And knight g2. I don't see black improving this position.
Okay, let's go.
There was a moment of happiness, though. There was a moment of happiness.
Let's go back.
On.
I don't want to take on h4 yet.
Okay, but g5.
What do you do now?
I think we just waited.
All right, so now I'm going to go king g6.
And I believe we waited some more.
Again, king d2.
Well, it's not that easy to wait.
Why?
Okay, king d2. Now f5.
Okay, now in this case, you will be threatening f4, and that precipitates a reaction. And
That's an interesting.
if I take, we can see how we can get
Yeah.
our
Black can
king.
start to get some play there on the king side.
But we have a guest in studio, Christian. Over to you.
Sam, a great finish for you with the white pieces against Andrew Tang. You wanted really badly to win this game, and in fact, you did so in extraordinary fashion. But it all started in the opening. After d3, he started thinking for 30 minutes, and he decided to play that move d5. Let's take a look at that, and tell us your reaction after the move d5.
Yeah, he generally doesn't play the marshal, but I did see that he tries it sometimes in critical games. So I didn't really expect this line. I decided to play d3 to avoid all the theoretical lines. And, you know, he went for the pawn sack anyway with d5. Initially, I thought, okay, this is ridiculous. I'm just going to take the pawn. But he had an idea. He wanted to get rid of my bishop. I mean, if you play h3 instead of d3, bishop b7, d3, d5, e takes d5, knight takes d5, knight takes e5, knight d4. This is like one of the critical positions. And I think he wanted this after h3, so that was his kind of concept after d3 as well.
That makes sense.
I mean, the main problem for him is the bishop is kind of stuck on c8, and I have a lot of tactical resources, as you saw.
Yes, yes, you did. And this was actually a very nice one. After knight takes b3, a takes b4. A critical moment at this point.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time here because both knight takes a1 and knight d4 are very important. If knight d4, I have a beautiful move, knight takes b5. Once again, this tactic works. He probably has to take on b4 when I'm pretty much a healthy pawn.
Yes, and he took on a1. We initially looked at this position and we were like, okay, this is over, right? You just pick up the knight on a1 at the right moment and then this is over. But it wasn't that easy to get to that knight because of this a5 idea. Yet you found this move rook to e4.
Exactly. That's why I spent so much time on this a takes b4 because initially I thought, okay, he can't take on a1. Then I started realizing his pawn on b4, he can just go a5 and protect his knight.
Yeah.
So here I spent some time, and I really like this move rook e4 because if I can get my rook to c5, I have a really good structure. So if I start with rook e5, very important, he plays rook e8, and I can't play rook c5 because of knight takes c2, back rank problems.
Yes.
So the reason I started with rook e4 was one of the reasons is if he plays a5, which is the natural move in the position, b takes a5, rook takes a5. I have b4, and the bishop goes to b2, and his knights, he has to protect his knight with two rooks, and I'm attacking his king. So I think he had to play rook a8 instead of a5. Sorry, rook e8.
E8, okay.
Yeah, rook e8, yeah. Yeah, and now bishop e3, he amazingly can still go a5. It's really annoying.
And now if he takes with a queen, yeah?
Exactly, yeah. I was going to play rook d4 and h4 and just play this position. I still think white's better, but it's very complicated with the knight and a1.
Yeah.
So when he chose queen c6, I was very happy because I managed to get this clamp with the rook on c5.
Very nice.
And now my rook protects c2, which is like one of the good things about this position.
Yeah. He can never get his knight out anymore.
Yeah, rook a8 was an interesting practical try because he wants to take on b2, and if I play bishop c3, he has a nice trick with knight b3.
Ooh, very nice. Yes, you can still survive.
Yeah, so
bishop takes g7, but
I can still survive, yes.
Same.
And also, if after knight b3, rook g5, I thought this wins on the spot initially. He has knight d4, which was kind of could be a cold shower. The knight came from a1 to d4. Yeah, so I went for bishop c1. Exactly, yeah. So I went for bishop c1, b4, queen h5, and yeah, he did this. I had no time, but I managed to calculate until knight e5. I think this wins, because after queen e4, I have rook takes c7. Oh, very nice, okay. Rook takes c7, rook f8, queen g5, and his pieces are just out of the game. I'm just mating him.
Yes. There's no way to defend
Same thing after queen b3, rook takes c7, just one detail that's important. He doesn't have rook a7, which is kind of saving the game because I take and there's mate on e8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So he has to give the knight, and then white's just easily winning.
Yeah. Very nicely calculated. Definitely a satisfying way to finish a tournament in such a complex battle with a good victory. Congratulations, Sam. We'll see you in the next tournament.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Carissa, repeating the position.
Okay.
That's huge because we kind of thought that Carissa was enjoying a nice advantage. We expected her to press for quite some time.
But Ruiyang found a way to kind of complicate things.
Well, Carissa blundered, actually.
I think it was more like Carissa was kind of helping her find, as there's nothing she doesn't want to lose the b3 pawn. She doesn't want to play passively with her king. King c3 more or less forced, right?
But then rook a3.
And that's what we've been repeating.
And the problem is Carissa can never go king b2 afterwards because then rook takes b3 and that
now
endgame
suddenly
is lost.
we're in a king and pawn ending that, well, that makes no sense for white, right?
I guess perhaps you can try to go king b1, but that's a dangerous move to make.
At what moment? Right
now.
here?
Right here, right now, yeah.
King b1?
Just try to keep the game going.
So rook takes g2.
I would be
Maybe we can see the analysis.
I'd be scared to play this as white. That king.
Just one second, yes, sir, because we're not seeing the analysis yet.
Yeah. Okay, so rook takes g. No, you don't play king b1 here, though, do you?
Well, I guess that's a big question for Carissa right now. She's looking at the other game, at Begim's game. How does she assess that one is the question. And if she's not looking at that game, then only plays her game, then that's a big decision still, because king to b1 keeps the game going, but it's such a passive move, such a passive decision. You will be a pawn up, but after rook takes d6, f5, it's a three-result game.
Yeah, these are two. I mean, there is rook g3 check. I was about to say.
No, there is no rook g3 check.
Rook
because
b3
your
is going to
king
be
on b1 is terribly placed.
Excuse me. So, yes, you can't play rook b3, rook g3, pardon me, because of rook. You need to defend b3.
So how do you activate your rooks?
Yeah, no, I have no interest.
You're starting to get scared.
Yeah,
right?
Of course, with the king on b1 as well. But the king on c3, it's a different story. But no, Carissa mistakenly went for the pawn too soon. She played this rook h3 and just allowed Ruiyang Yan this opportunity of...
We were looking at king b2, right? After
well, no,
rook
I think her
a6?
king was on b2. So we
rook
have
f6?
this position.
Mm-hmm.
Rook f6, rook c6, and... hold on.
Yes. Rook a6.
Yeah. How did we get this?
That was the position, yeah. Rook c6 to attack the pawn on c4. Rook
c6.
How do you defend? If you go to c2, I go to a6. If you go to c3, I first go to b6 to attack the pawn on b2.
Which is what happened.
You actually cannot get out of this whole conundrum.
How come we did not analyze this move order?
I don't know, because this current position does look like we're headed for a draw, which means that for Begim, it's win or bust.
Right.
I mean, we know she's got second, regardless of whether wins, loses, or draws, but she has to win.
But you know, Carissa, she has 16 minutes, so king c3, Ruiyang afterwards can stop the clock, right rook a3 and claim the draw.
Not yet.
So Carissa is going to take her time. Not yet?
Not yet. I think king c3 would be only one-time repetition. 2 times, excuse me. And then you would have to go through the same motion.
I think we have king c3.
Okay, but after rook a3, you have only moved king c2, right?
Right.
And then rook a2 is third time.
Yes, yes.
So she's going to take time here to calculate whether she's going to risk it. No, she's about to make a move. King b1.
She's going b1.
King b1.
She's continuing this whole situation, but...
Wow. Rook takes g2.
Rook takes d6.
Rook takes d6.
Carissa still a pawn up, but this
After
is starting
f5,
to become a double-edged sword right now with such a
Right.
weak king.
On b1, no, that's...
It's a race almost. All right, so let's go c5. Let's push it, right?
You mentioned race, let's push him. f4. So that takes...
c6.
Yeah,
let's keep going.
Let's go. Okay, pause.
What?
Wow, rook f2.
Oh, that looks way too slow.
That looks
Rook
slow.
f2?
I have to agree with that.
Okay, we were just about to mention the race.
What exactly is rook
and
f2?
black stopped.
What if... No, but c5 now?
Well, I gotta ask the obvious question. What about c5, right?
I also don't like the rook on f2 because it's stopping the pawn on
Like-
f2 go and just
Yes.
run for the queen.
It's a very strange decision, and the problem is you cannot go rook f6 to exchange that because of rook g3.
That would be marvelous for...
No, this rook f2 makes no sense, in fact.
Well, okay, c5. Let's try to imagine what Ruiyang Yan is
My guess
aspiring
is that
for.
she wants to go and double up the rooks on the second, rook a7. I don't see anything else.
But-
Makes
Oh, so she was avoiding rook g3,
Rook G3
trading
check.
the rooks.
Yes.
That makes sense. So after c5, rook a7. Okay, I will go with that.
Okay, so if I go b4,
I go rook a2.
go rook b3,
I go rook e2.
this one, yes, and I go rook d1. So
That's
again,
it. Your pawns are running. I have no perpetual check, no checkmate threats.
wow, as we keep a close eye on this one, Mishra is in studio after a fantastic win. Cristian.
And what a victory after a difficult loss against Fabiano Caruana in the previous round. You mentioned legends and idols that you have in this game growing up, but today you defeated an actual legend of chess, Levon Aronian, a living legend, such an incredible player. Tell us your story. How are you feeling right now? This is definitely the most accomplished, let's say, player that you've defeated in your career.
Yeah, it feels amazing to beat Levon. He's simply a legend, as you put it. I've been following his games ever since I've grown up. Other than that, actually, I'd like to mention one other thing. There's basically two ways you can go from 2,500 to 2,700. One is you play a lot of open tournaments, and another one is that you play these very difficult events like U.S. Championship and so on. The decision I've been making for the past, like not just now, for the last like 5 years, is that I'm playing the tougher events so that, for example, my breaking of 2,600 was quite delayed. I should have broken it like 2-3 months ago. Like this was a bit too much, but okay, this might sound a bit overconfident, but that's how it is. Other than that, like this decision I've made, for example, when I was trying to become the youngest international master in the world, I played in all Grandmaster norm events. And eventually that's what helped me become Grandmaster quicker. Because otherwise, if you get, like, I got all my 3 norms from Grandmaster events, because if I got them all from IM norm events, then playing Grandmaster norm events would be a different ball game altogether. But here I already had experience on what to do and what not to do.
And why are you saying
the same thing is
this is the difficult path compared to playing in open tournaments?
Yeah, that's also a quite interesting. Like open tournaments, they're not necessarily easier. It's a completely different skill set. Because the thing with open tournaments is that actually nowadays 21 2200s are not 21 2200s. They play much better than that because every win you get like 2 points, and every draw you lose like 4. It's a bit ridiculous.
Absolutely. Tell us about today's game. We have to talk about it because it felt like a strategical masterpiece.
Yeah, it felt. This King's Indian, I had the feeling that he was going to play something like this because, okay, he won yesterday and now maybe he's trying to get back into the tournament. Also, I'm half a point above him in the standings, so maybe if he wins this game, he could kind of like leapfrog me in the standings and try to get second or third or just a better ranking.
Sure, let's discuss it. Knight to e2.
So I chose to play d4 in this game. In this tournament, I've mainly played e4, so I thought, okay, this might be a bit of a surprise. And of course, Levon playing King's Indian is like, it's very, very known as such, that, okay, he loves to play King's Indian.
Right. And we got to this position. How did you assess it? How were you seeing your chances right now? Were you encouraging a fight in this game? Were you happy to see a fight in this one?
Yeah, definitely. I wanted to have a fight because, to be honest, in this tournament, he hasn't been playing his best. Like, the Levon that we all know is usually having much better score than, let's say, what was it, 4 or 5 out of 10. He's usually on like 2 +2, +3 by this point. Like, I had a feeling that, okay, maybe I can try to catch him off form.
Absolutely.
And yeah, this was kind of, I think this decision with f4 was quite good in the opening itself, because the issue is he wants to go e5, e4. And with the pawn on f4, I kind of take away the e5 square. And although my bishop on g2 is a quite bad piece, I can always play bishop f1. And I thought, like, okay, if the game is kind of closed, I can always play like knight d4, bishop e2, etc. and I should be better. The thing was, actually, he was playing quite quickly around here. I was a bit confused. Because actually, once he played the c5 move, I kind of realized that if black ever gets the pawn on c5, if I didn't get c5 in the game, if black put the pawn on c5, the issue is like, okay, white kind of has no space. And it becomes quite difficult to make moves with white. So I decided that, okay, I should go c5. And it's kind of like a double-edged sword, because from one point of view, I kind of ruin his pawn structure. But from the other point of view, I give him the d5 square, where he can activate his knights from.
Yep, and that's exactly what he did. But you got this,
I felt like this
very nice tactic.
Knight b6 move was nice. Yeah, this knight b6 was quite important, because otherwise these two knights are quite annoying attacking e3. Now after knight b6, I kind of forced him to trade, and now I think h3, knight f6 is kind of a big mistake. Like after h3, he should probably go c5. And maybe the position is around, I think white should still be a bit better, but it's not too clear. Like, let's say h takes g4, c takes d4, rook takes d4. Maybe bishop e6 or d5, and I can go g5, and it's, maybe his king is still a bit weak. Like, maybe I go queen d2, rook d1, bishop f1, rook a4, etc. But it wasn't looking too clear. Like, what happened in the game is I had the knight on d4. Like, I put the knight on a5, but this endgame has to be much better for white. Like, probably close to winning already.
Yep.
Because he just simply doesn't have any play.
You assessed it correctly, and after that you conducted your offense on the queen side very nicely with a4, a5, blocking that weakness. Very beautiful game to cap off an amazing performance. Abhimanyu, congratulations. Guys, any questions?
No, our congratulations to Mishra. Just great stuff. It was your debut. I just have to say, you must be feeling great that you just didn't, face plant. It's a big challenge playing in these national championships. They're so strong, and you performed, well, second place. I mean, come on.
I actually do have a question, Abhimanyu. Congratulations on this tournament, on amazing score, also amazing games. And my question is this your best tournament performance so far, or how much do you cherish these results in this tournament?
I feel that this result is quite good, as I'm going to play in Grand Swiss also in another like 5-6 days, and that this will help me gain even more. It'll help me gain even more momentum in that tournament, because I think as of now I gained like 20-25 points in this tournament. It's like a crazy number. I'm like 26-16 live rating, and another main thing is that I'm trying to hit 27. I want to become the youngest 2700 player in the world, and I have another 13 months, and my rating is currently like 26-16, and I have a feeling I have a very good chance to break it.
Wow.
Well, congratulations. That's amazing.
I love your goals, Mishra. May you succeed.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And
Thank you.
the Isle of Man tournament promises to be a great event.
Everybody's going to Isle of Man.
I mean, how could I miss it?
Absolutely.
What do we have in the ladies? Jump in with Jeffery.
First of all, this has changed a lot.
No, what?
Wait, what happened?
Is it winning? I'm not sure.
Why?
I know, right?
Right.
You're a bit taken aback. It feels like.
Run.
Well, my e3 pawn is running as well.
Why did we run with the b pawn?
You want to run with the b pawn
right now? No, I want
to.
If b move back.
Okay.
I don't want to play b4 at all. I just want to go c6.
Okay, c6.
No, I was worried about the perpet.
A2.
I was worried about the.
That's what she was worried about as well.
Wait, and if I go rook c3, am I gonna lose this somehow?
You
Well,
might.
I would take and then you still have to go back.
I
Race
mean,
carpet. Okay.
yeah, repetition of it.
Repetition,
sorry.
yes.
Right.
Tuck, and I.
You're
That's a
threatening
checkmate. If you go here, unfortunately, you in fact lose because I
Right.
pick up the rook on c1.
Exactly.
So you have to stay king c1, king b1. By the way, and that's exactly what she's trying to do, Ruiyang, right now with e3, offering this pawn. Hey, take it,
bait.
so that
Yeah.
I can give you a check, push you to c1 with the king, and then take on h2 and create this separation between the rooks, threatening both rook h1 and rook a1 mate. This is what I'm talking about. And if we do get to this position, I don't see a way for Carissa to get out. You can give a check, I go back to f8, you can give another check, I go back, you can give yet another check, but what else? How do you improve your situation? In fact, she did miss an opportunity. At this point, what she had to do is give a check first. The idea being that if you do go to f8, now I go rook to b3, you go e3.
You're queening with check.
I'm guessing that's the reason, but let's take a look. So c6, you go e3, c7, and you do queen with check. Yes, yes, yes. With the king on f8, e2 doesn't come in the position, and this position is winning. So big moment, guys. And
So
right
she
now after
simply
e4,
missed rook g3 check.
give a
king to
check
f8.
first, push the king to f8, and then go to b3 and do the same thing.
Okay, so what if I go with the king to h7?
That's a good question. Very
no
good
checks
question.
on the back rank.
Yes, king to h7. Now I go to b3 once again. You go e4. And now I have this crazy idea. Rook to f6.
Trade a pair of rooks.
Wow.
Yes, yes, yes. By the way, did we see a move? Or did we see just Carissa getting... Oh, she went and checked Begim's game. On her clock, she went, checked Begim's game. She doesn't really know how to assess it because that one is complex. And right now she's trying to find a way to win. I don't see it. I don't see it, guys. I think after e4, things are becoming a little bit easier because I have a clear plan as black. I go e3, I force take on e3, and then I give you this check, rook takes h2 idea.
But this rook f6 move, I mean, is
So
that,
difficult.
Is
It's
it
not-
possible to find it?
No, that's not the point. The point is that you're always looking in these rook endings to make your opponent's king weaker.
Yes.
You're always looking at these checks. If I can force you onto the 8th rank with a, like for example, you're looking at rook g3 check because you would love to queen with check, right? So you would love to force the king to the 8th rank. Forcing the king away from the protection of the f-pawn, it's not that you're looking at rook f6, you just ask yourself a question. Is my opponent's king worse on h7?
So you
than
think you would give the
G7?
check and maybe find the rook
Sure.
f6 now?
Yeah, like later, but first you try to put, because once you see the king on h7, you start to think to yourself, boy, wouldn't it be great if I could checkmate? So yeah, rook g3 check would definitely have been on my radar. Maybe only like I would have to convince myself the rook check isn't good. But I'm actually kind of stupefied, frankly, that this e-pawn, because I kind of thought we were just going to go here, here, and here, and then, you're not checkmating me, you're not making a perpetual, and I didn't think, yeah, there you go, rook to d1, and I didn't understand why Carissa wasn't
e3, yes.
and then rook c1.
Rook to c1.
e3, rook to c1.
Then I push the rook on the d file.
Okay, so
So
once
I'm
again,
ready to go e2.
c6, e2.
E2.
Now I'll go c7.
All right, let's see.
She, by the way, did after e3 play rook
Oh, I play rook a c2 now.
rook on a.
Oh.
c2 now.
You cannot capture it because I promote with the check.
Nice. Nice.
By the way, guys, after rook to e1, this is
Let
a
me
big
just
moment
refresh
right here.
my board for just a moment.
Rook
But
a d2
really,
is
it has
the
a lot of
only
time, but
move.
it looks like.
So she did, by the way, after e4, she brought her rook back. After e3, she's played rook e1. She says, do your worst, and there's only one move to draw.
Rook a d2, she has to find this move.
It's not e2, that just hangs the rook.
Right.
And I am threatening at this exact moment to take.
That's right.
So the idea after rook ad2 is you cannot capture with the e-rook because there's back rank checkmate.
That's a mate.
That's the mate.
And if you capture with the other rook, then I have perpetual
check on
Okay.
b2.
So you have to go c6, right?
Right. So you have to run.
C6.
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 Let's do it.
But
E2.
now e2, and I'm threatening
King c1.
Checks
now
it.
you go rook d6, perhaps.
And she found it.
What is that? No.
Rook a d2, late on the board.
Rook d3.
I was trying to be clever.
I see what you did. Yes, you tried. Yeah.
You trying to be clever.
No, but I think rook d6
She did find rook.
played
That
the
was
move,
the only
rook
move.
Pretty fast. She has 30 minutes on the clock, but she just found the best move and played it immediately.
Confident.
Absolutely. And once again, after c6, what were we playing?
I think
after
e2.
E2?
And the king c1?
Rook d6.
Rook d6.
I have another rook to go to f1.
And now rook f1, be careful. If you just play rook c3 to defend that pawn, then game over, rook f1.
Exactly. c7,
rook f1.
Rook f1, c8 equals, well, let me throw in a check just to...
Okay, king f6.
King h7 or...
Even though king
six?
f6, maybe rook f3. Wait. No, this is not good.
Yeah, let's go king h6.
Okay.
And I think this is winning for black.
Winning? What?
No.
No? Okay, I take on e1. Rook b1. Oh, you're not gonna capture the rook, huh? Okay, check on a1. Okay. Well, rook d2, yes.
King b3.
Now I'm winning. I go up the board. Don't forget about my queen.
There's a
Remember
mate.
when I said...
Okay, so I don't go rook d2.
Remember when I said the rook on g3 check, and you have those...
So I have to just keep checking.
Yes.
a1, b1.
Exactly. Wow.
What an endgame. What a complex endgame.
Seriously, this is a lot of twists and turns were going on in this one. I'm just going to... well, once again, we just have rook d6 is the
Carissa
only
down
move.
to her last 5 minutes?
Yeah, she's getting low on time. She has last 5 minutes on the clock.
Wow.
While Ruiyang Yan has 30 minutes.
But I have to say, the good news for her is that
she has a draw in her pocket anytime
yeah, she can just capture that pawn.
And Begim's position is not looking great.
It's not.
No.
Because we know Begim has to win.
She has to win if Carissa draws.
Yeah, we just saw the move queen. We saw c4 and now queen d7.
Yes.
So there's a double attack, in fact, on d5 and a4. Whoa, what am I saying?
there's
much
a bishop.
more saliently, a piece is hanging. What just happened? Did Begim blunder something? Is this a blunder?
Well, it does look like she's losing a pawn now. The question
Because
is, does
I
she
thought
get
we were gonna
No, but I
see-
don't think you can really capture that pawn on a4 because there's always bishop takes g7, queen b7.
Right. No, I'm
So I play
capturing
bishop
d5.
d4 or something.
I'm capturing
Oh.
your pawn on d5. So let's see if she has enough compensation. That is the question right now. So you go with something like bishop d4, right?
Okay.
Take on d5, I go a5. Who's first?
Well, I like it.
You like the race. Okay, a6, let's say. Rook c1. Now I have to...
Now it's time.
To defend.
Okay. Now I kind of look around. How do I get to your king, right? Queen d1 check. How do I get to your king? So something like this. I'm threatening to take the bishop, and I'm dreaming of queen d1 check.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I'm just thinking it's a very difficult decision for Carissa. Like, is she going to go for that draw, or is she going to risk continuing with only less than 4 minutes on the clock?
She's not going for the draw yet.
Wow.
She's
made a move,
played
c6.
c6. Let's go.
Okay.
And what is the clock times between Begim and Jennifer's game?
That is a very good question. So Begim has 18 minutes, while Jennifer only 8 minutes. 10 minutes difference.
Okay, so somehow Jennifer and Begim have much more time.
No, because it's Ruiyang Yan. She has 30 minutes on the clock.
Ruiyang has a lot of time.
A lot of time. And Carissa's just played the move C6. And here it is.
E2.
E2, not the move Rook D6, right?
Wait, King C1.
Yes, we looked
Oh,
at
okay, we looked at that. Rook D6.
This was now the threat of Rook F1, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only move to draw is Rook D6. Well, not a difficult move to find, by the way.
No.
Your Rook is hanging, the pawn is about to queen, so you got to play Rook D6 in order to capture it. Rook to D6.
Yeah, the difficult move was Rook A D2. Now, just go back, attack that pawn.
Okay.
Now this is the,
So
okay,
let's
I
keep
was
going.
going to go Rook G3 check. Remember? And I went C7 thereafter. Sorry.
Let's go Rook E3.
Rook E3.
Right.
Okay, gift me the pawn.
You take that, and now I go King B2, let's say.
King B2.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, I take another pawn on A2.
H2.
H2, pardon. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just a draw.
And then
I'm
F pawn is running.
I'm a little bit faster in terms of picking up your rook, but I think you're in time to pick up my rook as well.
Much. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the way to blunder here is to play Rook C3 for white, right? To defend that pawn, because then Rook F1 and
Oh, yes.
that's lost.
No, I'm crying.
That would be
Yeah,
crying
but-
for Carissa, for sure.
Exactly.
She's not going to do that. No, no way. She's way too alert to allow those type of tactics. But Rook to D6, this is the critical moment. She needs to find Rook to D6. She needs to play it. She's played a lot of very fast moves, so it seems that she has calculated everything. And to be honest, Rook to D6, being a move that creates a threat, is the first thing that you're thinking about.
Exactly. Wow.
She is still calculating, though. I believe she's calculating Rook to G3.
You mean Rook to D6, Rook to G3.
That's right.
And then looking to shelter King
And Carissa
either on
goes
F6.
to check on Begim's game once again.
Well, again, as you've mentioned, Ruiyang Yan has 30 minutes to carefully consider. It's a very, very crucial decision.
And she is taking time to think. She's recognizing this is a critical situation. She shouldn't play fast here. But maybe she's ready
You know,
now.
it's a funny moment because I had this illusion, and for, you know, I have seen, you know, these marvelous, marvelous patterns of rook check, rook takes, rook on F1 in my career. I mean, Cristian just pointed out, well, I can refute you with the move rook to D3, and probably for that matter with rook E1, but sometimes you know too much. Wait a minute.
Carissa is checking the position from a different perspective.
Her opponent's perspective. I remember I had one opponent who was very, very annoying, who would do that consistently. He would make a move and then come around the board and look at the position over my shoulder. Now I have to remember the guilty party's name, but King C1, Rook D6, Rook G3 check. This is King H3, King H6, pardon me. And then
Okay,
we were
can
trying...
you get extremely greedy? No, that's how you lose. If you go B5, for example.
How to be greedy and lose?
Yeah, like King H6, B5.
Boy 5.
Yes.
And
Okay,
Rook
she's-
D6, here we go.
She's played
Only
the
move
fours.
to keep the position balanced.
Let's go.
But now I go Rook F1.
And
Rook
now
G1,
this is...
And now Rook D1.
Now this is the way I lose
Very
brilliantly.
funny position. Yeah.
All
That's
four
a
rooks.
funny position.
Right? Yeah, I can't take because that is a promotion. That's a girl. And
I'm telling you, I would be super nervous if I was Carissa. Like with this pawn on E2.
yeah.
And that's why she's been taking a good look at that game of Begim, because again, if Begim doesn't win, she can make a draw. She can make a draw and claim the championship right there.
Right. And just remind everybody the what-if scenarios. It's this simple, Cristian.
Absolutely. If Carissa draws, and it does seem like Carissa will be drawing this game,
clear,
and Begim draws, then Carissa wins the championship because
Bingo.
she's half a point ahead going into this round. But if Carissa draws and Begim wins,
then we got our playoff.
Then we have a playoff. Absolutely. And maybe we can highlight that scenario as well as the second one, as you can see. And Carissa right now trying to figure things out.
Well, we do
Not a lot
think
of time
that this
left.
is actually a draw, and
But she has 3 minutes on the clock.
Yes, not a lot of time left. And a lot of nerves, I can tell you that much.
for sure.
All right,
You're
how
at
do you
the finish
force a
line.
draw?
Well, if I was white, I would play rook g3 check. Likely you would play king f6.
Not sure about king f6.
Okay.
Just
I
because there's always
guessed.
this ideas of rook f3. You know?
It's guesswork.
Like rook f1, rook f3, for example, is what I'm worried about.
Okay.
That's why I want to go to h6.
All right. Rook to g3 check, king h6. If I was Carissa, I would be playing c7.
Rook c6, king d2. Yes, let's make a draw.
Rook c6, king d2. And I certainly have advantage. I'm not worse, as we would say, but I was expecting you to play rook f1. I would make a queen. And
So just played b5.
What is that? Excuse me, what? Rook f1?
Is this
What
rook
this?
f1 game over?
b5, rook f1, resigns.
No way.
Wow.
She loses. Rook f1 resigns.
No way.
And
Rook f1 resigns, guys.
yeah, of course.
Wow.
Rook g3 check. She's missed what we were just talking about. She's missed this idea
4 rooks.
of the 4 rooks on the first.
Wow.
She thought she has rook g1. She's overlooked. Rook d1.
Oh my God. What
What a
an
turn.
end to this tournament we have right here.
It's crazy because what if they both fall on the finish? What if Jennifer Yu wins?
That's definitely in the cards. That is definitely in the cards as well.
But guys,
Oh
this
my
game
goodness.
up and down, one winning, then the other, then again.
Oh, but can we see Carissa's face right now? Because she realizes. I can tell you that
When
much.
do
She
you
realizes that.
No, I don't think
I
she's
think she
realized
sees it
it
now.
yet.
Yeah, I think she realized it.
How? What's the tell? What do you think is the tell? I think she's played rook g3 and she's planning rook g1.
Really?
And she's sitting there
No.
saying, I'm winning.
I think she's just not looking at the opponent. She's just poker facing it now.
She's trying to poker face it. Yes.
Looking at the clock, but she sees that Ruiyang has about 30 minutes, a lot of time to just move the king, not on the f6, but any other square.
She's blushing a little bit, guys. I mean, I can see it. I can see it. By
Now,
the
I
way,
was telling you, this pawn on e2, it was making me nervous.
Whoa.
incredible. What a finish to this tournament we have. By the way, Begim is going to be a pawn down, and with that pawn on c3, lurking White's position, around White's position, that's not looking good from a practical perspective either.
Why is Ruiyang hesitating?
Well, she has 30 minutes.
No,
You see you're winning.
no, seriously. Why don't you play king f6?
Wait, king f6? Oh, you can play the rook f3 now. Oh,
King f6.
What's the
yes,
hesitation?
that's a move. That's a move as well. Yes, that wins as well.
It wins as well?
It wins as well. The problem, you're allowing rook to f3 and then rook takes e2.
Rook f3
And at least I can
check?
play with 2 pawns and maybe hope for something.
Against the rooks.
Right.
Okay.
Which is not a tremendous hope because I can go
king e7.
Well, c7 is a threat right now.
rook f5.
And then
that
I play
should
c7.
be winning. c7, I
What is going on over there? No, you could play rook f1 check. Force the king either to b2 or c2 and then play Rook,
Wow.
Rook. But okay, king f6 on the board, and Carissa?
She's thinking.
Well, I think she realizes that rook d1 is game over. She's going to have to play rook f3 check.
Jennifer down to her
and
last.
she has played it because she realizes there goes the rook. Very quickly, Ruiyang grabbed the rook.
Guys, we did not expect
Rook
this.
c3.
Very quickly played.
Excuse me, but...
Yeah, that's good enough because you have never rook c2. The king is too close to the pawns.
Rook c2 takes,
And king e7.
King e7.
And then you go king e7, yeah.
And king d8, and you're in time.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems to be it.
Rook b3, I'm winning one of the pawns or trading rooks.
She's
Game
got
over.
it. Ruiyang Yan, she's got the game in the bag now.
Very sad finish for
And
Carissa.
there it is. Carissa.
A resignation, what a finish, and look at that smile from Ruiyang.
She knows she's just got gifted a win. Wow.
But things might be smiling in Carissa's favor, even with this loss, because Begim's position is not easy at all. Let's take a look at that.
Wow. What a turnaround. What a turnaround we witnessed there. Carissa's, some decisions just mystifying. Queen b2 on the, and what's the clock times in this one? I think time trouble is a factor as well, right?
Begim has 14 minutes and it's Jennifer who is lower on time. She has 4 minutes.
Lower on time, but a better position right now.
But you know, Begim now can check the result and she sees that if she makes a draw, she forces playoffs.
But how does she
which
make
is
a
a
draw?
big boost of confidence.
Okay, we know, we got the script, but how do we fulfill?
How do you do it? It's not easy, guys.
No, it's not.
That pawn on c2 looks
It's
so
monster.
threatening.
Always in these, who has the more dangerous passer? Well, it's clear that Jennifer does. Okay, shall we ask the salient question? Queen takes d5. You're welcome to take a pawn.
King g8.
Okay. Now, once again, as mentioned earlier, my agenda is queen d1.
But now I go bishop h6.
Okay, so
I defend c1 and I also threaten checkmate.
importantly, yes, you do.
So
Okay,
you
I
can
give
go
check on c5.
Check on c5.
Ah, no, but you have check. Sorry, you have queen d1. No, that's not a check. Never mind.
It's not a check. It's a mate.
That's not a.
That's a mate. But hold on. How?
Well, you
here-
can go
queen
there
d6.
because queen d6 and I'm doing a double attack.
That is very nice.
the job.
That is excellent. So I have to go to h1.
Yeah, but now my horsey can go to f2.
A horsey goes f2. Okay.
And now I have queen d6 again.
And now.
And keep in mind, after capturing on h6, no, I can.
Capturing on
I want
h6.
to capture on h6 because
And
I'm
queen
guarding the promotion square.
Absolutely. Gotcha. That does it. And that wins for Jennifer because there's no perpets, funnily enough. Okay, cool. Okay, so it means after bishop h6, queen c5,
I think
I'm
that's-
lost.
Yeah, I think white is lost here.
Okay, so after bishop takes 8, bishop takes g7, king g8. You
probably
can't
want to
play
go
the
back.
desirable bishop h6. So go ahead, Christian, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Queen takes d5, bishop g7, king h8.
Yeah, this is not looking good. So after queen d5, I don't have to take on g7.
Okay.
Maybe I have to start with rook to c1. Again, such difficult decisions along the way in this one because I can take the pawn on a5. Maybe we should look at your board just because we need to keep an eye on the players. Queen
c7.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, just a second. She did not take the pawn on d5. Queen c7.
Just trying to threat,
What?
make a threat with c1 promotion.
Okay, so I defend.
Now probably she wants to go knight g3.
Knight g3.
But no.
Is-
That's interesting because I don't have time for a6 or any of that.
My brain hurts.
So I go
This is such a
queen
complicated
b5.
position. Queen b5 and now queen f4.
Queen b5.
No, but queen f4, I thought I have bishop takes g. Oh, but you're also targeting that rook. Thought I have bishop takes g7 and queen d7, but let's, if I take, you take, queen d7.
Again, at this point, you might just want to force a draw somehow as Begim. If you are Begim and you've just spotted Carissa losing her game,
you're looking for any ways,
any sort of way out to force
get
that
it.
tiebreak, right?
Right.
I mean, sure, you keep that potential win in mind, but with the pawn on c2, you're also looking for ways out.
For sure. Wow. I just have to refresh the board for a moment there. And again, sorry, the clock times?
Yeah, so Begim 12 minutes and Jennifer, you only 2 minutes on the clock.
With a victory, Begim's our new champion. With a draw, we have playoffs.
But
With,
again,
Jennifer winning.
Those are the script writers, right? Because this is a 3-game result. Absolutely anything can happen in this
And we
one.
do have rook c1, and you were mentioning knight g3 was Jennifer's intention. I don't understand the move queen c7 otherwise. Why did she play queen c7 and not queen takes d5?
And by the way, after knight g3, can we play d6? Is that a move?
Absolutely, why not?
But then you take rook takes c2 and rook takes c2, and there's no queen b8. Ah. Wait, what is this position, guys? Because I still... Okay, I take on g7.
I think this is...
To be honest, I
Advantage
still
black.
have no idea what's happening. Probably advantage black right now.
Yeah, for sure. But Kate, can you explain to me Jennifer's decision not to take on d5? Because I'm totally perplexed. I don't really
She was
understand.
probably just worried about giving up that g7 pawn.
Okay.
Okay,
And
knight
she
g3
has
on the
played
board.
knight
By the way,
g3.
Jennifer is down to 1 minute.
Oh my, knight to g3.
Because my plan is very clear, knight e2.
Right.
Now, if you're gonna go something like king, I don't know, f2, then I have queen f4.
And that wins on the spot.
Right.
So no king f2 for sure.
12 minutes for Begim, 1 minute for Jennifer with this wild position. But again, it's all about that c2 pawn and that knight to e2. Big threat right now in the position.
Forking everybody. You have the royal fork, the family fork, and a winning fork at the moment. So we were looking at the move queen b5 a moment ago.
Trying to not allow that knight e2.
And then we saw, as a response, queen f4 threatening both pieces with a check.
So can I take on c2?
Well, first of all, I'm really trying to understand.
Bishop b2?
No, there, yeah, like, if I'm trying to draw,
right.
I would like to find a way of making a draw.
Right.
Can I play bishop b2?
Let's try to find that.
And try to make a draw. Just
okay. No, that makes a lot of sense.
Just how?
Okay, but I go queen e3 check.
King h2.
Queen f2.
If you go here, I was going to go here.
Right.
And what is your threat?
I'm playing knight e2 with still no threat though.
I don't know what you just did. Okay.
Trying to set up something.
I'll fall for it. I think I've got my draw now.
At least.
No, now your queen is really active.
At least. Also d6, I'm not sure about.
Right. So if you go queen f4, you attack two pieces. I defend both pieces with retreat.
Okay, I readjust. Knight e4 now. Oh no, you're gonna...
Okay, so I also
Well,
have...
wait a minute. You just went knight e4 to g3.
What if
yeah,
I go...
but I want to have my queen on f2. So I had to bring the queen a bit closer.
Okay.
But I'm worried you're gonna grab that pawn on c2.
I'll grab the pawn on g7 if you don't mind.
Yeah. Mine. Okay, no, you're right.
I'm lost. I truly lost. I don't get what just is going on here. And Queen, after knight g3, Begim is having to analyze these really obscure tactics here. I'm at a loss. Knight g3. I'm expecting queen. Knight e2 is just killing.
Yes.
And I can't defend against this threat by moving my king. I can't defend against the threat by moving my rook because you make a queen. So this is only move, like box, right? Forced. Does black have a choice beside queen f4? Do you have another move? Let me know if you have another move.
I mean, queen f4 looks...
Queen c4? Can you play
I
queen
was looking
c4?
at queen c4, but then you have again queen d7. No, that's with check. Okay, so queen c4
is an alternative to queen f4, because again, a queen trade.
No, but now
takes,
I have
takes,
king f2, right?
King f2 to again sidestep knight e2. If you take my bishop, I'll take your knight. If you go knight, I'm in time to defend the bishop, and life is good.
Right.
Begim will be very, very, very pleased. So queen b5, this queen c4, this queen f4. Any other
So is there
candidates?
rook b8? No, because bishop takes g7.
Maybe rook takes c2 also.
Oh, I like that one.
I finally took that pawn.
I mean, that pawn was like, on my throat. No, that was a big munch just a moment ago. I don't think you could play rook b8.
Wow, what a complicated position.
For sure. I mean, after 5 hours of play, championship title is on the line. You're nervous because of the time.
Okay, so let's go queen b5, queen f4, right?
Sorry, say that again. Which
queen
one?
b5, queen f4. Did
yes,
we
queen b5.
Solve that?
Queen f4, and I said bishop b2.
Just defending the rook and
all right.
still
So let's
targeting
stay
g7.
at this point and try to improve black's position somehow. Maybe h5.
Okay, fair.
Just trying to make some space for my king.
But
no more rook takes c2 ideas for you.
How about queen takes g7 ideas?
Right.
But I have
But
rook
now
c7.
I have
rook to c7.
No, but
My
you had
goodness,
discovered attack. So bishop takes g7.
I'm not
This
sure.
is really playing with fire.
Bishop g7, king h7.
Oh, no, king
Then
h7.
bishop e5.
Bishop e5.
Take and then knight e2.
But king
Wow.
g8 is also maybe a little simpler.
Probably.
Yeah,
Yes.
getting out of that discovered attack.
Right. But boy, I'm not sure I would want to play this with no time on my clock either. Check?
With what side? With either side, yeah?
Yeah, no, d6.
I guess I just take on d6.
My desirable bishop e5 is not...
Some checks on c5.
Exactly. Guys, this
6
is
minutes, 45
ridiculously complicated
So
position.
complicated. But again, from
with no
Begim's perspective, she must be very happy that Carissa lost her game. So with a draw, she will get into the playoffs.
Okay, let me just chill, play, calm, zen-like chess. I defend.
Zen-like chess in this position. Yeah. Good luck.
I'm a careful defender.
All right, but what if I go rook e8 now?
I want to make a draw.
Rook e8, I think, is winning now.
Why is that winning?
Well, you cannot take with a rook on c2. And knight e2, I'm not 100% sure how you stop.
This massive threat, yes?
Yes. I think your zen.
My zen
idea.
I was trying to be so careful.
Is over.
And
Meditation ended.
Meditation ended.
To a brutal wake up.
Yeah, right? Truly brutal wake up. Oh my goodness. Wow.
By the way, 1 minute for Jennifer, but 5 minutes only right now for Begim.
And those minutes,
they go by fast. They fly.
They sure do. Again, I understand how difficult a position this is, but sometimes force moves, like a capture, that's the only thing you do. That's the only move you can make. You have to make it. There's no choice here for Begim beside Queen B5, right? Then
but I think she may be calculating a bit further because she's expecting, Queen F4, and she doesn't want to give Jennifer too much time after that Queen F4 move.
There are some choices along the way.
No, I'm sorry. I think we're talking past one another. I'm saying when you have no choice.
Right. But there are some choices.
Like Queen, that always shocked me. Queen takes D8 check. There is no other move in the position. King takes D8. There's no other move. People have spent 10 minutes before recapturing the queen, and I asked myself why.
Well, because if I play Queen B5 here, I know Jennifer is going to respond to Queen F4, and I want to play, after she plays Queen F4, I want to blitz out my next move.
But
D6, that's the other move in the position.
Oh my gosh, she's played, but doesn't that just blunder the game?
No.
It doesn't blunder the game?
It's still equality.
No way.
Yes, in the position.
So Queen takes D6,
Queen
right?
takes D6.
Bishop E5?
Probably I would start with Rook takes C2.
Rook takes C2?
Mm-hmm. Rook takes C2.
Yes, and we've
Bishop
got
G7.
We've got B8, and you can't take on C2 because this is a check.
So I go Bishop B7.
Oh my gosh.
By the way, Jennifer down to 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
King G8.
And now I take on C2.
So you've got this check in your pocket if I take. Ooh, how many seconds did you
16,
say?
15 seconds now.
And she finally did take on D6.
And now Begim is forced to take on C2.
No, she took on
G7.
Oh, I think that's losing.
King to G8.
I think that's over.
But what's the difference? Because after King G8,
there's Queen D1.
Queen D1
But
check.
I have Queen B3 check now.
But it doesn't matter. I take that.
No, I take.
Oh, the knight is defended on G3.
Yeah, Bishop takes G7 was a losing move.
Wow.
Rook takes C2 was a draw.
Can this be a more dramatic finish?
No. No.
I remember the 2013 candidates where both Magnus and Vladimir Kramnik, the two leaders of the tournament, lost the final game at the finish. Are we going to see the same thing?
I think
Are
so.
two tournament leaders losing
think
the
so.
final round?
I think so, yeah. That's
King G8 on the board.
That's it.
And again,
Well, Bishop takes G7, she should have stopped and thought about, because
Queen
Queen D1
D1
is such a dangerous threat right now. And there's no stopping it. I mean, you're probably thinking about Bishop H6, but Bishop H6, I just simply take that.
first of all, you can simply take that.
I just take that.
Oh, and I don't have like King H2 move, like a waiting move.
No.
So I'm not really sure what she missed after this move, King to G8.
I think she maybe missed, like me, the knight is defended on G3.
Like she was expecting that she would have Queen B3 check and taking the knight.
So
somehow.
Bishop E5. What's the finish there?
Okay, Bishop E5, that's true.
Do I have Queen
So Queen D1,
D1
that was the idea.
Queen D1, I go.
If you go to F2, then knight E4, and that has to be a check.
No, I have to go to H2.
Then I have knight F1.
All right, King H1 or King G1.
Wow.
So where's the win, guys?
Our
Because I still don't actually see.
Okay, so I go to D2.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Bishop
E5 is on
E5
the
as
board.
expected.
Oh, I thought C4, but that just allows you to grab that pawn on C2.
Our producer, Tom, is boldly stating the obvious. This is the hardest fight for 7th place that Jennifer has ever had in her life. And it's the truth. But for 1st place, hold on. Isn't there a simpler way of winning this game than what we've just discovered? We went Queen D1 check, right? That looks like...
That looks like
the
move that you
obvious
have
and
to
strong
make.
way.
Knight F1 is another obvious move.
It feels like it, right?
I would be very surprised if there was a different one. Because
So
I do want to
perhaps-
transfer the knight at least to E3.
Or E3 or D. Okay, Go ahead. E3. Go ahead. Make E3. King
How
goes
do
to
you finish it,
H2.
guys?
And like queen e2 or?
Where's the finish?
Oh, she's played knight
e2.
I
But
can't
isn't
guess
this-
anything. I can't guess anything.
Knight
What
to
is
E2.
happening in this game?
Commentators have
We are
lost
more
their minds.
tired than-
The players have lost their minds. I don't.
Wait, is-
I'm hesitant to suggest who
Is
might be
Begim
winning.
after
I
king h2?
don't think so. No. King
So
H2,
knight e2,
just
king
queen
H2.
E6.
Knight E2 check.
King h2.
Yes.
Why?
Queen E6. Again, what do you do next?
Queen E6.
Okay, I don't like the queen on h2 actually. because
What's
that's
your
always-
next move is the question.
So can I go king? Sorry, Yasser. Can I go to h1 after knight
Absolutely.
e2?
Well, King H1,
Oh no, that's queen d1.
I can play Queen D1.
Yes, this
And
is over.
capture with knight on c1, not allowing you to give any checks on the white diagonal.
But is that completely finished?
Okay, but guys, let's go to F2, right? But F2 you take on C1. No,
Wait,
but
is this complete finish, Yasser? That's a good question.
yeah, F2 you take on C1.
I don't see this as a complete finish.
No.
How do you stop the checkmate?
I don't know. I think the move Knight E2 is the strangest decision I can imagine.
By the way,
Queen
Begim
D1.
is down to 2 minutes.
How could you not play Queen D1 in that moment? That was crazy.
Still a lot of things. King
Okay,
to
king
H2.
H2.
King H2.
But King to H2 makes things a bit easier, right? With this Queen to E6 move.
Queen to E6.
The problem is, whenever you take on E5, there's going to be a check. So there's no more rook
So
takes C2.
Queen E6 stops any checks on the diagonal.
Yes.
That's a good
But is
thing.
queen d5 the same move? Also stopping the checks?
Queen D5, Queen E6.
By the way, queen, with 9 seconds, Jennifer played queen e6.
By the way, the nervous tension's getting to Jennifer too, because she made the move, pressed her clock, and then adjusted her queen once more on Begim's time. Not the proper etiquette. Anyway, Rook E1. Tell me how. Why
Rook
did
E1,
Jennifer?
I go C1.
Oh, this I promote. c1.
Oh no! How did I? No, for sure. That's right.
Bishop
h8.
Okay, this looks like a desperado move to my
Well,
eyes.
you wanna don't take the rook on c1 because there is checkmate on g7.
For sure. But that definitely looks like a desperado move. Can I play Queen G6? Protecting?
But that's because I don't
Attacking?
have queen b3 check.
Attacking.
Can I take on C2 now?
That was the mate.
By the way, Jennifer down to 10 seconds.
Now,
This is a
the
forced
mate is
mate.
with the queen on G3. Yes, queen G3.
Exactly.
And I think that's
4 seconds.
Come on, Queen G6.
1 second on the clock,
played
by
with
the way.
1 second on the
way.
clock. Oh
no
my goodness.
way.
But wait, is this checkmate on g7?
It's
Oh,
it's check.
That's a check.
Check. What is this about 1 second? How does Ray Robson
I don't know how they do it.
press their clock with
I don't know how they
Wensocken?
do it.
How did Jennifer just press her clock with 1 second? So,
Oh, we
okay,
may see
now she's
perfection
gained
here. I mean,
the
repetition.
minute. She gains the 30
And
seconds,
Begim needs
right?
to play King Bishop H8 right now. Fast.
But then comes Queen G6.
I don't think we're gonna.
And Queen G6 just wins the game.
She needs to see that, yes.
It defends G7. We threaten the rook. You cannot play rook takes C2. Queen check loses the bishop, right? If you play rook takes C2, you get mated. That's simple. That we understand. It's about the only thing about in this ending that I've understood.
What an absolute madness finish to this tournament.
What a crazy finish.
Absolutely
okay,
madness.
what's the count? She's about to
20
play
seconds.
Queen G6.
She still has time.
She's about to play because she.
But 1 second.
Yeah, Queen. No.
Queen E7.
Queen. What
Excuse me. What
is
Queen
going
E7.
on? Queen E7.
But now I can just take on C2.
I mean, there was 1 second away from being the champion.
Oh my
goodness.
Under no circumstances are you allowed to say, now I can just. Because I think we've been saying that for the last half dozen moves. Queen e7, did you expect that move, Kate?
No.
No.
Okay, but
now
you take on c2. Let's go into that endgame.
Yeah,
right?
because that's a lot of pawns for that bishop. So rook takes.
Only one. Only one.
Well, I'm going to take it also on f5.
I'm not sure if you want to do that, because then I give you a check on the b8, h2 diagonal, and knight g3 is coming, picking up the queen. So you
I
cannot
will lose
touch
this game for both colors like 3 times.
Right?
But if you don't take on c2, then what else do you do? I guess you can
the rook
try
is
to
hanging.
go. Can you go bishop f6?
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't that a funny thing?
But bishop f6, I go queen e3, right?
Is
And
that
that's
true?
problematic, I think.
Bishop f6, queen e3.
Yeah, that's
attacking
the
the
problem.
rook. And we have that same checkmating.
And the problem is if
schism.
you try to go bishop h8 now, I give you a check on f4 first, and then I pick up the rook on c1 with a check.
True. Exactly. No, it's all
So
gone
now she
wrong.
has to take on c2.
She has to take on c2. So, I mean, every time we say something very definitive, we correct ourselves immediately. So rook c2, queen c2, king h8. Now, again, we can't take this pawn because queen e5, queen d6 check. We get ourselves forked.
This king has to move to h1, only move, and knight g3.
By the way, just to mention that Leinier and Hans drew, so it means that Wesley,
bishop f6.
Leinier, and Mishra are all tied for the second position.
We expected
queen
this
e7,
move, but queen to e3 now finishes the game.
Queen.
Jennifer with 25 seconds.
She's done it.
She found it.
Queen e3. And it does feel suddenly like Carissa is breathing a sigh of relief.
Carissa is buying a dinner to Jennifer.
But who deserves it more? I don't know. Oh my goodness. Queen e3, again, we've got queen f4 check, and queen takes c1 check on tap. So
And
we
you
don't
cannot
have
play
time
rook
to
takes
bishop
c2?
h8. We cannot play rook takes c2 because that's the checkmating mechanism that we've seen. The zigzag to g1. Oh, actually, we can just go queen g1 immediately.
No,
we don't have to do it.
You're on e3,
By the way,
yes.
can White play queen a2 check? By the way,
And then
Begim is down to 25 seconds as well.
You have to give a check.
Guess what? Well, you don't get another check.
But you don't have a follow-up is the problem.
Exactly.
You know, 1 second that made a difference that
It's
Jennifer did not
unbelievable.
lose on time.
That's crazy.
Wow.
I have seen in
9
the
seconds for
American
Begim.
Cup, 1 second, and we've got queen a2 check, but after king f8,
Only move.
nothing to discuss. That's it. That was your last check.
Yeah, this looks. This looks
What
like
a
it
game.
might be
What a,
over.
oh my goodness. I mean,
You
what
can try
a
to
game.
go queen a4. That might be the only way out.
a4?
I think for both Carissa and Begim, this was the first game that was really up and down so many times.
Oh.
Because the whole tournament, they've been pretty convincing with their games.
Bishop
g5.
Bishop g5 with the, oh, sorry, queen a2, bishop g5 on the board, sorry.
But that's just queen takes g5 is over.
Queen takes g5.
Because then the king just hides.
Too
Actually, after queen a3, we have queen e7. Jennifer's triple checking.
Right.
But then she captures that bishop.
Queen a3 check.
And
Maybe we can move our king around. to
Or even queen
avoid-
e7.
Yeah, queen e7.
She grabbed that queen.
Because I'm
and-
forcing a trade. The rook on c1 is hanging.
That's it.
This is game over.
Yeah, there's no coming back from this. Also, you have queen c7 to defend the rook on c7 in case you try to go from h8 with some checks, queen to a1. You can just simply start with queen c7, pick up the rook on c1, and that's it.
Exactly.
Wow. First time Carissa can breathe.
I feel the same for me. I've been holding my breath this whole time. That was wow.
But what a turn of events. I mean, Begim was completely winning out of the opening.
Right.
And then things went south.
I tell you, Jennifer, we've seen it time and time again, most definitively in the Armageddon, when she was a piece down against Irina Krush, decided not to resign a losing position and went on to win.
By the way, Begim played queen b2.
Yes, this is where we were expecting. Okay, there is a check in the position.
We can also play queen d6, queen d1, and just grab
That's a
the
good
free
move.
rook.
But the idea of just simply protecting the rook with a gain of tempo and then taking the rook. There's no perpetual checks, of course. I just very nicely, happily
But I feel like
run.
Still kind of queen d6, queen d1.
No, but then I'm not sure about that, because you have queen f6 ideas after.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if I want to allow that.
You're right.
Just, I want to keep the queen close to my side.
Okay, I agree.
Closer.
Close
Just
to
a
my
little,
side.
Just a little closer.
Yeah,
Queen c7 check. I like that. That's a very definitive decision. By the way, sorry, not for nothing, and I mean, again, it's the vulture in me, but king g8?
Okay.
No, yes, no one's going to play
Nobody's
that.
going to play king g8.
Well, it just stops the checks. It just stops the checks.
Okay. That's true, because rook cannot move, then I always promote.
Yes, that was what I meant.
No, but then you allow queen b3 check.
I allow what?
That's another check on b3. Why would you?
Well, if I allow queen h8 check, I'm going to allow you 2 or 3 checks.
But at least you got the rook.
But I have
finally
extra
got the
rook, extra knight, pawn on c2.
You finally got the rook. Yes.
Jennifer feels the same way. I don't know, king g8, it feels like that would be the most elegant, but okay. Queen h8 check.
Is trying for that perpetual check there.
It ain't there. It
Or
just
the king
there's
can
no
hide.
there there. King did come up.
Yep.
To e7.
Maybe we can just
Queen
refresh the board.
takes. The king is going to come up, I suppose, to e6 or d6.
d6.
d6 was her choice. We go check and we take a knight e8.
No, queen g6 on the board.
Okay, queen g6. King d6, queen g6. King e5. That's a nice slalom up the board.
The king is just going to hide on b2.
Queen g3 check.
You're expecting king d4.
Makes sense. She has done it. By the way, is this the last remaining game?
Yeah, because
certainly
we also
in the ladies section.
saw Robson winning against Dariusz Swiercz.
And Anna Zatonsky, the Cairns Cup champion, won her game. King c3 to the last full measure. I mean, amazing.
Wow, what a game. Jennifer will be very happy for that 1 second that just changed the result of this game.
I'll be very happy for having survived the commentary of this game. I was just blown away by the back and forth that was taking place. As you said, Begim was winning, then it was even, then
when
at
it
the
got
end,
to
we
those
just
last
didn't
few
know
minutes,
what was happening.
So difficult to understand what's happening.
Jennifer ran her clock down to 1
1
second.
1 second.
Made her move with a second to go.
And it was probably more like a third of a second.
I mean, at that, right? We're gonna.
I couldn't believe she made it because
through the magic of television, we got to count. Was that
Yeah.
more than a third of a second that was on her clock? Because that was, wow, it was so crazy. That was so crazy. But king c3.
And just the king is going to that b2 square.
The most amazing women's championship that we've ever called will come to a close after we see the move knight d3.
And we see both leaders losing in their last round.
Yes. Again, the only tournament that comes to mind where that has happened is the Candidates London 2013. And knight d3 and queen f6 check on the board, queen e5. That's a clincher.
The checks have finished.
Yeah, the music ends. Our congratulations to Carissa Yip for falling across the finish line at the very end. And for Begim, what a disappointment.
It's a heartbreak.
Losing your last two games after having the tournament of your life.
It's an absolute heartbreak. I mean...
Oh.
She was heartbroken yesterday just for the simple fact that, you know, it's very difficult to believe that you're going to be able to come back. You still have to believe that you're going to be able to come back with a victory. But to have that position and to see your opponent, your main competitor, fall, stumble in the last moment, and then still not be able to take advantage of that.
Where?
That is. Take a look at the longest 1 second in the history of chess.
Okay, come on, let's zoom in on that.
Okay, she's about to grab a piece, and it's 1 second right now.
1 second, and she just grabs the piece.
Makes a move.
No way.
And hits the clock on time.
That's crazy.
That is actually less than a third of a second.
And I
think that's less than a third of a second.
And look at that queen. Is it on d6? You tell me.
But you know, I'm surprised it's physically possible to make a move when you have already 1 second and in time hit that clock. Again, 1 second already now.
Title.
This is what decided this championship.
That's what I meant to say. This is for the title. Begim wins. If that clock says zeros, Begim wins. I don't know. I mean, it kind of slid
That's
from
such a
d6
long
to
second.
c6. If
That's
you
such
play
a long
queen
second.
c6, if the arbiter should dubs, queen g7
I mean,
mate.
if you look at the percentage where the queen is more, I don't even know.
Feels
Should
like
we count
before the arbiter could say, is
Do
your
we
queen
count
on
the
c6?
percentages? I mean, should we stop it? Do we have a replay? An appeal? I don't know.
Wow.
By the way, if you do make an appeal, what happens at that point? If you actually go back home and make an appeal?
Well, the queen is...
You sign the score sheets, though. That's the problem. I think once you sign the score sheets, the game is over.
That's for sure. You don't.
I don't think you can go
If you're
back.
going to make an appeal, you can't sign the score sheets.
I think now when she's adjusting, you simply need to stop the clock and say, where is the queen?
Yes, but it's obviously on d6.
Obviously.
It happened
Wow.
before. We've seen this
yes.
type of situation before. It's obviously on d6, but...
I was a witness to the game Lubomir Lebojevic versus Jonathan Spielman, where Lebojevic's rook was going to the h8 square. So it goes all the way across the 8th rank to the 8th square, and the arbiter adjusts the rook and puts it on g8. And Lubo says, no, I put it on h8. The arbiter puts it on g8. And the arbiter was insistent. Lubo loses the game on the spot. Jonathan Spielman versus draw. Yeah.
The arbiter wouldn't allow it?
Wouldn't allow it, no.
Wow.
He interfered with the players. Both players understood. It was actually Jonathan Spielman who adjusted the rook on h8. And,
but what a finish, guys.
What a finish.
My heart is still beating, racing right now.
Big time. Nobody's for sure, by the way.
This is what we
There's no certainty in this one.
The final standings. Wow. Carissa Yip, the 2023 U.S. Women's Champion, winning $40,000. Begim Tokhirjonova, incredible performance so far, but just losing the last two important games in the tournament, being second. And honestly, third place and winning $20,000. And here is the winner, the 2023 U.S. Women's Chess Champion, International Master Carissa Yip. Congratulations.
And in the open, I mean, again, I'm just like holding my. I'm stunned. I am just so stunned.
What a game!
There was a big tie. There was a big tie for our second, and everybody's walking home the champion
Yeah,
here.
so already yesterday we crowned Fabiano Caruana as the winner, but then we have a three-way tie. Wesley saw Leinier Dominguez, which was maybe expected, but very young and new player on the field. Abhimanyu Mishra also tying for that second place.
I think Ray Robson will be very satisfied that he somehow, after a very bad start, got a tie for fifth. Hans Niemann's going to be disappointed, and Sam very pleased with his final performance, all earning $15,000.
That's not bad.
And once again, here's our champion in the open.
The 2023 US Chess Champion Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. Just incredible performance.
Absolutely. And a back-to-back champion at that. That is very impressive. And his performance, I mean, he was very, very deserving. I don't even know what to say about Carissa and Begim as to who was the most deserving. They certainly turned this event into a two-horse race, more or less after they went on that streak, right? They drew one another in round four.
They just
and then they went
won everything.
Incredible.
It was bowling pins, right? They were just knocking everybody out of the way. 2 rounds to go.
And it was those last 2 rounds, right? They understood. We're fighting for first and second. There's nobody else catching us.
Right.
So it's all about in between us. Who's going to get first?
Right.
And then you see that leapfrogging happens after Begim. Just, if you think about it,
she
claims the draw right there
against Irina.
We're at least in a tiebreak if
sure.
everything goes like it did today.
Right, crazy.
We're in tiebreaks with half a point out of 2 in the last couple of rounds.
Right.
But she loses 2 of them in a row.
Right.
Heartbreaking.
This is completely
absolutely
heartbreaking.
Yeah.
But you can imagine how happy Carissa is right now. I mean, Carissa.
It's kind of a stunning thing.
I don't even know what you do at that point. Do you watch the final few seconds?
No, you're
if you're in
heartbroken that
Carissa's-
you've already lost. But I
She's
remember
probably crying somewhere, being consoled by her dad.
Of course.
And then her dad picks up his phone, he looks at the result, and
It
he's
says,
like,
by the way,
wait a
Carissa,
minute.
you're the
Jennifer-
champion.
I mean, all friends are now writing Carissa. It's just like, wait, what's happening? 60 incoming
Right.
messages.
I remember a very, very heartbroken Magnus Carlsen loses the last round game against Peter Svidler and the candidates, and is told that Vladimir Kramnik lost. And by the way, you have the better tie breaks. Magnus, you're the winner. And Magnus is like, what?
He jumped in the
I
pool.
have that.
He jumped in the pool.
No, that was
That's the
Chennai.
famous.
That was the Chennai.
That's Chennai.
That was the.
But I think he jumped in the pool in that one as well.
Maybe.
Yes.
But oh my gosh, winning by tie breaks.
I remember
No
this scene
playoffs.
is in the movie Magnus. I think they kind of discussed this scene, what Magnus was feeling, and
Yeah.
it's just incredible that you
By the way-
lose and then you qualify anyway.
Yeah, great biography for those of
Guys,
you who
but I
haven't
have to
seen
say,
Magnus.
we have to see that final moment because
Once
this
more,
whole
that 1 second.
championship
Yeah,
was
once-
about that last second that
That's
Jennifer you
crazy.
That
had
forever taking 1
on her
second.
clock. Take a look at this.
Right. If you think the space-time continuum
Stop.
That's 1 second
One
right
second.
there.
like
You just grabbed your queen.
and you're slapping the clock.
I think
And she did
Jennifer
it
is-
very
And then Jennifer is checking, like, did I make the time control or not?
Right.
I mean, did I?
And
hit-
now the queen ends up closer to the C6 square, which would allow queen G7 mate, and she adjusts it back.
Wow.
This is crazy. Okay, now we're going to do it in real time, not in slow-mo, but real time. And
My
she adjusts
goodness.
And it's like she looked at the clock. Yeah, I made it. Yeah, of
That
course
is the
I
US
did.
Championship.
Wow.
That's how these tournaments, well, I have to say, I haven't seen this type of drama in a long time. We see drama in every single event that we have.
But our 2023 champion is with us. Christian, take it away, please.
Carissa, our hearts are racing. Everybody is wondering what in the world just transpired for the last few moves in that final second. Were you watching that game?
No, I actually wasn't. I was in bed being sad about how I threw away everything in an attempt to win. So yeah, I was really in like the depths of my despair. And then I got a call from like a bunch of people and they were like, you have to come back to the club because you're going to be the new champion. And I was like, what?
What a nice story.
This must be such an intriguing way to win a championship, right? You went through the spectrum of all possible emotions. out there. You were obviously exhilarated, winning so many games, one after the other, but then those last couple of rounds, you are half a point behind. You come back, leapfrog your opponent. Then this final round. First of all, how did you strategize in your mind this final round? Were you thinking that this is a must-win situation for you?
Not really. I was sort of like, a draw would be okay. But then I got to the board, and while I was playing, I was like, actually, I would really rather win. I don't know. I really thought Begim would win, and I was like, I don't want to play another day of chess. Not because, I hate the game or anything, but it's just like for the last month or so, I've been playing nonstop, and I was like, another playoff, and I'll have to prep again, and I'm really behind on all my homework, so I was planning on using tonight to catch up on that. So I was like, I'm gonna win this game. And in the Ruiyang game, it really felt like I was pressing, but then I was just like low on the clock, blundered everything, and I was so sad. And I was like, you know what? Like, I don't even deserve to be a champion if, I'm making these sorts of blunders in a position where I just need a draw and where I had a draw. So I was super disappointed in myself, but luckily things worked out okay, I guess.
Absolutely, and you had the opportunity, by the way, to repeat the position a few times. And even in that last final moves, it was that idea of going rook to g3 and rook to g1, started with the move c7. When you played the move c7, did you realize that after rook to f1, you lost?
I think I played b5, but
b5,
yeah, I was
yes.
I had spent so much time beforehand, I kind of saw my way up to this position, and for some reason I just missed that after rook f1, rook g1, king somewhere, rook g3, king somewhere, rook g1. Black just has rook d1, and I was spending all my time calculating rook df6. So it was just a terrible miscalculation in it.
So you were looking
it really
at
should have
rook
cost me
df6
everything.
here. This is what you were calculating.
Yeah, and then white's just doing great here. But I just missed rook d1 completely. I don't know, blind spot, I guess. And yeah, once it was played on the board, I was like, once I saw this sort of rook d1 idea, I was like, oh my God,
yeah.
I kind of threw away everything. And I was checking Begim's game at the same time and everything. And for some reason, I still thought that, I should try to fight for the win, but I really shouldn't have. But yeah, this is kind of a mistake that I make a lot of the times, but hopefully this will be the last.
But Carissa, we have to replay this final moment of the final second that Jennifer had on her clock. Did you see this? And take us through your emotion when you're seeing it right now as a replay. 2, 1.
Wow. 1 second on the clock.
I think that was less than 1 second. Way less than 1 second.
It's different now that I know the result of the game. But, if I was watching it live, I'd be scared. But I think since the broadcast is on a delay, so I wasn't seeing the most
this is the first time you're
up-to-date
seeing
stuff. Yeah.
Wow. Well, Carissa, I'll give you guys the floor right now. Just incredible.
I don't want the floor.
We are just exhausted.
I want the
after
ceiling. Congratulations, Carissa. We're going to leave it there. We're just, wow. Amazing stuff. We were watching Jennifer make her move with 1 second on the clock, and we were just like, wow, how does that 1 second last so long?
Yeah. But I do have to admire your spirit to really push for the draw. Push for the win at all costs, to be kind of risking that. I was so terrified when the pawn was on e2, and I was like, I would just go for perpetual. I'm scared something is going to happen. So,
That's why you're a better player than me.
That's why I'm not a better player, because I'm, too kind of maybe worried, but you just kind of were calculating, and it didn't work out this time, but maybe it's going to work another because you have that fighting spirit.
Thank you.
Our congratulations again. As we close the show, I'm just looking for the first time at the women's results, and I'm seeing every single game was decisive.
Yeah.
There was not a single draw in today's championship round. Wow.
And again, final standings in the U.S. Women's Championships, Carissa Yip winning it in just incredible fashion, $40,000, second Begim Tokhirjonova, and third Alice Lee.
Wow. Cristian, we just like shaking our heads. Like, what?
This is absolutely crazy.
Wow, and that 1 second. Yeah, I mean,
look, we've been doing this for a long time, but I don't think I've seen this before. That's a disappointment for myself as well, for my pick right there.
But we got to give her,
we got to give the flowers to Sabina.
Absolutely.
Yes.
She knew.
We have all the stage there, Carissa Yip, Begim Tokhirjonova, and Alice Lee.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
Okay, VAR had to.
No, but come on.
We cannot all be, of course.
Yes. I mean, if he
participation trophy. Oh, my
absolutely.
goodness.
But we do have some extra special guests as we get with this final day. Seriously, I just have to say this has been an incredible, eventful day. I had no idea when I got up this morning that we were going to be calling this kind of a championship.
I remember us yesterday saying that the script needs to be written well for today. I think it was written very well.
But we have Anna in studio with you, Cristian.
Anna, difficult event for you, but everything that finishes well, it's much more pleasant to take home. A victory for you in the last round. How are you feeling right now? Give us your assessment of this competition for you.
Competition in overall, of course, I'm not happy with my result, and I lost 4 games in a row, and very happy to win in last round. Even if I don't look like happy, it's always good to finish on good.
Absolutely.
Good results. Yeah, and losing like 4 games was so frustrating, especially like yesterday I had a winning position versus Carissa. Congratulations. I'm very happy for her, and but still I tried to win yesterday. And missing like queen c5, which like my husband says it was winning for me after queen c5 yesterday.
Absolutely, yes. And you've had a good year so far in terms of results, a great result at the Cairns Cup. Sure, less great result in this one, but what's next for you, Anna?
I don't have, probably I would like to play like World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and like usually I have good results in Blitz, and I hope to train with proper training. I finally can, I don't know, get a medal or something.
Well, Anna,
I don't know even if this event will take place where, like every year I'm playing, and this is probably going to be next result, next tournament for me.
Absolutely, it's that tournament we never know exactly where it's going to be, when it's going to be, and then it's announced a couple of weeks before. Anna, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you in the next tournament here in St. Louis.
Yeah, thank you.
And no, we've got a lot of chess still to be done. And these are the next Grand Chess Tour events, Kate.
Yeah, we have St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, November 12th to November 19th, and then the big event, Sinquefield Cup, November 19th through December 3rd.
As we will be crowning a Grand Chess Tour champion. I think it's 1.2 million in total prizes.
That's not bad.
It's why they call it the granddaddy of them all, the Sinquefield Cup, coming up November 19th through December 3rd. And we'll all be looking forward to that one. Absolutely.
It's one of the best tournaments in the year.
It really, really is. It's magnificent. And for tomorrow, we do have the closing ceremonies coming up. I do believe that we will be live streaming. And
the coverage will start at 6 p.m.
That's it, 6 p.m. Central Time. Yes, exactly. Good. And we have the spoiler, our defending champion Jennifer Yu. We're getting her prepared. As Cristian, you've got lots of questions for Jennifer.
Jennifer, just a wild affair in today's game, and after the opening, it felt you were pretty much busted, and it showed on your face as well. At some point, you weren't even watching the game. It felt like you're fighting, but you don't believe in your position as much. Yet, you managed to get back into the game. How did you do that?
Well, I think I just got a pretty bad position out of the opening. I didn't prep this, and I don't play this, so I don't know why I did this, but I guess I just didn't want to play anything else, so I was like, let's just play the Nimzo. Don't really know it, but, so not the best position, but I was just, trying to make it interesting for a little bit, and then I think when she let me get my knights like in the center, and they were able to stay there, and there wasn't any breaks, and I think I was starting to come back into the game at that point. But for a while there, it did look pretty bad.
Absolutely, and it was after the time control. How did you assess the position after the time control at this point? Excuse me, I don't have the right game. Somewhere around here, after this trade. You have the c-pawn, you have the beautiful knight in the center, but at the same time, white has her trumps as well, especially this pawn on a4 that could potentially round down the board very quickly. How did you assess it?
Honestly, I thought I had really good chances here because it's just very easy for me to play if I'm able to get my pawn pushed, and also you have to worry about checks along the diagonal from a7 b1. Actually, if you go back, I don't know if I was supposed to play F5 here. Yeah.
No, F5 was the best move.
This is what we're talking about. F5 was the best move. Okay. Because I wasn't sure if we should do queen e5 first, because queen e5 doesn't let bishop c3, like what that happened, but this was.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's just like, I guess
apparently
bishop...
queen to f3, and after that rook to d1 to get the rook behind, and supposedly I'm faster than you are with the c-pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is what I thought about for a long time, but I decided to go with f5 first.
Absolutely. And of course, that opened up the game. It wasn't easy. In fact, even at this point, the computer is still saying that this is equal, but with some crazy moves in the position. Yet, I do want to see that final second of yours one more time. Maybe you haven't seen it yet. I know you felt it, but tell us your feelings going through the motions at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, my question is, how did you stop time? Like, you had 1 second and you managed to make a move and hit the clock.
That's right. Because you see, there is 1 second and you haven't even picked up your queen yet. Right there. That's when you pick up your queen, you have 1 second. Boom.
That's the longest 1 second in chess, man. That's crazy.
No, when I realized that, I was like, there's no way I'm about to flag this game right now, because I've done this so many times in the past. Like, it's embarrassing how many times I flagged a game of increment, just because I forget sometimes that I'm about to run out of time, and then this happens. But I somehow caught it in the very end. But yeah, that was really embarrassing for a second.
Wow. Guys, questions for Jennifer after that game, after that finish.
I'm still, yeah. Wow, just so many questions and confusions and everything else. It wasn't your tournament, Jennifer, but I have the feeling that you really like fighting chess. Today you fought your way back. It's your openings. Your openings are really letting you down. You've had bad positions coming out of the openings. You had a bad position today. You fought your way back in. Is it just schoolwork is preventing you from really improving your openings? What's the problem, Jen?
Yeah, that was the main problem going to this tournament. I just hadn't reviewed openings in forever. And then I probably should have tried to squeeze in time, but it was just difficult. And then here, I didn't have the best prep. Honestly, sometimes no prep. Like yesterday against Alice, that was genuinely going to that game. I just
did not feel like I just didn't want to play that day because I had to take like a test, so I just stayed up all night. So I like all nighters, like zero sleep, so didn't really prep all that much. So that was just horrible feeling, just like horrible day. And then yeah, like going to this round, I mean, I just like I feel like I have also just kind of been not as motivated to like do prep here, even though just because I wasn't, you know, feeling the tournament, but I really should have, because like that, I think that was one of my problems, because before in the past, like even if I didn't like do so well, I'd always like still try my best towards the end, but I think I was just struggling a bit, especially when I was like balancing a lot of different things. So yeah, I think I just like need to really think about how I want to manage my time in the future, and you know, set different priorities, because you know, realistically, like looking back at this tournament, this was like a bit too challenging for me to play this during this time in my school year for this semester especially. So, you know, I did come play some interesting games, but I did wish I did things differently.
Jennifer, I don't have a question, but I have a compliment. First of all, congratulations on winning this absolutely crazy game. But I have to say that you really keep us entertained. The last Armageddon game with Bishop G4, you know, being pieced down and then just like fighting it through and winning that game. And now just winning this game, just fantastic. Really, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Actually, like before this year, like back before like I won my first US champs, I would play spoiler a lot, because I would always be playing someone who was like in contention the last round, and I always love doing that. Like, I mean, not love it, but like it's just kind of fun because everyone's like watching your game, and I mean the pressure's on them, so it's like an interesting thing.
Absolutely. Jennifer, thank you so very much. We'll see you at the closing ceremonies. And here are our champions,
the 2023,
deservedly.
yeah, U.S. Women's Chess Champion, International Master Carissa Yip. Congratulations.
There was never any doubt. Oh, sorry, I meant in Fabi's case. Sorry.
And then the 2023 U.S. Chess Champion, Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana.
Again, our congratulations. Wrap it up for us, Cristian. What entertainment.
I don't have any words left.
Yeah, no.
After this one, I absolutely have no words left. Absolutely amazing couple of national championships. We knew that they're going to be dramatic, but I don't remember the last time I called such a final game. I mean, this one, kudos to the players, kudos to us as well, because we survived. We survived. I'm getting a heart attack right now. Just an incredible couple of national championships. Once again, congratulations to the winner, Fabiano Caruana in the open section, and of course, Carissa Yip in the ladies section. Just an incredible battle all throughout these two national championships. Incredible competitors. Yeah. All of them. And they've given us just an incredible show. Really, really enjoyed calling the action with you, Cristian,
Great
and
event.
with you. Great calling the action with you guys.
Really big shout out to the World Chess Hall of Fame for hosting the tournament and being such great hosts, to the St. Louis Chess Club for all the support, the prize fund, to Silverback, our production team here in St. Louis. You guys do an absolutely incredible job. Thank you.
And to you viewers for watching us.
Absolutely, for sharing your day. Join us tomorrow as we will bring you live streaming the closing ceremonies. And really
6 p.m.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good night.
Bye, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.